Coming up in the LCS preview show, we crush the Super Week highlights, count down the top 5 plays, and reveal the players that will go beast for your fantasy team. Don't touch that browser. The LCS preview show starts right now.
Head-to kill for Shifter in his first game on Dignitas, and they're going to start their series out 1-0. 2,000 hit points is coming in! He's got it! I don't believe that's just happened! How have they let it go through? Can you believe it? Complexity gonna take down Cloud9 on day 3. Unbelievable, Rick. That's a pin-pop again! Yes! Technically a delayed pentakill, but sadly it doesn't count for a +10.
LNQ will go 4-0 on Super Week.
They can play fast or they can play slow. Either way, it's going to end in victory for these guys.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to your one-stop for everything LCS heading into Week 2 of the Summer Split. I'm Remy Kivizin III, and I'll be your master of ceremony for today's LCS Remix.
And I'm Joshua Jatt Leisman, and I'll be breaking down the fantasy picks that will have your team walking away from Week 2 with a win.
But before we jump into Week 2 of the Summer Split, let's hit rewind and check out the biggest games from Super Week 1, including an incredible start to the split by a team that nobody thought would even be in the league. But first, we kick off the highlights with a rematch of the Spring Playoff Finals, the champs Fnatic versus the runner-up SK Gaming.
And it looked like Fnatic came out swinging after that disappointing showing at All-Stars, picking up the first couple kills of the game on SK and looking strong.
Yeah, they give Jesus a pretty hard time here in the early game. Second time going down there. And SK was kind of on the hunt for a kill here.
Yeah, I mean, they're already down 5-0, but it's the SK team play catching Fnatic out of position that eventually gave them enough edges to just take the game.
After that, it was really all up to them. SK stopping things like this. So as hatching a ward pretty much. Didn't even know he was sitting on it, but SK took advantage of situations like that to take the victory.
Yeah, SK really surprised people coming out on Fnatic because it looked like they were losing almost the whole game.
And now we see SK versus Gambit at 0-1. All eyes were on Gambit's new mid laner. He had huge shoes to fill here.
Yeah, and Nick didn't necessarily have the best week, but this game in particular, Gambit looked very strong. 15,000 gold up at 32 minutes, but would this be another SK macro game comeback?
Well, they win a major team fight going 3-0 here, but was it going to be enough? Gambit really wanted to win on Super Week, and they were able to squeak it out on that situation.
Yeah, this final push being able to pick up just enough people on the SK team, and the minions were just also too much for SK to take on. Great intervention there by Nick.
Very great play. Gambit finding a win they really needed for momentum coming into the Summer Split. Copenhagen Wolves now a highlight versus Millennium, who was 2-0. The LCS debut for Airwax and Woolite.
Yeah, and this game was a bloodbath. So many team fights, 15 minutes here, right at the Dragon. Everybody just died.
A lot of good things coming in here for Millennium. Like we said, one of the best weeks, and it's just like you couldn't get away from them.
Yeah, this is probably the turn fight. Airwalks right there, gets a great initiation with Eve. And you can see the Copenhagen Wolves with their pickups, Woolite and Airwalks. They do have potential being able to take down Millennium, who many thought would be an easy game, but actually, since they had such a good week, this was a huge win for Copenhagen Wolves.
Huge win, a very strong performance there by the new CW. Next highlight is Alliance versus Fnatic. Alliance would pick up the win during this game, but it was Fnatic looking to grab it.
Yeah, Peke gets all shook up there because he had been ganked previously to burn Flash, and then he stuck around, not accounting for Eve's Flash.
Beautiful hook from Nif's Thresh there allows Alliance to snowball their lead. Here they pick up 3 for 1, Jad. It was almost insurmountable.
We've seen this story so many times. Fnatic getting caught in team fights by better team fighting teams. That's what Alliance did right there.
The next highlight, a 2-1 Millennium versus a 1-2 Gambit. Millennium looking to finish this week 3-1 versus that struggling Gambit.
Yeah, and this was not Nick's day. Kerp and Cotton-X camped him over and over again on Syndra, and Kerp could not be contained in this game.
A lot of people have been singing that Cotton-X praise too, Jab. 32 minutes in here, Kerp instantly deleting Diamond again. When you have plays like that and a 10-0-4 LeBlanc, how can you not win the game?
Yeah, Kerp was on fire this week. Top fantasy player.
Yeah, Super Hot Crew versus SK, our next highlight to take a look at. This is We Will Failur's debut.
Yeah, and he gets some revenge there on N-Rated. N-Rated looking a little weak in that game, but SK, they do hold the team strategy. So many close games, they always seem to come out on top.
47 minutes as this one went for the long haul. An extremely risky Baron. Super Hot Crew failed to stop the Baron attempt, and that's all SK needed to to win that with the victory. And with that, SK is now tied with Alliance and Millennium after week 1 for the #1 spot in the EULCS.
Yeah.
A lot of different standings.
A lot of
Strange
close
standings,
games for SK. They could have probably been 4-0 or 1-3 if a few things went differently.
Yep, and after 16 games of the European Awesome, the LCS table sets up like this. Alliance, Millennium, and SK Gaming are all sitting at the head of the table, locked up at 3-1. Even though they are all tied, Alliance is listed first because they start with an A. Just another example of Froggen's next-level strategy when putting his super team together. Rounding out this palindromic table are Fnatic and the Crew at 2-2 with the Wolves, Gambit, and Ro8 on the bottom looking up. Now to help us sort through what this all means is the fastest flash in the West, Trevor Quickshot Henry.
Well, you better believe it, but that's the fastest flash on EU West. Let's get the show on the road, Riv.
All right, Quickshot. Last week you said Alliance was the hungriest team in Europe and that they would win the summer split. Would you like to change your prediction?
Oh, definitely not. I'm super happy to stick with my prediction of Alliance taking the top spot. And looking back at the week 1 set of games, there's already a massive improvement over the spring split performance for Alliance. They seem to be gelling as a single unit. Their team play is solid. Plus, Tabs and Nif, they really came out swinging. They destroyed absolutely everyone. One thing I also want to highlight is how refreshing it was to see Froggen focusing on that supportive mid laner like Lulu and forcing the rest of his team to step up and work as a unit if they want to win games. Now, we can't ignore the fact that they did drop a game to the super hot Crew. You simply can't ignore that, but they did take down Fnatic, Gambit, and the Copenhagen Wolves on their way to a 3-1 week. In general, I just feel like Alliance were working together well. They seem to make smarter decisions regarding positional play as well as objective-based play. And we'll have to see if they can avoid the pitfalls they made in the spring splits. Can they keep up that level of performance for multiple weeks back-to-back?
Well, we'll have to see. Another team that lived up to the pre-split expectations in week 1 was SK Gaming. Not only did they get revenge for their spring playoff loss to Fnatic, but they had some big individual performances as well.
You know, after how well SK finished the spring split, I think it was good to see that they hadn't lost their team play or the way that they won games. But they did drop a game, a very close game to Gambit, and that single loss is all that marks their record. They took down Fnatic, the super hot Crew, and they absolutely destroyed the Copenhagen Wolves. But it's a mixed bag because it was frustrating to see SK make the same mistakes and the same errors that have plagued them in the spring split. They struggled during the early stage of the games, in specifically the laning phase. They often fall behind and they have to play from behind in the mid game. It's something that I think SK really needs to work on if they want to aim for another top of the table finish and a trip to the World Championships. In terms of individual play, Jesus really shone last week. He compiled the second highest total kills in Europe at 26. His Kayle play with that Runan's Hurricane was very strong, and he went on the record to say how much he enjoys the build. You know, he used to actually be an AD carry, for those of you that may not know. But it wasn't only Jez's. Candypan and Ro8, they had very strong showings. Steady Freddy, he just delivered like he always does. And as a team, they're just looking great.
Well, no one is surprised to see Alliance or SK Gaming at the top of the table. Millennium is a bit of a shock, however. Led by Week 1 MVP Kurt, Millennium racked up as many wins during the Super Week as they did through the first 4 weeks of the spring split. What do you have to say was the secret to their Week 1 success?
Well, it's a massive surprise, first of all, and I don't think there is a secret. I think just as a fact, the whole team performed phenomenally. They all stepped up. Kerp, he just played like a man possessed. He turned games in his team's favor over and over. Creatine and J-Ree, they stepped up their level of performance. And Creatine, for me, was the most impressive AD carry of the week. You can't not talk about Cotton-X either. I think he finally settled into his position. He played a multitude of champions, all to a fantastic ability. And when all of their individual play was great, the team really pressured objectives well, especially after finding kills. If you compare Millennium from last split to this split, the change is outstanding. They've really shown a lot of growth, at least during Week 1. We need to see if they can perform at that level over a longer period of time. And then just as one aside, I really want to praise Millennium's conceptual play regarding their level 1 invades and their trinket usage. They used that blue trinket start on Kevin quite a few times, and they showed a willingness to arrest dominance in the super early stages. So Millennium make early game plays. It's a trait that they carried over from the spring split, but this time they're making it count, and it feels more positive.
All right, Quickshot, thanks for the knowledge buff, but now I've got to make a European lane swap and say goodbye to you. Goodbye, Quickshot. And say hello to Shox. Hello, Shox.
Hello, Riv. I missed you last week.
Missed you as well. All right, Shocks, you recently had a chance to speak with the teams that struggled during the week 1 of the summer split and get their take on their own performance. Let's start with Gambit. They played their first LCS game without Alex on the roster. How did the team feel taking to the Rift without their former mid laner?
Well, when I spoke to Edward earlier this week, he said that it was a little weird practicing without Alex, but when it came to game day, it wasn't weird at all. Edward expressed a lot of confidence in Nick, saying that Nick always tries hard, no matter who his opponent is, and that Nick will speak up and voice his opinion with his new teammates. Now, when I asked Edward whether Nick will become a permanent member of Gambit, he told me, quote, "We didn't try out any other mid laners. I'd like to keep him on our team, and I hope it's gonna happen. I can't say 100% though, because I'm not alone in the team."
Well, Shocks, if Edward gets his way and Nick is the permanent mid laner, it does mean we'll have to sadly say goodbye to another new member of Gambit.
When Alexis say he's leave, we need to find a new mid laner. So I have decision to don't save until we find the mid laner. I think it's to show that we are prepared for a new season of LCS. So I read the comments. If people love my style, maybe I'm leave it.
Well, I absolutely love the style. It's almost as impressive as your beard, Riv.
I think he's really onto something with that, and we'll have to see if Gambit does any better. Now let's shift our attention off of Darian's face and to the Wolves, who added 2 new members to the pack over the midseason hiatus. How do the Wolves feel heading into week 2 of the summer split?
When I spoke to Young Buck about Super Week, he said we were satisfied with going 1-3 against the top 4 teams, but he continued to say that they were unhappy about their last 2 losses where they were, quote, run over with ease. Young Buck said that his team knew that they wouldn't have the best performance in the early weeks of the summer and that they just wanted to have their new players experience what it was like to play in the LCS. He believes that they have the potential to grow a lot and that they already showed great teamwork in their games. Now, Youngbuk is very optimistic about the summer, saying, quote, "We have played the top 4 teams, and in the next 2 weeks we play the bottom 4, and after the next 2 weeks it'll be easier to tell where we stand as a team."
And the third team who finished Super Week with only 1 win was Ro8. They're the only team at the bottom of the table who didn't make an off-season roster swap despite a shaky end of the spring split. How's the squad feeling heading into their matchup against first-place SK Gaming today?
When I spoke to Vander, he was understandably upset about their 1-3 Super Week record. He said that the only game he thought they deserved to lose was versus Millennium. He felt that they were unlucky versus the Super Hot Crew and they threw the game versus Fnatic. Now, when I asked him why he feels they have been struggling lately and whether he feels that the teams have figured them out, Vander replied that the style of play is always shifting and they are playing different than they were before, but so is every team. Vander said that he thinks that every team struggled during Super Week, that it's just the beginning of the season. They lost some close games and that, quote, "We know we have to work hard, but there's no reason to worry yet."
All right, Shocks, thanks for the insider information. Have a great week 2, and we'll see you back here before week 3.
See you next week.
All 3 of the 1-3 teams will have a chance to even up their record this week as every European LCS team heads to the Rift twice over the next 2 days. Coming up immediately following the LCS preview show, it's a battle between the 2 most successful European franchises in league history, Fnatic versus Gambit. That'll be followed by the Wolves versus the Crew. Then it's a battle between first place Millennium and first place Alliance. And wrapping up your Thursday of LCS, it's Ro8 versus SK Gaming. Then coming up on Friday, it's another battle between first place teams as Alliance takes on SK Gaming, with Gambit and the Crew finishing up week 2 in the EU. Now, if you're thinking about your fantasy team while I was running down the schedule and wondering, should I swap out Peke for Selfie this week? Wonder no more, because Jat is literally standing by with the fantasy knowledge that will help you dominate your league in week 2.
And LCS Fantasy has been a ton of fun so far, and we're only a week in. So let's take a look at actually some of the biggest beasts from the Super Week we just saw. All of LMQ did well, but particularly Xiao Zhao. He had 109.5 points, even though he was projected for 72. We also need to be able to talk about the leader in points for the week, Kerp, on Millennium, who most people actually probably had on their bench. So don't feel bad if you didn't start him. And finally, we've got Shifter. He got a pentakill in his first game, 50 points in his first game, and 100 for the week. And those guys stepped up big, but now we got to talk about guys in the next week, or in this week, who kind of fell below and were a bit of duds. Diamond, in particular, was probably the first or second jungler most people took. and he had 30 points, which is really unfortunate. Soaz as well, one of the best top laners in the league projected-wise, 36. And Meteos, even though 57.5 points isn't terrible in just looking at the point total, but considering he was the first overall pick in a lot of leagues, it's a big disappointment for these guys. Another thing I want to focus on, though, is the sleeper picks. And I want to focus on these guys because they were probably available in most leagues, and you might be able to scoop them up quickly before the rushes get locked in when the games start. Selfie in particular. He has a much easier schedule this week, which could lead to some big points. He plays against Nick and Coutard. Mimer as well, a tremendously strong player who had a weak week 1, but could have a very strong week 2 against Darren and Youngbuck. And then we have to talk about the solo laners at Evil Geniuses. They went 0-4 last week against some very tough competition, but almost everyone who played against Complexity last week had good games. And half of their games, since there's only 2 this week, are against Complexity. And when EG does well, their solo laners thrive. So definitely throw those guys in if you have a weak starter in that position. Don't go benching Bjergsen for Pobelter, but if you have someone else in there, it might be worth it. And then there's also guys to watch out for, the guys that have more difficult schedules this week and had amazing weeks last week. Kerp, there's a lot of hype around him, but he was on people's bench at the start of the year for a reason, because he wasn't expected to perform. Be wary of starting him over some of the top-tier picks. Shifter as well is against Xiao Xiao and Bjergsen. Those are really difficult matchups for him. And then LMQ as a team. I know it's easy to jump on the LMQ fantasy hype train because they had such an amazing week 1, but their schedule gets much tougher this week. Dignitas and Cloud9 are not teams that typically give up good fantasy numbers to opponents, so keep all that in mind when you're locking in your roster in the next 20 minutes. And also remember, if you don't have a roster and you missed out on week 1, don't worry. You still have time to sign up for a fantasy league. Just head over to fantasy.lolesports.com, follow the instructions, and set up your league. But for now, let's send it over to Riv for an LCS mic check.
Thanks, Jat. Some of the coolest moments in an LCS broadcast are the replays of what the players are saying during the game or singing before the match. And while some of it is tactical brilliance, eloquent strategy, or a mind-blowing string of obscenities that would make Miley Cyrus proud, the rest of it sounds a little something like this. It's time for All Chat.
You know, that's the theme of the last Pink Floyd album, the Division Bell, that communication solves everything.
I'm coming over. Okay, I'm on Lulu. I'm holding them. Shyvana. No flash. Yasu! Okay, back forward. Yasu! Full light. Yes!
Keep going, I'm TP.
Yeah, we get them all. I get a server. Great job. Listen. Get it. Good job.
You say it?
Clear call.
Clear calls.
Clear
good
calls.
plans.
Good plans.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we won.
All right, we're good.
We won, man. We won. Back up. There's Lantern. Oh my god. We're so good at this game.
Come here.
I'm coming for smite. Cap 6-0. Stop. Fuck. Nice! Would you believe that? I said I was coming for smite, dude. Fuck.
I don't give a fuck.
Holy
Oh my.
so bad.
You saw the ult like 15 years before.
Don't kill him, man. My points. Don't. My points.
Fantasy points, dude.
Don't. I can't catch him. Don't.
Fantasy points.
I can't. Yes. No.
There we go.
Give the penta.
Give me
Now your fantasy stats.
Wait, get it. Yes!
That dude is a beast on Thresh. Yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away. But now I need something that seems to stay.
It's always fantastic to know that players share the same moments of, mess ups and yelling and also forgetting the lines of a song. But beyond that, we love it when you guys watch us live. It makes getting up 12 hours before Cutie Pie rolls out of bed and starts braiding his luscious locks all worth it. But in case you or your friends do miss our live performance, you can now check us out on lolesports.com. We've got our own tab at the top between leagues and tickets, which means you're now just one click away from all the highlights, fantasy tips, and comedy that's too risque for the LCS broadcast. You never know what surprises we have in store. Just ask Shifter or Afrolift. Now let's turn our attention back to the Rift and relive the biggest moments from week 1 of the North American LCS Summer Split. We're going to be kicking it off with a rematch of the Spring Tournament Finals, Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid highlight here. Cloud9 having the shot caller back, and Amazing and Glebe looking to make an impact.
And honestly, Riv, this was a pretty slow game, and Cloud9 controlled it throughout, most notably at this Dragon fight. And afterwards, TSM could not really recover in any way, shape, or form.
No, Cloud9 was able to really just handle these fights as usual, and the start of the split looked to be normal.
Yeah, everyone was thinking Cloud9 is doing great, and the roster changes from TSM, still the jury was out because you don't expect them to beat Cloud9.
Nope, LMQ versus Evil Geniuses. Everybody trying to figure out how LMQ would do in the LCS.
And early on, EG had a pretty good plan. Wait for LMQ to get aggressive and then punish. They catch No Name trying to invade Snoopy.
And aggressive, I think, is the key word for LMQ, because even if things like that don't work, you see two members going down, they keep putting the pedal to the metal.
And that's exactly what LMQ decided to do. They found fight after fight. Specifically, there's a big one in the mid lane where they turn the tides.
An amazing three-person Solar Flare coming from Moore. Usually he's the bait for the team, but he'll get the initiation sometimes as well.
Yeah, oh no, I hooked a minion, what do I do? And then he just jumps to a minion and dies. But at the end of the day, LMQ's bottom lane still crushes, and Vasily still gets a bunch of kills, as he does in this fight.
Despite a poor start there for LMQ, they do go on to pick up their first win in the LCS, and they clean up everything in these fights before they move on. Taking their victory walk on. Our next highlight is going to be coming from Complexity versus Dignitas. This is Complexity's debut in the LCS and Dig's first game with Shifter and Zion.
Yeah, and right off the bat, even though Shifter was getting beaten in CS, he definitely comes out on top in kills, killing Prawley over and over with the help of that guy, Crumbs.
Picking up a triple kill after this one. Dignitas's coverage, map control, were second to none on this one. It allows Shifter to do things like this, just roam around for fun.
He was doing pretty well in this game, 10 kills after this Baron fight. I wonder if he's going to get any more.
Possibly being gifted the pentakill in the end of the game. You can hear the team, we just heard in the audio all chat, give it to him, get it, and he does get it. The first one on the first day.
Such a great start for Dignitas. And honestly, Broken Chard was just trying to defend the Nexus, right? That's what I would have said.
CLG versus LMQ up next, a highly anticipated match with their new top laner Seraph against the hyped LMQ.
This game was absolutely crazy. It all started in craziness with this really well executed turret dive. Seraph was looking very good in his first game for CLG here.
Very bold things coming from CLG, but they will never give an inch early. Xiaowei Zhao picking up a triple kill here as CLG tries to push their lead a little too much.
Yeah, I mean, a 2v5 at the Baron pit, no one really expected him to do that, but CLG tried a very early Baron, and the solo laners of LMQ are very good. They shut him down.
Something like that's hard to come back from. That's a second victory for LMQ, 2-0 on the day after that. Next up is Dignitas versus Cloud9. Crumbs and Zion with the thumbs up as they go into this game hard.
Yeah, and Cloud9 described it as a blind spot later. That spot where Hyde just got caught by Crumbs happened again and again, and it really allowed Dignitas to take big-time control over this game.
And just look at that, 27.5 minutes in Cloud9's base, almost unheard of, but Dignitas makes it happen, and they take down the Nexus along with it.
Yeah, those roster moves are looking fantastic for Dignitas. Crumbs is very happy to have new solo laners on both sides of him.
LMQ versus Curse now coming in. LMQ 3-0 versus the O2 Curse, and Xiaowei Zhao and No Name do not let up.
Really good jungle mid synergy at the start of this game. It was a little slower than the other LMQ games, but in this one, they really had their patience tested.
Very good point on the slow work. LMQ did what they could. Xpecial trying consistently with the flash engages, but LMQ seemingly always has Ackerman there as a tank to help tear through the fights.
Yeah, there was a lot of baiting of Xiaowei Zhao's LeBlanc in this one that really prolonged the game, but LMQ found the fights they needed down the stretch.
Another more bait here, baiting out the Tibbers for 0 damage. Vasily to pick up the kill, and LMQ really just winning a chaotic fight versus Curse to take the win.
Yeah, they'd grown a pretty big lead throughout that game, and another tough loss for Curse. They always stuck around in these games before falling.
Next up, Cloud9 versus Complexity. On the matchup, it was a battle of the Stash versus the Beard when these two teams went head-to-head.
Yeah, but really, it was the counter gank in the bottom lane that got this one started. Cloud9 was down summoners at the start of this one, and it gave a big edge to Complexity's squad.
Now, people said Robert X. Lee has and always will be a nice and good AD carry, and he shows it by carrying this snowball throughout the game here.
Yeah, a BF sword at 4 minutes after picking up a triple kill and double buffs. If you don't do well with that lead, you're not an LCS AD carry.
35 minutes in, Cloud9 feeling the pressure on the day in Complexity. able to pick up a win nobody thought they would be able to come close to.
I mean, this was the craziest game, Riv. It seemed like Cloud9 was pushed into their base, and Complexity would win the team fight after team fight to come up with a shocking victory.
2 Nexus turrets down on the side of Complexity, but they persevere and finally take down Cloud9's Nexus.
They don't even know how to react after this one. Look at Prawley in the back. He's just lost in his own joy right there.
Complexity's first win in the LCS is an upset against NA's most consistently dominant team, Cloud9, which leaves the entire split open for anything to happen.
It is wide open this year. LMQ at 4-0, maybe they're going to take it home, but there's a lot to see because they got a tough schedule coming up.
That's right. After week 1 of the North American LCS action, the standings might look a little strange. But remember what Loud Sauce said. Life is a series of natural and spontaneous changes. Don't resist them. That only creates sorrow. Let reality be reality. Let things flow naturally forward in whatever way they like. Or, what Taylor Swift said, this is a new beginning and things will change. It's like 2 peas in a pod.
Whichever one you want to listen to.
Right. LMQ is sitting at 4-0 after completing the 8th perfect Super Week in the North American LCS history.
Yeah, Dignitas and Team Solomid are 1 game off the pace, while the defending champs are tied for 4th with Counter Logic Gaming. Bringing up the bottom half of the standings as well, it's Curse and Complexity, and then Evil Genius has compiled the 5th anti-perfect Super Week since the launch of the NALCS.
And that's got to smart for EG. And now for the Fantasy Geniuses, who started as many players from LMQ as they could on their team, they're feeling pretty smart themselves. That's because the team that destroyed the Challenger Series proved that they could do it on the pro level too. After weeks of discussion on where that the team was made in China would end up in the North American LCS, they ended week 1 on top. They led the league in kills, assists, KDA, gold per minute, and the number of fantasy teams they carried to victory. While the entire team was OP, the 2 players who stood out the most were their AD carry Vasily and the week 1 MVP mid laner, Xiao.
Yeah, and I'm just going to start with Vasily. He got the most love from the LCS pros before the summer split started, and I think it's fair to say that he exceeded expectations. He led North America in kills with 28, which was almost double Sneaky and Double 15, who were the next closest AD carries. He also went 9-0-6 in his first game with 329 CS, 15.8k gold in a 34-minute win over EG. And statistically, that's the best rookie game by any player in LCS history. But for how well Vasily did, it was actually his teammate Xiao who was the MVP of the week. That guy just makes play after play. Xiao was first in gold per minute, 2nd in CS, 4th in kills, and 5th in KDA for week 1, despite never playing in the LCS before. And with all these accolades, it was a very impressive week 1 for Xiao and LMQ. Week 2 will be the true litmus test of just how good this team is. We hit on that when we were talking about fantasy, but LMQ's schedule gets a little more difficult this week. They play Dignitas and Cloud9. And while LMQ did go 4-0, they struggled a bit at times. They had very close games against CLG, but their aggression and precise team fights were enough to make up for some of their miscues. These guys really know how to fight as a team as well. Moore leads the league in assists, while No Name is 3rd, Ackerman is 5th, and Xiao is 7th. But this week will be their toughest fight yet. And afterwards, we'll know if LMQ is kind of the next Cloud9, or if they're more like Ro8, a hot start before they fall back to earth.
But speaking of hot starts, no one in LCS history has gotten off to a hotter start with a new team than Dignitas' Shifter. His Dignitas debut was the stuff of legends, as Shifter the God went 15-0-4, including his first professional penta, only the 8th penta achieved in the 814 LCS games that have been played so far. Overall, during week 1 of the NALCS, Shifter was 2nd in kills, 3rd in kill participation, 5th in gold per minute, and 1st in KDA with a divine ratio of 21.5. We talked about what a good supporting cast could do for Shifter, but what Shifter did for Dignitas during week 1 was even more impressive.
And honestly, Dignitas hasn't looked this good since their 10-game winning streak during the first couple weeks of last year's spring split. But since that 10-game winning streak, Dignitas has went 37-46, including playoff games. Now, it wasn't just Shifter who stepped up for his new team. Zion jacked up EG in their 2nd win of the week, but even Shifter actually couldn't carry Dignitas past a struggling Curse team in their final game of Super Week, which does raise some red flags, especially since this week, Dignitas plays LMQ and Team Solomid, a team they failed to beat even once during the spring split. And while Kiwi and Cutie Pie were able to make some sweet music together, it didn't really translate into many kills. Cutie only has 9 kills, which is tied for the least in the league for AD carry. Crumbs, despite his presence in the jungle, only picked up 4 kills, which is the 2nd fewest for junglers in the league. He did have a lot of assists, though. Part of that is the Shifter's been so good. He took a lot of those kills. But when he was held in check versus Voyboy, the rest of Dignitas wasn't able to step up. And this week, Shifter's only going head-to-head against Xiao and Bjergsen. pretty tough matchups. And if history repeats itself, QtPie might not be much help. He has a 1.31 KDA against TSM last spring, so a lot of Dignitas has to do well. A proving week for them.
And speaking of struggles, for the first time since they won their way into the LCS last summer, Cloud9 looked, well, average, if not bad at times. After taking out their TSM rivals in Game 1 of the summer split, Cloud9 was handed a pair of shocking defeats. First at the hands of Dignitas, and then by the struggling LCS rookies Complexity. But it wasn't just the losses, it was how they lost. Cloud9 looked lost on the Rift, and there were several plays that had everyone scratching their heads and wondering what happened to the most dominant team in LCS history.
Yeah, Riv, in my post-game interview with Meteos after their win over COG, he brought up a lack of practice with High. And while that certainly could be part of the problem, there were some individual mistakes that looked like Cloud9 just didn't have their heads in the game, specifically in their game versus Complexity. Balls tried that weird teleport out of the top lane after a failed turret dive, or in the same game where High kind of zombie walked into Complexity's base and got killed. And it wasn't just the teamwork that looked sloppy, it was the individual play as well. So all these kind of bad things for Cloud9. But we have to remember, they lost to Dignitas in week 1 of the spring split as well. And then they also lost to TSM in week 3. And a lot of people thought that their time had finally come at the top of North America. But all they did was end the split on a 13-game winning streak and then sweep their way through the playoffs. So we know that Cloud9 is capable of bouncing back from this, and a win against LMQ this week would go a long way in proving that they're still the best team in the NALCS.
And despite their week 1 struggles, Meteos and Cloud9 did help the LCS achieve a milestone. During their game against Counter Logic Gaming, Meteos took down Doublelift, and while that was only the 9,990th kill in the North American League history, Doublelift's death was the 10,000th death of all time. Congratulations, Doublelift. Your death mechanics are still pristine. During the rest of that game between Counter Logic Gaming and Cloud9, the teams managed 2 more kills, bringing the all-time kill count up to 9,992 kills, which means we'll probably reach kill 10,000 during the game on Saturday. That matchup just happens to feature Doublelift once again as longtime rivals Counter Logic Gaming and Team Solo Mid take to the Rift at noon on Saturday. If Doublelift can get the 10,000th kill to go along with the 10,000th death, people might finally start to believe him that he's good at this game.
I mean, those are 2 pretty pristine marks to hold. Then, of course, on Sunday, the standings keep going. It's the heavyweight fight featuring Cloud9 and LMQ with the battle between Dignitas and Team Solo Mid closing out the week 2 of the LCS. This should be an incredible week.
And speaking of incredible, no LCS preview show would be complete without a countdown of the top 5 incredible plays, or as Shifter now gets to call them, the Penta. Let's roll it. At number 5, a mistimed Q takes Yankos for an unfortunate lantern ride.
Go towards Sazers. There's a lot of damage coming out. There's the lantern. Oh, Yankos followed him through. The Hulk comes in as well. And Yankos goes down to the Colin. Wow. Mistimed follow through there on the Q. Creaton picking it exactly the right time.
Coming in at number 4, Dexter shows off what a well-timed Q can do.
Very low, the Q lands from Lee Sin. They don't chase down. He does go in. Big damage. Picks him back in the shutdown. He lands the Q, so Dexter's like, oh my god, I landed the Q. He needs to go over, safeguard to the ward, then just in time to take his second activation. What a ridiculous play from Dexter there.
At number 3, Kerp throws everything but the kitchen sink at Overpower.
Definite improvement, but of course, over a lot more games. Wow. Overpower here, gonna go down. Kerp throwing everything at him. Ignite it will be that finishes things off.
At number 2, Shifter's Dignitas debut ends with the Penta.
Texas turret will go down to Zion Spartan, 5 versus 5. The last fight for Complexity. Can they make it happen? Westrice in the front, but he's gonna explode. Double kill there for Shifter. Explosion, triple kill. Broken Shard stuck inside the base. Everyone going down except the Lee Sin. Quadra kill for Shifter. Will they give it to him? Penta kill for Shifter in his first game on Dignitas. They're gonna start their series out 1-0.
And your number 1 play this week comes courtesy of Doublelift and his Vayne mechanics.
And you can tell Doublelift wants to make something happen. This is what people know and love about CLG, though. There we go. Double's trying for it. He does land the stun, puts the ward down, and gets the kill. Classic CLG mashing up against classic Cloud9. Doublelift goes for the solo kill and gets it.
Great games, great kills, another week to get some more. And with that, we've reached the end of our time together, but don't despair. Week 2 of the European LCS will be kicking off in just about a minute. But first, sit back, relax, and enjoy the last hit.
Previously on the European LCS.
Overpower here, gonna go down. Cook throwing everything at him.
I just try to kill anyone whenever I have a chance.
And now he's gonna catch on towards Yellowstar, doesn't get it! Reckless gets himself a double.
At some point we will be back as we used to be and just do everything perfectly.
What an ulti coming out of Kelso, and this is a wide one for the Copenhagen Wolves. Tabs comes in, rat-a-tat-tatting his way through and picking up a triple kill. SK are pushing in towards the base. There's already one. They need to go back. They need to go back. Both Nexus stories go down. SK come in, take the Nexus. A real thriller to end the first week. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European League Championship Series, coming to you live from our studio here in Cologne, Germany. I'm Joe Miller, along with Trevor Quickjaw-Henry, and it's time to kick off the second week of the 2014 Summer Split.
They're about as excited as we are, and our opening week showed that just like the last split, absolutely anything can still happen here in Europe, and I fully expect that trend to continue as we head into today's games.
And here's where the team stood at the end of week one. We're in Europe, so it's a three-way tie for first. Alliance, Millennium and SK Gaming all sat on 3 wins and 1 loss, and a two-way tie for fourth, where Fnatic and the Super Hot Crew are 2 for 2.
And in 6th place, we have yet another tie, as the Copenhagen Wolves, Gambit and Ro8 all share 1 win and 3 losses.
And of course, that will all change this week, and here are the teams that will face each other today. First up, we have a classic with Fnatic versus Gambit, and then the Copenhagen Wolves take on the Super Hot Crew.
That will, of course, be followed by Millennium versus Alliance, and then Ro8 take on SK Gaming. After that, the European Challenger Series quarterfinals begin with the debut of Alex Sich on Ninjas in Pajamas as they take on Unicorns of Love. Which is a great name in a best of 3.
And if you want to track the stats, get team information, watch VODs of past games and more, head to lolesports.com and be sure to visit the schedule while you're there and vote on the teams who you think is going to win today's game.
Yeah, we will be sure to check in before each match to see who you picked. And you can also click on the tickets link at the top of the page to find out how you can get seats here in Cologne to watch these matches live. The LCS is an entirely different experience in person, and we'd love to have you with us. Seats are selling out, so get them while you can.
And we'd also like you to join us on Twitter and answer this. Which champion would you like to see played by a specific European LCS player, and why?
Rumble by Soaz. You guys at home, send those to us at LOL Esports or with that hashtag LCS, and we'll check out your answers, and Sharks will read our favorite ones later in the show.
And now it is time to kick off the first match of the day as Fnatic take on Gambit. Now, if this game had occurred a few months ago, it would have been a headline game with the 2 best teams in Europe, but that's just not the case right now. Fnatic had a rough start this split with their opening games versus SK Gaming and Alliance. They did, however, bounce back to beat the Wolves and Ro8 later on, but it's very, very early on in the season, and the focus on the All-Star Invitational may have thrown off their preparation for that first week back in the LCS.
If you're a Fnatic fan, that's definitely what you have to be hoping for, because they did look shaky in their very first games. As a team, though, Fnatic did get progressively better as they played more matches, as you can see in their stat lines in their wins, in comparison to the stats in their losses. Now, an argument can definitely be made that Fnatic did have a tough opening week, and they didn't come out completely destroyed, which is kind of a mixed bag. But today, they are facing a Gambit squad which is far from being terrifying, and this could be a good confidence booster for a squad like Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, Gambit also had a rough start to their Summer Split campaign, going 1 for 3 in the opening week,
We knew the start was going to be a little bit tough after the departure of long-time mid laner Alex Hitch, but honestly, Gambit really looked a shadow of their former selves last week.
Yeah, Gambit show all the signs of a team lacking teamwork. In all of their matches last week, they simply did not have an overall picture in mind. Players got caught out time and time again, but you can't deny that, you know, they looked like they were hitting a stride when they did take down SK. The scary thing is, after 30 minutes, they had such a massive lead, it almost fell to pieces. You know, because they garnered that lead during the laning phase in the mid game, but some very scary team fights almost cost them the match. I think for Gambit, they really need to get their entire team on the same page if they want to challenge anyone this week and going forward.
Totally agree with that one. And Gambit's all-star jungler will be a crucial part of getting things back in sync for them. Let's hear Diamond talk about the importance of the community and how he's leveling up as one of the public faces for the team.
I think that at the time when I became a pro, the scene, it was not that big, and it seemed like not many people really tried their best to be the best they could. I was not giving much attention to the interviews or community or stuff like that. I didn't care about it at all. I was only trying hard to be as good as I can in the game. At that time, no one except Alex knew English at all, so they didn't know our personalities, because even though they saw some interviews of us, and those interviews there was not much questions about ourselves, but more questions about our place. I think I was kinda bad-mannered in the beginning.
The first time I played against Diamond was at DreamHack, so after the finals he was very sad about his loss and he actually refused to handshake me.
I was not really thinking about people at all, and that wasn't really great.
I think Diamond as a person have changed a lot over the course of his esports career.
The groove always told me to be like more good as a person. I didn't really follow his words because I felt like, I just playing this game. What should I care about community?
I know he has a wife now. I think it could be one of the things where it turns him more positive.
When we just met, we were playing together, and when she saw that I'm flaming someone for their mistake, she was really mad on me. I listened not immediately, and only when it all stuck together, I started to think maybe they are right. Maybe I need to do that stuff, because it is my work, League of Legends, and my work is not only playing, but to care about community. Because they are giving me pretty much my job. If they would not watch my games, I would not get anything.
I've always seen Diamond like a cold person before, and now he has changed. Like, he's talking to everyone, he's not scared to speak English anymore.
He used to think only about himself, so he changed a lot. He started talk to people, start giving them advices and stuff like that.
It took a lot of time for me to realize what I'm doing wrong, and it took even more time to start talking with community, to share with them my experience. It was really hard for me. I was feeling really weird talking to so much guys at the same time with my posts. I'm probably a good example for guys who think that their only job in League of Legends is playing their game, because it's not. They're working on the community which watch their games. I'm really thankful to people like Groove and Darina who helped me to grow as a person. I'm working on my future, and I'm trying to make my future as good as I can.
By Diamond's own admission, a little bit bad-mannered right at the start, but it's incredible to see how far he's come as a person and a player.
Yeah, not the only one that has managed to climb the ranks and starts to realize you can't rage and be toxic and be successful at the same time. So it's a very heartwarming video.
Indeed. So guys, we're getting closer to the game, so let's check out the starting lineups. Kicking off with the blue side and Fnatic. They are Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Xpeke in the mid lane, Reckless the AD carry, and Yellowstar the support.
Definitely sounds like some favorites in the crowd. Over on the red side, it is Gambit Gaming, with Darian in the top lane, unfortunately not sporting the beard. Diamond in the jungle, Nick in the mid lane with Genja and Edward as the AD carry and support.
There's only so much swag that can be had on Darian's face. He's decided to get rid of it for this week. And guys, as we head into Champion Select, let's check out who you picked to win this game. According to LOLesports.com, you voted for Fnatic by a whopping 83%.
That is a massive, massive fan vote, and unfortunately it's something we've seen. Since Alex Hitch has departed Gambit, the votes and the community support behind them has teetered off. We'll see if they can prove the naysayers wrong here today.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game for them, though. And as we said, a 1-3 start for Gambit. Definitely not what they were looking for, but maybe what they were kind of expecting. You've got to expect a transitional period bringing in a person in such an important role like the mid lane.
Yes, I completely agree. And we're about to get into picks and bans, and I think one of the interesting storylines for me in this game is how much Yellowstar trended towards Morgana last week. And in this particular matchup, how much Edward trended towards Gragas. I really want to see which support gets their hands on their preferred champion.
Well, here we are. We're going to get into Champion Select between Gambit and Fnatic and figure out exactly who's going to be taken out with the bans first of all. And we can see the first one's already coming in here for Fnatic, taking away Evelyn, aiming straight at Diamond from the kickoff here. Kassadin, a red side ban. Kassadin has been banned over 80% of games so far, just showing how strong he still is.
This is the third time that it has been banned against Fnatic, and it was actually banned 4 times against Gambit last week. So even with the changes to Kassadin, he is still a very high priority pick. I do just want to touch on that Yasuo ban very quickly. We did notice it banned against Nick and Gambit only once last week. And in some of the Yasuo performances you've seen, there have been some very, very good plays and performances. So quite a strong start as far as the mid lane bans are concerned.
Let's have a look at some of the others then. LeBlanc taken away, another favorite ban, I think we can safely say, against Xpeke, was banned in 2 out of 4 games, also along with Nidalee there as well, another champion which a lot of teams don't want to risk Xpeke getting his hands on. Final ban here from Fnatic, actually aimed at Darian, taking Irelia out of the mix. A champion which we've seen Darian on in the past, but not a champion that a lot of teams seem to be prioritizing.
2 wins, 1 loss. 2 games, 1 loss for Darian on that Irelia. The LeBlanc pick is especially important because Peke has a 19 KDA on that champion. Played it twice last week, won 1 game, lost 1 game. I think the support picks would be the obvious ones, potentially a jungler. Lee Sin, that's going to deny it from Diamond, and it's going to allow Cyanide to get a comfort pick for him. It also allows Fnatic, if they really want to give that to Soaz. It is a champion we've seen him run in the past, so that versatility can play into Fnatic's hands.
Final ban Twitch as well, another champion that we've seen picked and banned a lot. Mostly banned though, you see there, 3/4 of the game's over even, and he's been banned away. So on to the picks then, Fnatic going straight for the jungler here, picking up Lee Sin for Cyanide. That of course could in the end go in the lane, but expecting that to thoroughly be a Cyanide pick. That leaves the likes of Jax open here, which Darian of course has had his hands on previously. In fact, in their loss against Alliance, he played at Jax, not to massive success, it has to be said. The 1-9-4, he ended with that one by the end of things, and it seems like Elise may be the choice here for Gambit. We've seen in the last week, or the Super Week, week 1, that we've really got to kind of work from. The picks in the jungle were very, how can we say this, 4 jungler orientated. One of them being Evelyn that's banned away, Lee Sin, Elise another one of them, along with Kha'Zix. It's Elise that's taken this time, and actually first pick Lulu for Gambit.
So the priority junglers are still up there. We're still seeing the Lee Sins, the Elises, the Kha'Zixes, which have been played by the likes of Cyanide and Diamond. The move away from Jax is an interesting one because both Fnatic and Gambit lost to Alliance when they were playing Jax. I would love to see how either of these teams handles an opponent Jax in terms of the lanes, in terms of minions, etc. Because Alliance, they just played flawlessly for the opening 8 to 10 minutes. Soaz only had 10 CS by the 8 or 9 minute mark last week. It hasn't come to pass yet because of that safe pick in Lulu. A lot of versatility, a lot of damage late. If that's going to land up in Nick's hands, it means Gambit really need to work as a team. Because if you don't have team play and coordination in team fights with Lulu, you can't win. She's not a hard carry mid laner.
See a 94% pick rate there for Lucian. Pretty much along with Twitch right now, the 2 go-to AD carries. We see that Fnatic have decided, okay, let's get our dual lane sorted out here. Picking up Lucian and also the Morgana, which as you rightly pointed out earlier on, 3 out of 4 games, Yellowstar picked it last week.
Caitlyn Nami is my prediction for Gambit. only because Genja played 3 games of Lucian last week and 1 single Caitlyn game. Genja does tend to play some oddball champions every now and again, but he does stick to his tried and true. He does stick to his favorites. Last couple of seconds, and is going to be that Jax at the end of the day. So this is the first time we'll see Edward on Nami this split. It is a different style of champion to the ones he has been playing, but I like the engage and the disengage power that you're going to have from both a Lulu as well as a Nami. In addition to the movement speed that Nami will give Jax, along with the movement speed Lulu will give Jax. As long as Darren is wearing his Swag Lord carry pants,
he always is.
He's got a lot of potential. There's a lot of tools that Gambit can use to get Jax going. The only thing is, it does look to be a sort of all or nothing right now, because if you shut that Jax down, I'm not too terrified of the remaining teamfight power from Gambit.
And just to touch on your point from earlier that both these teams lost to Alliance with Jax last week, funnily enough, both of those games they were up against the Shyvana from Wicked in the top lane. Fnatic opting for that Shyvana here in lane, and I'd say a very safe last pick for the mid lane here as well with Orianna.
So it's safe, almost standard combo from Fnatic. Their composition has, again, got strong engage, strong disengage. What I like is the power that Shyvana and Lee Sin offer you in terms of going in. You've got some strong dive buddies. I'm never enthused when I see an Orianna, because it is one of those champions that when the shockwaves are hitting, it is phenomenal. But more often than not, we're not seeing those shockwaves hitting. We're not seeing 3, 4, 5-man decimation shockwaves. But because the rest of the composition from Fnatic is so well-rounded, Shyvana, Lee, Lucian, they can all clean up team fights. A 2-man shockwave can still equal a teamfight victory for Fnatic. Last lock-in from Gambit, it is going to be that Caitlyn. We did see a Varus and a Kog'Maw hover, which are Genja specials. He's played both of those champions a lot in the past, but it is Genja being Genja. He's playing a safe, long-range, laning AD carry who can do well in the late game if and when they get there.
Yeah, I think the hover over Kog'Maw, which of course has been popular with Nami over in Korea, for example, a little bit weaker in the early game, which is somewhere where actually Gambit have struggled in the past, giving up first bloods a lot of the time in the spring split in that bottom lane. Going for a bit more safety this time around with the Caitlyn in there, so they know they're up against a difficult opponent. Interested to see how Nick does this week as well, because as you mentioned, his opening game for Gambit was very uneventful. He finished 0-0-0 with Nidalee, which is not something we're really used to seeing at all.
No, it's not. And the remainder of his games were also questionable. Syndra into LeBlanc, he had a difficult time dealing with Curb, but to be fair, everybody did last week. He did also play that Yasuo and Kayle. So we've seen, this is now 5 games, these are 5 different champions for Nick. He needs to rely on the rest of his team for this Lulu pick to work out.
Well, guys, the teams have locked their lineups in, so who do you think's got the advantage? Tweet at LOL Esports with hashtag FNCWin or hashtag GMBWin, and we'll check in on the results shortly. 83% was the vote for Fnatic from LOLesports.com. I won't say surprised to see that change. I'd be surprised to see a massive swing, though.
I would be surprised to see a massive swing. Considering the comps, if Gambit get off to a pretty good start, I think they've got some very strong tools. The range of Caitlyn should keep her relatively safe, and a Jax that is powered up with Lulu and Nami support can carry. Jaxes can 1v5 without Lulu and Nami support, but that makes it a lot easier. What it does put is a lot of emphasis on team fights. If Gambit are on the same page, they're going to be in trouble.
Well, we're going to find out here as we head into game for the first matchup of Week 2. Fnatic taking on Gambit. Question is, have Gambit improved over the last week? Hell, have Fnatic improved over their first week here, where they finished 2 for 2? Let's not forget, we're on patch 4.8 here today, a smaller patch in the grand scheme of things recently. Some changes that we'll maybe get into later, but let's not forget here that the trinkets, of course, coming up very, very quickly in the game. Not a 4.8 change, but still there.
Yeah, it's something we need to keep track of, because last week in the LCS was the first time that we had seen the 4.7 level 1 invades. In my opinion, Millennium did it better than any other LCS team. They took advantage of the blue trinket to give you that scrying power to do an invade. But what we did see was buff trades. It was pretty rampant and pretty common. And with all of the wards currently available, Fnatic have got a little bit of resources going to this top lane.
So the vote is in then from Twitter. 81% for Fnatic was just 85%. So you guys voting a little bit for Gambit here as we get in towards level 1. And there's the first ward blood of the game. Been taken down there. There's the sweeping lens coming into play from Yellow Star, which means that Fnatic feeling confident moving forward towards red.
We'll have to see how this pans out for them. Last week, there were some invades on blue side with Morgana. If a good Dark Binding can connect, somebody will be in trouble. But this is a very, very good ward from Gambit. It's revealed all of Fnatic, and this should mitigate any threat or potential first bloods, assuming Gambit don't make mistakes. I want to see if Gambit go for a red invade of their own. Assuming Fnatic start Gambit's red. Oh, Gambit maybe want to pick a fight, actually. They're going to find Yellow Star. Here they come, Joe.
There goes the binding through. Darien getting locked up with that one. Yellow Star down to half HP. The stun not connecting as Cyanide jumps in as well. I think that Fnatic just going to vacate the area here. Gambit decide not to chase, but crucially, protect their red buff.
That was actually a very good start for Gambit. They were not afraid of the positioning, and they had the information to work with because of that ward. They knew that they could go in, and it was going to be a safe challenge, so to speak. So Darien burned his teleport very quickly, has got to lane a couple of seconds earlier than Soaz, and in the top lane, Reckless and Yellow Star pushing just a little quicker than Genji and Edward. Let's see how these early level 2s affect the respective lanes.
Darien not really messing around here, playing aggressive as we've been used to in the past years from Darien. He had some interesting moves, let's say, in week 1 here in our Super Week, which has left him with a far from desirable KDA, I think it's safe to call. We'll see how he does here against Soaz, though, who himself has had a lot of pressure on him from the community. We've seen week after week that he's been seemingly down in the dumps here. Soaz needs a good performance, I think, to get himself back on track mentally more than anything.
Both of his Shyvana games on day 3 of Super Week went a long way to helping that out. Once he got his hands on Shyvana towards the end of the week, it really helped him out, really helped the mindset, I think, of Soaz. And it was by far his strongest champion of week 1 of the split. He's also got an advantage because of how aggressive Darien's playing. Darien's running low on mana, which means Soaz can start to turn the trades, assuming he doesn't get caught by a repel. And that was a super early flash.
He saw that one coming, flashing away from things, and rightly so there, because a good cocoon from Diamond could have spelled the end for Soaz. He did have Cyanide just waiting off. He's currently doing the golems there at the side. Won't be spotted moving in, although there is a ward in the tribe, so Cyanide would have to come through the lane here if he wants to catch them out. Either way, Darien has already recalled back home, so he's in no danger. They even spot Cyanide on his way out.
So a second Doran's Blade picked up by Darien. He wants to go aggressive. He's been playing aggressive already for these first few minutes, and Cyanide just arriving a little bit late to the party. We did see the lane swap. I think Fnatic read Gambit pretty well. It looked as though Genji and Edward wanted to go top lane from a very early stage in the game. And once Gambit pushed Fnatic out of their jungle, then Reckless and Yellow Star just stuck around in this top lane. So we do have straight up matchups, but just the reverse to what we would consider standard at this point.
I see a lot of pressure as well, pushing them right up onto that turret, which Reckless doing a good job of so far, but is starting to fall behind Genji a little bit there when it comes to CS. Meanwhile, the junglers both once again headed down towards this bottom lane. Actually, we're going to see Diamond coming in from the wall. Cyanide is waiting inside of the brush. The question is, do they go for this one? Cyanide waiting in there. It's Diamond that will be the focus from them. Cyanide taking a big chunk of damage as well as Darien just leap strikes away from it. Damage exchange, but no kill.
No, so flash burn from Diamond, that was a very smart play by Cyanide. He waited for the repel from Diamond, which guaranteed if they focus him down, he had one less escape to make use of. So Fnatic with another, pretty good play early on. The flash was good. In this top lane though, the range of Caitlyn and the fact that Yellow Star Morgana is a reactive support, not necessarily a proactive support, means that Reckless and Yellow Star are always going to be on the back foot. The moment you put Tidecaller's Blessing on Caitlyn's Rage, and you combine that with a headshot passive, that's a lot of free additional damage in the laning phase, which is why Genji's got himself a CS lead this early on.
And when you pushed up those bindings, not easy to get through the minion wave, that's for sure, which makes it a bit of a problem. We did see Yellow Star recalling, leaving Reckless alone on this tower, which, as I said before, not having too much of a hard time, but that CS that I talked about before has started to build up now. 46 to 34. Really good start in the duo side of things from Gambit. Diamond being very, very active here in the ganks once again. He's going to have a look for Expect.
I'm very impressed with Diamond this game already. He's had 3 separate gank attempts. Yes, he has had to burn his flash, but he's putting pressure down. They're going to jump on Peke.
Well, pretty much everything missing there in the end, and Peke doing a real good job of returning the majority of that damage there, staying very, very healthy, even hitting level 6 in the process, so he has his Shockwave available. Nick not quite level 6 just yet, so once he gets there, he'll have that wild growth to keep him safe. We'll see if XPK decides to go aggressive before that, but I don't think so. Meanwhile, the bubble's coming out, and this is 3 men pushing in there, but with a binding missing, that's probably the end of that one.
That was an incredibly early exhaust from Yellowstar. He burned that before Cyanide was ever in range of the engagement. And just to clarify, you know, why I think Diamond is doing well, he's had multiple ganks. Yes, one of them's failed, but he had a CS advantage over Cyanide of about 6 or 7 up until this point. So he's farming effectively. He's applying pressure on the lanes. And we need to see if we can pick a slightly better time to engage. Maybe once Lulu has more items, more ability power, or once Jax gets maybe a Sheen under his belt if he wants to rush Trinity Force, maybe a Cutlass. That will then give him some more killing power and killing potential. Of course, he also does need to hit that Cocoon. It's pretty important.
Yes, definitely landing the skill shot, something that's going to help you out. He's back on the farm path, though. Taking his Wraith camp right now. Darian once again will be recalling from that bottom lane. Those normal top laners now up against each other. It's a Vamp Scepter that he picks up on top of his double Doran's Blade. The Chain Vest was picked up by Soaz. Pretty standard start from him. He's going to head straight in towards that Sunfire Cape here, and getting the early armor will keep him safer from Darian's harassment.
Sunfire or Randon. We do see Darian has teleported top, so he's going to be in the 1v2 lane, taking a lot of poke from Reckless and Yellowstar. Look for the Dark Binding. It's not going to connect onto the tower. Well, it does. They're not going to die. Yeah.
Did in the
That's
end,
what I wanted to
after
say.
jumping up to his trinket ward there as well.
One thing I want to note, Cyanide's coming in for a gank, and if you'll notice, Peke's grabbed himself a sweeping lanes as well. I'm anticipating a lot of Fnatic motion into the Gambit jungle. With 2 sweeping lanes, especially one on your mid laner, that is a big signal of we want to respond, we want to counter gank, we want to, counter jungle rather is the word I'm looking for. And it also allows them a little bit more control around the Dragon Pit if they go and use those sweeping lenses together. So 2 of them already on the side of Fnatic.
Going to jump in from that one, binding misses. And just want to comment on the ward there from Diamond, really nicely placed. And both him and Cyanide, I mean, let's be honest, they've played each other so much, possibly even more than any 2 other junglers have gone head-to-head in league history, in fact. The fact is that right now, it's 8.5 minutes in, they've been in the same place when it comes to moving into lanes every single time.
They have been, and we need to see who will find a crack in their opponent's armor sooner. It did look like Cyano's trying to set something up in the mid lane. It wasn't to be, and he's needed to back off. But one thing to note is Nick is really struggling against Peke. He's 18 CS behind at this point and growing. That is the equivalent of a kill at this stage in the game. And when you're playing a champion like Lulu, who is very desperate to get farm because she needs items to have that same level of impact, it's going to be a difficult position for her. Lulu is one of the key components to keeping Jax or Caitlyn alive in team fights. So we need to keep our eyes on Nick and how he performs.
Funny thing is that swap around from Gambit, taking Jax to the top lane and taking their AD carry support lane, which was actually doing better in the top lane in the 2v2 than Fnatic, has in fact lost in the first tower of the game. It almost brings Reckless even in CS. And actually, that turret in the bottom lane not quite gone down, and Soaz going to dive onto Genji here. Not sure he's quite got the damage to pick himself up a kill. The fact is, though, that Gambit are already doing the Dragon, and Fnatic really need to react to this one. Peke around the side. The Dragon is already fairly low as we see the shot coming through from Genji. That Dragon will go over to Gambit as the first pickup of the game. They're going to try and walk themselves away. He's still got the repel if he really needs it here, Diamond, so not really in any danger. They simply walk out.
So this is Gambit showing how they prioritize a dragon and control of the dragon area of the map more than they do a tower. They lost the top outer tower, but that all stems from the fact that they allowed Darren to teleport there earlier on. First dragon goes to Gambit, they stole away the red buff from Fnatic, and now they're trying to secure their own blue buff. It's all on Peke to make a play with the Shockwave or Cyanide to smite steal this blue buff to turn it in Fnatic's favor. For the time being, that's a great Shockwave.
Shockwave coming in, there's no follow-up damage. Fnatic don't care here. This is simply a map play, stopping them doing the blue buff in one sweep, but also freeing up this middle lane so that the outer turret can be taken down by Lucian and Morgana, and that's going to go quickly. The blue buff may even be stolen away here by Fnatic on the way through, and that is top-notch play from Fnatic.
Very good strategic play. They knew that they had an advantage in that situation thanks to the disengage power of Lee Sin's ultimate, as well as the damage and disengage that a Shockwave is going to offer you. So in a 2 versus 3, 2 versus 4 setup, Fnatic hold Gambit off, prevent them getting their objective, get some very good vision around Gambit's blue buff, and grab their second tower of the game. So in order for Gambit to not fall further behind, they can't run the risk of losing control of their buffs. Because Fnatic are going to set their sights on this bottom turret, I imagine in the next sort of 3 to 4 minutes, it's just going to allow Fnatic to try and invade and get deeper vision. That's not what Gambit wants at this stage.
Fnatic having such a great go on that bottom outer turret as well. Worth noting that they actually kept their outer turret still alive, albeit by probably 1 or 2 auto attacks out of Genja there. But they've managed to alleviate that pressure, and you see the map movement from them. Orianna coming round. Lee Sin's going to join the party. That might force Edward and Genja to back away. They do finally have some backup here from Diamond, but that turret is being hammered at.
So the tidal wave is available for Edward. In order for a team fight to happen, I think they would need the teleport from Darien to come into play. Nobody can interrupt them because Soaz is pushing that middle lane up. Now this is what Fnatic want to do. With that sweeper picked up by Peke and the focus on the outer turrets, they're trying to get as much of a lead as possible early because Lulu needs time to scale. Caitlyn needs time to scale. Jax needs time to scale. So Fnatic are in a better position right now. If Fnatic do not grow a significant lead in the next 10 to 15 minutes, the composition of Gambit runs the risk of outscaling them. So Fnatic are playing correctly as their comp determines.
Right, I'm interested to see how Gambit can turn around this. They've not taken a single tower as of yet, done really no damage apart from a few minion shots here to that mid lane turret. We said it before, the bottom lane is incredibly low, so that's an obvious first choice for them as Diamond comes around here, but they've simply not got the presence there with Reckless and Xpeke, Shockwave being up and the Culling even to throw in on top of that one. No real chance of picking up kills there for Gambit. They still, by the way, 13 minutes into this game, have no first blood as of yet, showing how carefully and more strategically than just piling on in for those ganks and the fights that this game is going.
Now this is where Fnatic need to completely grab control of Gambit's jungle. Breaking that inner ring of turrets is actually pretty difficult, especially when teams have fairly reliable wave clear. Caitlyn, Lulu, and Nami have got AoE abilities. Nami's bubble can line up minions, prevent them from landing auto attacks on turrets. And I think if Fnatic do not break the inner line of turrets fairly quickly, you have to be afraid of what Lulu and Jax can do as the game progresses.
Speaking of Jax, Darien is ahead in CS of Soaz now, who his build going a little in a couple of different directions, let's call it. He went for the Vamp Scepter after his Chain Vest, picked himself up a Giant's Belt now as well, and we can see that already he's able to do some decent damage to Darien, who does have a slight advantage over him in terms of XP, but the CS really bang level at this stage.
So if I were Fnatic, I would try to put pressure on Darien. With Dragon coming up in a minute and a half, try force Darien either to go down or blow his teleport. If you can get his teleport, then you've got yourselves a potential second dragon, which is very good. That's a flash!
That's the flash going away. Ultimate used by Morgana. Soaz diving in as well. The bindings landed, but Fnatic already backing away. It was Yellowsaw that had the tower aggro, but Fnatic want the inner turret here. They've got 3 men hammering away. Gambit trying to rotate quickly around for this one with Nick coming out of the base, with the rest of the team coming up through their own jungle, but they won't be quick enough. Fnatic pick it up and run off.
That's exactly what Fnatic needs to do. If they can continue getting those inner turrets, forcing Gambit to the back foot, you can then starve Gambit of their buffs and of dragon control. That will allow Fnatic to extend the gold lead to a point where they are very comfortable looking for fights and forcing fights in those situations. It's 2,000 gold with Dragon up in a minute, but we need to keep tabs on Darien's teleport, as Fnatic are going to defend this middle turret. Gambit have yet to take a turret down, despite the bottom turret being like, what, 2 HP or 20 HP, whatever it is.
26, but I didn't check that at all, just a random guess, maybe, possibly. Genja's already pushing the minion wave, like, literally the minion wave will be enough to force that one down, unless, once again, Reckless is the hero and goes to defend. Either way, we've got Dragon coming up here, the more important factor in this game, in 20 seconds. Fnatic already pushing up that mid lane in anticipation of that one. Not much warding down for Gambit right now. They got a pink ward in the Death Brush, which They're not even going to go towards right now because, quite frankly, Fnatic themselves haven't got great vision there.
What I like is the fact that Soaz just backed off a moment or two ago, did go for that Sunfire Cape that you talked about earlier, Joe. It's going to give him split pushing power, and it's going to allow him to stay in those team fights a little longer, continually dealing damage. With Dragon being respawned, Soaz is running towards the pit, which does imply he doesn't need to burn his summoner spell. What that all equates to, if Fnatic win this next fight, then Fnatic can use the teleport of Soaz to push another lane. Look at the minions in the middle. Gambit are losing precious hit points on their inner turrets. Fnatic are going to look for a fight. He has a channel from Darien. We'll see if Cyanide can steal this away. He's gone in.
Already down to less than half HP. Cyanide will kick Darien away from them, stop himself from getting stunned up. It's Soaz that's right there in the middle of the fight. Cyanide has to flash away. The tidal wave will come through, but not really doing too much. There is the Dragon taken by Gambit, but the rest of Fnatic trying to close in for it. Soaz not got the damage, but maybe XPK will. He will pick up the kill there onto Darien, and now he's looking for even more. There's three of them. Start to track down Nick. He will boost himself away. Gets the shield on. Reckless dashes forward as well. Has he got enough damage here? Doesn't have too much mana. Two more auto attacks will do it, but the speed of Lulu saves Nick.
At the end of the day, the Dragon Gold goes in favor of Gambit, but that was a very awkward fight. Fnatic did not commit with all of their resources. Peke, Rekos, Yellowstar were skirting around on the outside, and there wasn't much interference from Gambit. The one thing you want to note, keep your eyes on the four members of Fnatic. They're slowly committing, but Yellowstar and Reckless are dancing around on the outside. Peke was nowhere to be seen, finally trying to come in. Peke was chasing Edward down. Now, yes, there was a lot of drama between the junglers and the top laners here, but Dragon ends up being secured by Gambit, and finally, Fnatic re-engage, but they're half in, they're half out. That was a little hesitant, I feel, from Fnatic, so it just makes me think their teamfight calling not the strongest. Gambit, I think, a little lucky to get away, only losing one member in that particular trade.
Cyanide tried to get himself in on that Dragon, a player who we've known in the past to be a master of stealing both Dragons and Barons. Seen it time and time again for him here in the LCS, and couldn't quite get it that time. Diamond really on point when it came to smiting down that second Dragon pickup of the game. It leaves us tied in kills at 1-for-1. The gold lead is 1,500 in favor of Fnatic still here, but that's, I mean, 4-0 in towers. That's not a big gold lead after such a massive start in terms of objectives.
2 Dragons and some pretty strong farming from the members of Gambit is helping them out in that regard. What you do need to note is there is now this window of opportunity where Soaz can punish Darien. Soaz has got his teleport up, and he wants to play split push. They've caught Edward!
Oh, he's going to throw down the tidal wave, but he's dead. Shockwave will actually bring in Diamond as well, but they were looking for that single kill and possibly just back away from this one. Peke using his ball to zone the rest of the Diamond, the Gambit team away there, Diamond included. And Darien, as you said, now may feel a bit of pressure from Soaz, or not. He may just go usual Darien style, dives in onto it because he's got Diamond coming in, but the cocoon whiffs wide.
Yeah, Diamond's a little bit in the rough this game, not connecting with those cocoons like we've, come to expect from him. I do want to highlight the fact that the first upgraded boots on the Fnatic side is currently Captain Boots by Yellowstar. So if there was ever a signal that Fnatic wanted to play the map and wanted to rotate and move around very quickly, those Captain Boots are going to help them get more pressure on the towers quicker. The only scary thing is that also implies Yellowstar is going to be going for Flash Soul Shackle engages, which will be great for his team, but it's going to leave Reckless very, very exposed if that comes to pass.
Yeah, and that leaves then Darien pretty much free reign at the back, unless he's the one that does get banded up at the start of things. He, of course, got that Blade of the Ruin King in. The CS between the top laners very much even. The AD carries have evened out. The big difference sits in the jungle, with Diamond quite far ahead there, about 20 CS, but more in the mid lane. XPK pretty much running wild. He's 1,000 gold overall ahead of Nick.
That's a massive CS advantage. Nick is struggling with this Lulu pick, and I think if you play Orianna correctly, you can use the ball to zone and get more of your auto attack harassed down. Unfortunately, we weren't paying too much attention to that mid lane to see if that was Nick just playing too passive and afraid, or if it was Peke playing well. What it does equate to, once Peke gets that death cap completed, there will not be man waves that he's throwing out as long as he gets the right targets. But like I said, I really like the rest of Fnatic's comp for cleaning up They've got a lot of champions that can run your opponents down and secure those kills, especially now that Soaz has got that Bilgewater Cutlass as well. So an additional tool of crowd control to keep Gambit under control.
Let's have a look at the map here, because we've seen Yellowstar on the bottom side of the jungle being quite active in terms of clearing out vision here. See there, another ward going over. We've got 1.5 minutes till the Dragon comes up. 3 men from Fnatic pretty much inside and around that blue buff area. They need to be careful. Gambit have a pretty much full team in here. They did, however, force Diamond to smite that blue buff away. Doesn't go to Nick this time.
What I like about Fnatic's push, they were preventing Gambit from getting to that tower very quickly. Had Fnatic had more of the correct members in that mid lane, they could have got more damage on that inner turret. This is the line that Gambit needs to hold. If Gambit can maintain some control of those last 2 inner turrets, it's going to buy them a lot of time to ramp up their champions that need those items and need that gold. But as you can see, Fnatic pushing on multiple fronts. They caught Diamond. I don't know if they're going to go all in for the kill, but they've pushed Gambit away, and now Gambit are going to lose this bottom inner turret.
Yeah,
they're going to be too late.
That's the beauty of this one from Fnatic. Keep a hold of that bottom side of the map. It means that Reckless is safe to push in this bottom lane, and he's already down to half HP before that second minion wave comes through. That's a free turret here. I don't really want to call it a free turret because Fnatic earned it both with vision control and pressure on that bottom side of the map to force Gambit away and stop them from challenging.
The timing was so good. Peke was pushing mid lane, Reckless was pushing bottom lane, and you had Cyanide and Yellowstar in the jungle keeping Gambit's attention. The moment Gambit picked one lane to go to, it allowed Fnatic a left or a right decision to go and push a tower down. So they secure themselves their 5th tower of the game. The scary thing is, with a 4-tower advantage, they're only 2,000 gold up. If Gambit starts securing more of those towers or reply, they should even or overtake Fnatic in total gold. Dragon has respawned and Fnatic at better positioning right now, but they need to rush it down and not get caught by a multi-man Wild Growth, multi-man Counter-Strike. Teleport is available and not needed by Darien. Soaz this time will need a TP in for the fight in camp. There's no hesitation. They clearly want this Dragon. They may trade Dragon in a turret though.
Fnatic are just as decisive here as Gambit. Gambit saying we want Dragon, we're going to take Dragon. Fnatic saying let's play the tower game here. They go straight towards that inner turret in the middle lane. Would be the final inner turret of the game if they can get this one down. Tidal wave coming through. Edward the one right at the front here, but they focus on the turret right now. Just a couple more hits and it'll go down. There's the culling coming through. Turret is still alive, but just 1, maybe 2 hits here from either player would take that one down. In the end, Fnatic say, you know what, top lane's pushing as well, let's go there.
Yeah, Gambit a little undecided. They were thinking about pushing the middle lane. They've all decided to run back. They're going to arrive very late. All 5 members of Fnatic are on the inhibitor turret. This is so massive for them. Against a team where they're a little afraid to team fight, they grab themselves a turret and just completely control the map. Finally, a cocoon hits from Diamond, but it doesn't matter because the rest of his team can't respond.
Not sure whether Gambit really played that as best they possibly could. They thought they'd force them away from that inner turret. Top lane pushing all the way through, and Fnatic very, very quick to decide. Something that I think has been lacking in a lot of Fnatic's play in recent months. If you look at them from All-Stars, even sometimes in the spring split, and certainly here in the early games of the summer split as well, they seem to have done a lot of work this week because they're more decisive than we've seen them in a long time.
There is a risk though. If Fnatic ever get caught as a 3 or 4-man team, Jax, Lulu, and Nami can hold them in place long enough for Jax to tear them apart. So Fnatic need to be 100% on point with their ward control, which is what we've seen multiple times in Gambit's jungle, and their decision making. Fnatic have always found a way to just squeeze through Gambit as a team and grab the towers they want. A light breath of fresh air will knock down this mid-inner turret, and then all of a sudden Gambit now need to redouble their efforts at vision, and also not get caught napping, because they really have been. Fnatic have just said, well, we know Gambit's going to go for Dragon, so screw it. Give them Dragon, we'll grab, that's going to be an inner turret and an inhibitor turret for 1 Dragon. That was what Gambit got from this whole deal a few minutes ago.
That turret's not going to be coming up, and Fnatic can always challenge for the next Dragon to come in. We see there Xpeke bullying Darien away completely. He's going random in Zoman as his second item after picking up earlier on that Blade of the Ruined King. Other side, we see that Soaz keeping up that trend of kind of half here, half there. Got a Warden's Mail, also got his Cutlass, so he's going to come out in the end with 3 big items, a Sunfire Cape, the Randuins, and a Blade of the Ruined King a little bit later.
I really like Fnatic's decision-making around the map. We have still yet to see their their overall communication level in team fights. It does look like they've caught Diamond.
There goes the shockwave as well. Have they got the damage to finish off? Soaz is going to try and chase into this one. He's already used the Cutlass here. That will be a good lookup, but Darian's actually in behind them. He's already causing problems, but Reckless joining the party, throws down the Cutlass. They actually kicked him away there from the Culling, and now they try and turn this one around. Soaz the first focus, but in the end, Gambit not feeling strong enough. They finally have Genja there with them, but Fnatic have already backed away from danger.
The strongest tools for Gambit revolve around that Tidal Wave and the Wild Growth. I think Nick did the right thing. He held onto the Wild Growth for a long time. The fact that that ultimate is available means that Fnatic need to be very wary if they want to continue that extended fight. If Jax gets into 2 or 3 members and knocks them up and slows them down, they're in trouble. Now Genja is on the back foot, flashes away the Dark One. He needed to do that.
Yeah, I think it was waiting to see, am I in range? Is it going to time out there before it hits me? I don't know. I can't risk that one. Flash away. Good move from Genja to stay safe. We're almost half an hour into this game. 2-1 in kills, showing how much more focus is being put here, specifically I think from Fnatic onto getting those towers and getting out quickly than sticking around trying to fight.
That's what I actually appreciate is, oh, Darren's in trouble. Doesn't have his flash either. Does he have a ward to put down? Does have his trinket ward actually, so gonna need to hop away. But what I really like is even though it's a low kill count, it does mean that it's still been an action-packed game. Fnatic have found moments where they can jump in and punish Gambit. Unfortunately, grab some Baron aggro. I just very quickly want to highlight Genja being forced to blow his flash. Last week, a lot of members of Gambit, Darian had multiple times, Genja multiple times, even Edward, were caught out of position and gave up free kills that they did not need to do. This time around, it only cost Genja his flash. I say it only cost him his flash like it's nonchalant, but if Soaz or Cyanide jump on him, that could cost his life because he doesn't have a flash for a very important team fight at 30 minutes. We'll see if it comes back to haunt him.
See more wards being cleared at the Baron area. Gambit themselves moving in. Keep an eye on that bottom lane as Yellowstar going to get jumped on there. Not too much. Well, there was quite a lot of damage, but nothing really to follow up as Cyanide going right into the middle of the team. Not sure about this one. He's going to fall very, very low. Soaz will come in to try and rescue him. Diamond now there as well. And there is Yellowstar giving him the heal from the Mikhails. And it's Diamond that could be in trouble. Half HP for him. Hard to hit those binding with the Spiderlings there as well. But Gambit able to fend off that attack. We do see on the top lane though, those minions still pushing in. Fnatic going to push up middle possibly? No, they're not.
So 2 things. Number 1, Peke was forced away. That was a fight on 2 fronts and Peke gave up his life. Secondarily to that, Fnatic only started to pick fights when there was massive minion waves in the bottom and top lane pushing against Gambit's base. Gambit have done a very poor job of controlling the minion waves and forcing Fnatic to defend. You've seen in that previous fight, you know, Cyanide tried to force something. He tried to force an engage and play around the map, but it didn't matter. It didn't come out in his favor. I actually would have liked to have seen Fnatic commit more to the fight and allow Soaz to teleport the bottom lane and get that next inhibitor turret. It didn't work out that way, and a risky moment. 7 towers to 1 at 30 minutes and still only 1,500 gold.
Crazy stuff, and that's going to become a little bit less here as Gambit will claim themselves a dragon for nothing. There was a ward down in the back of the pit from Fnatic, but 4 dragons out of 4 leave them just 500 gold behind. 6 towers down. That is incredibly well done here. I just want to touch on the mid lane again because we were talking earlier about how Peke had farmed himself to a massive lead. That has been brought back with those waves constantly pushing up against Gambit, and Nick has done a great job of bringing himself to almost level there on the CS.
Now this is the point in the game where if Gambit get caught with their pants around their ankles, they will give up an inhibitor. If, however, they have the appropriate vision and do not get out-rotated by Fnatic, they have a very strong team fight composition. We'll see how Gambit plays the Baron dance, because we are in Europe and dancing around Baron is a requirement of every LCS level game. Vision has been in favor of Fnatic for most of the last 6 minutes, and Gambit have done not a great job of countering it. They face-checked previously, Cyanide got caught out. This time around, they're once again just using brute force. Genja is backing off. Why are you backing away? The rest of the team, here come Fnatic.
Yeah, there's a kick out. Darian going to get kicked in towards Yellowstar, who throws his ultimate down. They may get Jax out of the equation. The tidal wave comes over, but it's Peke that gives them the kill. That is a big spawn timer now, 40 seconds until Darian can come back in. It gives Fnatic a 1-man advantage that may become more. Great Q from Cyanide. Gets him onto Diamond. The slow will keep him in position, but have they got the damage here to finish off? There's a shockwave. That should do it. No, why?
Wild Growth and Repel.
Wild Growth and Repel coming in there. Gets himself out. Genja will actually pick up Cyanide. And look at Diamond walking away like some kind of 8-legged freak.
Somebody needs to ask Gambit what they were doing. Genja did recall from that mid lane. It just allowed Fnatic to jump on Darien, who was 1v4 in that situation, and they killed him. Very luckily, Fnatic needed to chase for such an extended period of time, and they didn't get anything further. Genja responds to the team fight quickly enough to get a kill, and to grab Gambit's second tower of the game. Now with Darien respawned and no Cyanide, Gambit should clear out the vision in the Baron pit, put their own vision down, and gain control of it. Unfortunately, the emphasis is on recalling and healing and spending some of the gold, but vision and map control is still with Fnatic. Gambit, they need to understand it's not about killing the heroes, it's about playing the map, getting the objectives.
I hate to be the one that brings up All-Star here as well for Fnatic, but chasing kills was something that they did time and time again in Paris, and were really punished for doing so. We saw there again, chasing down Diamond, Wild Growth, Repel, keeping him alive. And we see now that Fnatic actually turning straight towards the Baron. There's vision in there for Gambit, but Fnatic are sticking to it.
Crucially, there's no tidal wave yet. Edward needs to buy some more time. Baron has been shredded down to less than a third. If Darien gets in there with a good counter-strike, that's going to be great. That's what they wanted.
Wild Growth coming in as well. Peke is going to go down here, surely. He does get the shockwave up, but Nick will secure the kill for them. Tidal wave goes through as well, and Fnatic being forced back here as Darien jumps in again. The culling will force Gambit to back away somewhat, but with one man down on a 40-second spawn timer, Gambit the ones now with prime position on the Baron itself. Fnatic have to challenge for this somehow, or are they just going to give it up?
Cyanide's looking for the steal. He needs to have a perfect smite. Edward is looking for the bubble. Let's see if he can get it.
King of Steals, can he do it again? Q goes through, but he's already dead. They've got the walls over. Gambit get the kill, secure the Baron as well. Really well played, and Fnatic again gonna be looking back on that one and saying what happened to us. That was a very risky move to start with, and it's cost them.
Fnatic took too long to try and force that objective. At 30 minutes on the clock, the Blade of the Ruined King, as well as that Random Zone, were complete for Darien. He jumped into 4 members, completely aware Wild Growth was going to help them out. Gambit have only got 3 towers, but it's 3 crucial towers as this opened them up onto this middle inhibitor trap. They've caught Yellow Star. Nobody's going to go for it just yet.
No follow through. It's actually going to be Edward, I think, that was tanking up the turret there for a while. Genja also getting a hit from the newly respawned in XPK, but Gambit with that fresh Baron buff move through, take themselves the inhibitor turret. Funnily enough, only their 4th turret of the game, and now they're setting up a trap. This could be dangerous. Well, or not. Yellow Star just throwing down his tormented soil. Gambit continue to back away.
So they're going to get back. They should even be able to spend their money and get in place to challenge for Dragon.
They got so much of it as well. Look at that.
Massive amount of cash. 3k gold for Nick. He's got 1,500 more than Peke. This is a very strong swing in power. You know, Gambit's composition was always going to scale. It was always going to do effectively. And Fnatic played the early and the mid game pretty effectively. They got a lot of towers down. They had, I would say, complete map control. But unfortunately, they couldn't punish Gambit hard enough. They only had a 2,000 gold lead, and Gambit could still pick and choose the fights they wanted. Even with a non-ideal team fight earlier, Gambit made it work. They made their composition survive long enough to weaken Fnatic's composition.
Incredible game so far. Still only 8 kills into this 35-minute game up until now. 7-4 Fnatic leading on those towers. They've both gotten an inhibitor turret down a piece. Obviously, Fnatic taking the top inhib turret of Gambit away earlier on. The middle one down after that Baron pickup by Gambit. We've got 30 seconds till Dragon, which, the way this game has gone, you'd think Gambit will be the ones in position from that one, but Fnatic could do with that bit of a boost. But is it worth it? This is a Baroned up Gambit.
So at this point in time, if Fnatic get Dragon, Gambit should be happy to put more pressure on the map. The next big team fight can and most likely will determine the victor of the game. With an exposed inhibitor, if anyone loses quite heavily, that's it. You will lose your base. Fnatic need to catch Gambit out of position. Fnatic needs to catch multiple members of Gambit defending, or for example in this scenario, get them under a tower with only 2 or 3 members of the team alive. Gambit grab their 5th tower of the game, and you see they're still putting pressure on the rest of Gambit barreling down mid lane. This could be so scary. If Fnatic encompass and catch Gambit, they could get an inhibitor.
Well, the three trying to run away from this one. They've got Nami on Lulu. Two champions that's going to speed them out there if needed. And we see the inner turret in that top lane going down, and Fnatic have dawdled around somewhat here. They're going to now try to recall to stop that top lane push. They need to be real quick. This is a Jax we're talking about who's going to just hammer through those turrets without too many problems. He's got Diamond there for backup as well. Don't think they're going to get it unless Darian keeps on those swag pants. He does it. He's going to take down the inner turret and jumps away to Diamond. Is it to safety though? We're going to find out as Soaz will dive in there. Cyanide is also around, but here comes Nick from the side. And no, they don't chase out. Really well done by Gambit.
Very good strategic decision. Gambit measured up the cost of Dragon versus those towers, got themselves 3 towers in response to only 1. And in a matter of minutes, 6 minutes time, Gambit have swung from being 2,000 gold down to being 6,000 gold up, with 2 inhibitors exposed. Now, Fnatic couldn't win straight-up team fights 10 minutes ago, and they're terrified of starting a fight now. Inhibitors should be given up, and if Fnatic go in, this could turn bad.
There we go, Cyanide will actually dive into the middle of the team, but it's gone wrong for him. He's going to go down to Genja, and now Darian here on the front foot as well. The shockwave not hitting anyone, not hitting a single soul. The inhibitor will go down. They're using everything they've got here to force Gambit to back away, but the inhib's down, and the top inhib's open as well.
Yeah, Gambit can continue this pressure. They've got so many tools to lock members of Fnatic up, hold them in place long enough. That is 2 inhibitors off of 1 team fight. Gambit's comp had hit the power spike it needed, and there's very little Fnatic can do without Gambit making a mistake. That is a very strong fight. I think, you know, Soaz, he tried to force a play looking for Genja, and Genja actually flashed over. We were looking for the Dragon's Rage kick there from Cyanide. It just wasn't ideal. He ends up helping Darian and saying, hey, there you go, there's the rest of my team, bro. Have a hand, and unfortunately that shockwave, that's what we talked about. You have to hit multiple members. Unfortunately, it's too late in the game for it to matter, because even if it had hit multiple members, the wild growth was still there, the Glitter Lancers slowed the rest of Fnatic down, and they'd lost one of their major frontline champions in Cyanide.
There was no follow-up, even if it had probably caught all of the team in that one. Just want to touch on items here again, because Darian now has a Trinity Force on top of that Blade of the Rune King and the Random Endowment from earlier on in the matchup, so looking incredibly deadly. Mid lane as well, Nick with the Death Cap, with Lich Bane, with a Void Staff on top of his Athene's first item. Also, we've seen it, the wild growth keeps pretty much anyone alive who jumps in there, or who doesn't get jumped in there, who gets jumped on. Although we saw there Cyanide had a perfect opportunity to try and kick someone in. Gambit controlled him completely, and in the end it was a panic kick, I think, more than anything, that sent Darian into the rest of the team.
Very good play from Gambit, simply having a comp that they gave up, I think, calculated towers early, the outer turrets. They then got pushed around for the inner turrets. Those were mistakes. They were caught unawares, and now they've just hit this power spike that their comp is simply superior. Because of the protection that Nami and Lulu offer Jax, you haven't felt that Darian is at threat of really going down for the last few team fights. Super minions barreling top and middle, Gambit playing this by the numbers, just getting control of the map, and I think they'll siege up this bottom tower either until Baron respawns in a minute, or until super minions pull a team member away. Gambit don't want to run the risk of tower diving. There is still enough damage from Fnatic to be a threat, but they can use the map to their advantage, and I don't know if they'll go for the tower. I think maybe a peel away for Baron might be the smarter option.
See though, those super minions now barreling down the top lane. Soaz is trying to deal with them in the mid lane. Basically, it's a 4 versus 5 if Gambit start fighting right now or not, because Darian's just backed away. But either way, Peke here, you have to feel he's going to be the key man. He has to hit a massive shockwave if Fnatic are going to be able to hold on to this one. And with Darian now pressuring on the top side of the map as well, Soaz can't deal with him.
Super importantly, there are multiple super minions alive. Their passives and the damage amplification with other minions stack. So this is such a smart play from Darian. Force Soaz to tank up those turrets. Now Soaz needs to go back and heal. There's more super minions in the mid lane, and in the 4v, what is 3 now, that's great damage on Yellow Star. So Gambit are playing this one very effectively. Darian may even get some auto attacks on this Nexus turret, although not now that there's 2 more members of Fnatic pulling away.
Yeah, pulled 3 members away. Xpeke and Cyanide, the only 2 on the turret. We see that the wave clear from them good enough right now to actually keep Gambit away somewhat, but they're just going to push around towards the mid lane by the looks of things, or maybe not, maybe even further north to the Baron, which has now spawned in. This should be an easy one for them, with Fnatic having to defend all out to keep their base up.
Yeah, the amount of damage that Fnatic were taking, they can't run the risk of committing a full 5-man team without running the risk of letting those super minions overrun them. Remember, Darian has teleport, so if there's an opportunity for a backdoor, hey, it could be used. This should go down before Fnatic even get in range. And truthfully, it is what we were expecting. It is what we were anticipating from that bottom lane siege. The only question is now, how did Gambit break the defense of Fnatic? And I think it's going to be on this next spawn of inhibitors. I think at this point in time, inhibitors are getting very close to respawning. Another 15 to 20 seconds. First one is already up. So Gambit can just redo that double inhibitor team fight, completely get control of the game, and at this stage, death time is maybe so high that Gambit can push down the Nexus turrets.
Yellowstar's actually going to go aggressive and try and start something of his own here. Will be able to stun out Edward, but a great tidal wave comes away, and they pick off Cyanide in the process. Peke going to get bubbled to try and get onto him. They're not quick enough, though. Look at this. This is the tankiest man on the Fnatic team as Darian dives in. Wild Growth, Shockwave comes in, but it's all too late here. Gambit running through Fnatic. Reckless and Soaz, the only two men left alive. This should be game.
Fnatic tried to make a play, but it was too little, and it was too late. The Dragon's Rage wasn't even used by Cyanide. He got killed so quickly and took so much damage. And Peke tried to channel that Shockwave. It's still available for casting, so I think he was killed before it even happened. Reckless is dead. This is a win for Gambit.
This is a win for Gambit. Soaz gonna be polymorphed up, having a bit of a dance at the back of the Nexus. He knows there's nothing that he can do to stop this win going to Gambit. They pick up the first win of week 2, and such an important one for them in the grand scheme of things. For Nick, maybe more than anyone else on this Gambit team. He finishes 2-0-8 there on a Lulu who had such a tough time in the early stages of this game, specifically against Peke, who was dominating him in lane, but Gambit showing that without LCS they can still put up the wins.
100% of the kills Nick was involved in. You compare that to his very first game with Gambit, where he was involved in 0-0-0 at the end of that game. This time, 2-0-8 in his team's 10 kills. That was actually a very good mid to late game from Gambit. They weighed up the Dragon versus Towers in that top lane push early on and got a strong lead from it. They do still need to work on their early game vision, because Fnatic just found opportunities, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough for Fnatic to really get control of that game.
And I said it a couple of times that this was the strongest we've seen Fnatic in the early to mid game in terms of decision making. They moved around the map without any real hesitation. Credit to Yellowstar for the control that he exerted on the bottom side of the Gambit jungle, which, funnily enough, didn't really offer them up the dragon control which you'd maybe expect from having such a big grip on that area of the map.
The thing is, the comp of Fnatic was always going to be tailored to sort of split pushing and trying to get Shyvana to do most of the map-related work. And once Soaz was unable to 1v1 Darian and Jackson, was unable to keep him in check, the whole game just swung in favor of Gambit. They lost an inhibitor turret, and from that point on, Gambit were just like, no, we're having none of this. And they forced team fights. But again, if we go back to the Baron fight in the mid lane, where Cyanide was lost and Darian was picked up, that was terrible. Genji was recalling, Nick was in the mid lane, Darian and Edward are just sort of by themselves chilling, going to clear wards. They weren't on the same page. So I think great team fights late game, but there is still very questionable decision-making here from the team and the individual players.
Still a lot to work on, that's for sure. The fact is, though, as I said right at the start of this game, before we even got into the game, Nick has an important, if not possibly the most important role in the team in that mid lane. Still going to take time for him to, I think, number one, get up to the general level of a lot of these mid laners here in the LCS, get comfortable on the stage, get comfortable with his team. Either way, it's a great performance from him and Gambit. A win over Fnatic, always something that they'll enjoy. We actually have Shock standing by now on stage with Gambit's Diamond after that win.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'm EUCS Shock supporter, joined here by Diamond from Gambit after that fantastic win versus Fnatic. Talk me through the game. Very low kill count in the beginning. It seemed to be all about the strategy.
Yeah, it was hard to get kills because enemies were playing very passive and they were just only grouping to take objective, which we didn't contest except for dragons, and they took pretty much, I think, 6 towers against our 0 towers, but we took all the dragons and we won, so our strategy was better.
Absolutely, and in the end, Nick also playing very well here on Lulu. How have you been interacting with him? What is your impression of him, both inside and outside of the game?
He's a very nice guy outside of the game, and it's really it's a joy to talk with him, discuss some strategies about game and about life overall. And in the game, he is a really good mid laner, and I'm really satisfied that he is in our team.
Oh, glad to see that you guys are bouncing back from, of course, Alex-ish leaving. Has that made you the new team captain of the team? Have you assumed new roles in the team now that Alex is left?
Everyone is doing their jobs, just like it was in the Gambit. We didn't have a captain, I think, and right now Genji is talking about, is helping us with overall strategies in the game. What should we do when Darien should come, when Darien should push, when Darien should leave the farm to Genji and stuff like that. Edward is more about small shot calling. I'm more about moral factor.
All right, very interesting. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, I'll be breaking down this game together with D-Man and Officio. And our next LCS matchup, the Copenhagen Wolves versus the Super Hot Crew, will kick off. Stick around.
Yeah, I'll take the win.
If Darien gets in there with a good counter-strike, that's going to be great. That's what they wanted.
Wild Growth coming in as well. Peke's going to go down here, surely. He does get the shockwave off, but Nick will secure the kill for them. Tidal Wave goes through as well, and Fnatic being forced back here. Look at this. This is the tankiest man on the Fnatic team as Darien dives in. Wild Growth, shockwave comes in, but it's all too late here.
Welcome back, everyone. In our first game of the day, Gambit beat Fnatic, and I'm here with Liedeman Smith and Martin Defusio Lunge to talk about how they did it. And let's start at picks and bans. Gambit coming out with a very well-rounded comp, Korean inspiration, but the Caitlyn, which you found a little odd.
Almost, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say I found it odd, but at least Kog'Maw would have been the preferred pick over in Korea, especially with Nami, because yes, you lack some mobility on the Kog'Maw, that's why you have Nami to help you, to peel for you. Caitlyn can survive on her own, and also, I think the reason he actually picked Caitlyn was because he wanted to be more safe versus Lucian in lane, first of all, in case they got into 2v2, and also because he was afraid of the Shyvana or Yana shockwave combo coming towards him. If he was Kog'Maw, if he didn't have flash, he would just be caught by it and die.
And it showed because it was Gambit that moved, made sure they stayed in that 2v2 lane swap, made sure they didn't get initiated, go 2v1. So they made sure they stayed in that 2v2. And obviously that led down towards the bottom lane, which was where Gambit really just kept things going on the Dragon. Obviously it left top tower open to Reckless. They pretty much, Fnatic were taking towers throughout that game, but Dragon control, as Diamond had just mentioned, was all about Gambit.
Absolutely, but yet when we were watching it in the beginning, we thought Fnatic taking all those towers, will Gambit bounce back? And much like the game versus SK, Fnatic just couldn't keep it going.
Well, first of all, when you get all these towers, you should at least get full control of the map. So it means next time Dragon spawns, all the outer turrets are gone from Gambit. Fnatic could go into the blue side of the jungle from Gambit, put up a lot of wards, just wait for them, spot them out around the Dragon, kill them, take the Dragon, move on. Instead, they kept focusing on towers again and again, so they gave the Dragons to Gambit here. And if you can't even control the Dragon, when you have so many towers down from the enemy team, your map control is awful, just to say it straight up. And your decision-making isn't correct, because it was too easy for Gambit to pick up these Dragons, to stay even in gold, even though they were so far behind, and then get to the point, especially where Jax, and also, of course, Genji and Caitlyn could really start to shine in team fights.
And it was a strange issue, because Fnatic basically was so fast in their movement, their fluidity, you know, they let or pressured the Dragon. I think it was the second Dragon in the game, and then when they took the mid tower and the blue buff and basically kept Gambit away, and then again, they did the same tactical movement. Instead, they pressured and then Gambit quickly defended the mid tower, so they went straight up top and took the in-aim turret. So Fnatic were quick at reacting, but for some reason they didn't really work with the pressure on the map.
I mean, we have to give them some credit. It was a great start early on. They got all the towers down, it was good movements. Gambit were on the back foot pretty much the entire early game, especially when it came to moving around the lanes. There was always a lane pushing from Fnatic they could rotate to, take a tower, go back to the other lane, take the next tower. Gambit just had to run behind them all the time trying to defend. So credit to Fnatic here. But it's simply the fact they didn't control the right places on the map at the right time. Sometimes it felt like they placed, I wouldn't say too many wards, but they had wards so many different places where they wouldn't even be going. So they invested a lot of vision into, let's say, the top side when Dragon was about to spawn, which meant there was not enough vision down there, or they weren't in a position to then take the Dragon when it actually spawned, so Gambit could go in and get it. So maybe they were a little bit too far ahead.
And talking about objective, the objective of objectives, Baron, of course, not going in Fnatic's way, and maybe they try to go for it at a point that Gambit's comp had just scaled too much already.
So, scaled too much already, it's a bit hard to say, because the comp from Fnatic wasn't bad in the late game. I mean, they had a lot of champions who, with Lucian, Shyvana, of course, Orianna, all do really well in the late game. It was more the fact that Gambit managed to hold them off from starting the Baron, and if you start the Baron at this point here, let's say you're 5 members, there's 4 members from Gambit waiting around, you're going to take some damage from the Baron. You're going to get in a bad position where, as Trevor mentioned a lot of times, if you group up together, Wild Growth comes in on the Jax who jumps towards you, knock up multiple members, like we saw in the big team fight where actually Gambit turned everything around, it's very, very hard for you to do anything. So once they got grouped up around this Baron here, it was easy for Gambit to just hold them off again and again and continue to farm and then wait for the right team fight when they were strong enough and get the kills they needed, and also the Baron.
Yeah, and of course, you know, from there, obviously Gambit went on to basically take the advantage. As Trevor mentioned, they went from 2,000 gold down to 6,000 gold up and suddenly equal in turrets. But you got to look at Gambit, and while it was a good win, it was far from a convincing win. You could look at when Darian jumped in with Jax, Genji was recalling in the mid and went back to base. So they're still not quite on the same page right now. So there's still issues in Gambit.
Yeah. It seems at least a little bit solo queue play for the team in general. Also why they were on the back foot in the starting the laning phase. They weren't ready to defend the towers. They didn't predict, okay, where's Fnatic going to push next? Or do we need to stop this wave up top lane? What's going to happen if we don't stop it in the next minute? And that's what Fnatic were better at doing it. And that's also where it shows for Gambit some solo queue mentality, maybe some shot calling, which wasn't on point. I'm not sure if Alex was actually the shot caller for Gambit or not. But obviously, if he was, it's hard now for the next guy to step up and learn it. So it could take some time.
Well, in any case, a good victory for Gambit, but a lot to work on for both teams, I think, is the conclusion. And now let's head back over to Joe and Quickshot for our next game.
Thank you very much, Shock. So let's get into it then as the Copenhagen Wolves face the Super Hot Crew. These teams had a 2-2 head-to-head record against each other in the spring split, and they both needed to re-qualify for the summer split here after the Wolves finished in 6th and the Super Hot Crew finished in 7th. Now, last week the Wolves didn't have the greatest of starts with their new players Airwax and Ro8.
So yeah, last week the Wolves, they pulled out some new champions and some compositions that personally just didn't hit the mark. I think it boils down more to execution and individual ability more so than their theoretical approach. So to give you an example, when playing their Yasuo knock-up based composition with Zyra, with Lulu, with Yasuo, they just didn't execute team fights well enough to take advantage. And truthfully, Youngbuck did not look too great on Lulu. He played it twice last week, left me wanting more. Now, the Wolves really need to work on their team fights, but not just that on that one composition, because they were lacking in 3 of their 4 games last week. The lone exception was their win against Millennium, and even that was only because of Airwax on E flanking. Early and leading up to those points, they were struggling very hard.
And the Super Hot Crew, on the other hand, looked surprisingly good. They ended the week 2-2, having taken down both Ro8 and Alliance, but then they gave up games to Millennium and SK Gaming. In the mid lane, Selfie really looks to be a bigger presence this split. He's expanded his champion pool at this level and has also had the chance to play Yasuo.
Yeah, so his Yasuo game was absolutely fantastic. He destroyed Alliance almost single-handedly, and it's clear why so many people banned this champion against him. I expect that trend to continue.
Yes.
Importantly, we do have to note that last week he also played Yasuo, Kayle, and Kassadin. We've also seen Twisted Fate. Don't forget that we've seen him on Fizz during the promotion tournament as well. So I'm very interested to see which champions he'll play this week, and considering how poor he played towards the end of the split, that's a very positive upswing. I just think the biggest improvement for the Super Hot Crew stems from their laning phase to their mid-game play. They've just improved immensely since the spring split, and they gave us the most exciting game of the week, in my opinion, when they pushed SK Gaming to the absolute limit in the very last game of the week. So I want to see if they can keep that positive swing, keep that positive trend, and still play together well enough here in week 2.
Both of these teams found themselves on the brink last split, but managed to fight their way back in the summer promotion tournament. And with new players on both sides, could come down to the squad that's got the most synergy.
Super Hot Crew are a bit of a random team like us. Like they can do really well or they can do really bad. It depends on the day, it depends on the picks, it depends on their mood.
I believe they can be good team, but they need time. Yeah, I think they're gonna be better in like 4 or 5 weeks.
We can be very strong the one day and weak the other day, so it's probably going to be a match that is determined by the emotions of the players.
They were a lot better before, I think, and they've lost 2 of their playmakers, and that's pretty bad. Their replacements are actually really good, but I think Forgiven and Amazing were like above everyone else, where these guys are like on the level.
Their strength is pretty much Airwax. He's a pretty good guy, and he knows when to do stuff, but you need time to synergize with each other.
I think the Copenhagen Wolves had shown that they have a really good early and mid game, but they seem to drop off into the late game. They seem to make some small mistakes, some small rotation mistakes, and if we can stop them in the early game, then we can shut them down completely. If they go to the late game, then we just have to show that we're better at late game and aim picks for that.
And I really find myself agreeing with We Will Failure on this one, that the early mid-game has not been that big of a problem for the Wolves. Even when we look at last split, it's always been the late game where they struggle so much in, number one, keeping a strong lead intact, and number 2, once they've done that, actually winning the game.
Interestingly, this split from the games we've seen in the Super Hot Crew, the early mid-game is now their strength as well. I'm not entirely convinced by their late-game play, so they squandered a little bit against SK. We'll see how they handle themselves against the Wolves.
Well, we're getting closer, so let's check out the starting lineups of this one. On the blue side for the Copenhagen Wolves is Youngbuck in the top lane, Airwax in the jungle, Coutard in the mid lane, and the duo of Ro8 and Unlimited.
And of course, on the red side, it is the Super Hot Crew, with Mimer in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie playing the mid lane with Mr. Riles We will fail as your AD carry and support.
Let's go ahead and check your votes for this match. Looking at the numbers, your opinion is that the Super Hot Crew are going to win this one by 63%. A very close vote compared to what we've been seeing over the last week. And I think looking at current form and how things have gone down, pretty accurate.
Yeah, based on last week's performances, I would also give them a 2-to-1 odds in this particular victory. Super Hot Crew have shown they've played different compositions, played different selections of champions, and performed well with all of them. Copenhagen Wolves played a very similar style of champions last week and did not perform particularly well. So we'll see if they've maybe gone back to some old roots. I think my eyes are going to be on Youngbuck. He played Lulu twice, Vlad, and Trundle. And all of them were not particularly great.
So I'm going to look into my crystal ball of obviousness and say that Yasuo is probably going to be banned out in this one. Kowtow plays Yasuo. Selfie's been brilliant on Yasuo. There's surely no chance that he's going to go through this one. Or will it? Maybe I prove wrong on that one.
No, I agree with you. I think it's going to get banned. I expect the Kassadin ban as well. Both Kowtow and Selfie have played Kassadin in the past, so a lot of mid lane focus for two teams that are fairly hinged on their mid laner's performance, I think, if you look at the bigger picture of things.
So, the other bands coming out. LeBlanc taken away from Selfie. It was a LeBlanc that he really started with when he came into the Super Hot Crew in that last split. There's some more percentages for Kassadin on his ban total. 83% of games banned away. And also Lee Sin taken away here. Impaler, of course, really favoring that Lee Sin last week. In fact, played him in 2 out of 4 games. His other jungler was Elise in the 2 games as well.
That was also 2 games for Airwax. Airwax also played Lee Sin after his Yorick game very early on, and he's not going to get his hands on that Lee Sin today.
Oh, Evelyn taken out from the jungle, but that leaves the Rat still in play, and it's going to be picked up by Ro8. Both me and you obviously casted Ro8 playing for Denial when it came to the Challenger playoffs, and he was phenomenal when he got his hands on the Rat. That could be dangerous for the Super Hot.
I think it is dangerous. Twitch is probably the most sought after AD carry at the moment. Mr. Rolls does have options. He is probably the strongest mechanical player on Super Hot Crew, and he can run the option of going with Illusion plus an aggressive support to try for that 2v2. Alternatively, he's also one of the only players in the EU LCS running Draven on a regular basis. He played it once last week, did pick himself up a win, and does very well. So we'll see who and what Mr. Rolls and the rest of the team decides to lock in to counter the Rat.
So the other side here then for the Super Hot Crew, Shyvana picked up. Funnily enough, the only loss that they recorded last week to Millennium was a game where they didn't have Shyvana. All 3 wins had Shyvana in the top lane for Mima. Successful pick for them. I already talked about the fact that Impaler has played Evelyn in there with the Elise as well, and that was actually a win against SK Gaming where he had the Elise in the jungle.
Just from a stats perspective, very quickly, Mima in his 3 games had a 7.3 KDA on that Shyvana, and over for Elise, 1 win, 1 loss, Impaler recorded a 5.8 KDA. So if you just look from a statistical standpoint, these are great numbers for the Super Hot Crew. It's comfort picks, it's picks that they can find kills with and take part in team fights very effectively. It is also 2 champions that can make it to the backline onto a Twitch. Dragon's Descent and Repel are tools that you can use to get that Twitch down, and if they can jump to that Twitch, that could be the way to win a team fight.
On the other side, Leona locked in for Unlimited. If we look back to his picks so far, he has played himself 2 games on Leona, also 2 games on Zyra as well, but it will be Leona this time, and also taking Ziggs for the middle lane. Another champion which has been hotly contested around the place. This, though, for the Super Hot Crew could be very interesting. I'm not expecting to see Misfortune Vel'Koz, that's for sure.
I'm definitely not, although the amount of damage from the Lifeform Disintegration Ray and the bullet time is going to be very, very damaging. Not going to happen, though.
You almost forgot the easy one out.
I know, I got so excited about Lifeform Disintegration Ray. But the one thing I do want to touch on is just how much power there is in Disengage here from Kowtow. He's on a super comfort pick. Ziggs is was one of the priority mid laners, still features a lot in the European LCS, and if Kowtow gets any sort of lead, the bouncing bombs and the minefields can completely dissuade any Super Hot Crew team fight. It also gives Copenhagen Wolves a great way to defend towers, both aggressively and defensively in the early, mid, and late game.
So on the other side then, the bottom duo is going to be locked in here for the Super Hot Crew. Of course, the Wolves took theirs as the first and second pick. For the Super Hot Crew, it's Thresh and Lucian, two, I would say, big champions when you look at We Will Failure and Mr. Rolls as champion pools.
It's the default wife steal bottom lane. I mean, we've seen so much Thresh and Lucian all the time throughout the LCS. It's a comfortable pick for Mr. Rolls. He played it 3 games last week, as we've touched on. We Will Failure put up a good performance on Thresh. I liked his death sentences. Yeah. I liked his lantern ganks, and I feel like positionally, he did a good job at putting his box down. The scary thing is, can he do it against the comp now with this Ziggs, who is going to control him and push him back and bully him around? We'll see how he impacts and affects the Copenhagen Wolves.
So for the Wolves then, how are they going to finish off? Yorick in the jungle for Airwax. We've already seen it this split once already. That was their first game of the split actually against Alliance. 0-3-7 Airwax finish with that one. Also Vladimir coming in for Youngbuck, another recurring champion pick for him. The loss against Fnatic ended up with no kill, 6 deaths to his name and a single assist.
I'm not a big fan of what the Copenhagen Wolves have done. They've gone for another double AP comp. We've seen them running it last week as well. There's not a lot of natural innate synergy between the comps. Ziggs and Vlad want to, Ziggs wants to poke people from a distance. Leona wants to go all in. Vlad wants to pull underneath everybody, and Twitch wants to spray and pray over them. If they hit everything together, let's say you get a Solar Flare into a Mega Inferno Bomb, into the Hemo Plague and the Rat-a-tat-tat, yes, that will be great. But the possibility of that happening against a mobile Thresh, mobile Elise, mobile Shyvana is going to be very difficult to pull off. So for me, the Copenhagen Wolves need to look for skirmishes. For me, the Copenhagen Wolves need to stick together in 2s and 3s, force Super Hot Crew to play the skirmish game, and then simply outplay them with the damaging abilities and the range that Copenhagen Wolves will have. The final lock-in for the Super Hot Crew is going to help counterbalance that range poke of Ziggs, and it's going to be the Nidalee for Selfie. So it's another champion that we're seeing him add to his repertoire in the summer split. 5 games, 5 different champions.
Yeah.
And I like the synergy. If you get poked from Nidalee down, you can have support from Elise, from Shyvana, from Thresh. They also have disengage and engage potential. So I think Super Hot Crew is a little more well-rounded. But if Copenhagen Wolves hits everything perfectly, they can melt the Super Hot Crew.
Also, the problem for Youngbuck in a solo lane here as well is that how are you ever going to gank someone with a Yorick coming out of the jungle? He's definitely not his strong point as a jungler is ganking. Doesn't really have much to work with, no real hard CC. Of course, at least you've got to rely on landing the cocoon, but you've got the gap closer there with your jump as well, with your repel. Very, very interesting from this one here for the Copenhagen Wolves. Obviously feeling like those champion picks that they had before and weren't successful with still have a very real possibility of working out.
Airwax is very comfortable on this Yorick. If he gets into a situation where he can counter jungle, something Deficio and I were talking about earlier in the day, he can deal with those 1v1 junglers, but as you've highlighted, weak ganks means it's going to be on the other laners to make their presence felt.
Well, picks and bans are complete, so did you guys change your mind all about this matchup? Let us know. Tweet to us with hashtag CWWin or hashtag SHCWin, and we'll track your votes to see what you think. Figure that one out. It was a very close vote from LOLesports.com.
It really was. 63-37. It was not exactly, defining. But I do want to say that I think the Copenhagen Wolves have an advantage in the Twitter vote because theirs is 1 character less. So theoretically, more people should be able to vote more frequently because of having to type 1 less character.
I'm not sure that's how it really works. I'll be honest with you. We'll find out, though, because that'll be coming up here in just a little while. We're going to get into game for our second match of Week 2 here in the European LCS Summer Split. It's the Copenhagen Wolves taking on the Super Hot Crew.
Now, there is one thing that I do want to touch on when we do get to these mid to late game team fights. If Airwax finds himself in a position where he can put down that Omen of Death on Kautard or Woolite or Youngbuck, those are all champions that can do pretty well. Once they have levels, once Vlad gets some CDR, if you get that Ghost, that second chance to put damage down, you could potentially turn team fights more so on that Twitch than anyone else. Either way, Super Hot Crew with a very strong level 1. They've grouped up. It's yellow trinkets all down the board, and it does look like they're going to be invading the Wolves jungle.
Oh, We Will Failure saw that ward coming down. They put one down in the brush, and the Copenhagen Wolves, well, they've got Unlimited there, who can just literally double auto attack that one to get rid of it. So nicely done there from the Wolves in terms of positioning. There was a ward put over into the red buff as well. There's the vote. It's definitely swung here a little bit. 71% to the Super Hot Crew. It was 80-something just a second ago. So we have some Wolves fans going in. You were right, maybe.
Yeah, I told you. You can get more typing out. I do want to just quickly highlight that at the level 1, you know just Unlimited put a point into his Q, the Shield of Daybreak. So Mr. Rawls and We Will Fail already had a lane advantage with their setup. Lucian and Thresh will do much better up until level 6 than a Twitch and a Leona. Now that they know the level 1 ability, I'd love to see Mr. Rawls and We Will Fail going in for more poke, going in for more harass. Unfortunately, it's probably not going to happen because it looks like a lane swap will be taking place. So another red side duo lane heading top for today in week 2.
And Unlimited Warlight then will be left in the bottom side of the map, and because of those switches, we are seeing, at least on the Super Hot Crew side of things, that Mima will be just going in with his old buddy Impaler in the jungle, trying to soak up as much experience as he can in that jungle area rather than going straight into his lane. A little bit different on the other side though. We see actually Youngbuck went straight into the lane, instantly pretty much recalling out of this one though, and he's going to go and join Airwax.
Yeah, this is a little unfortunate for Youngbuck. He's missed out on some experience and shared experience rather. So already putting himself in the back foot. Vladimir is a champion that we know takes a while to scale, but we're going to see buff trades. So red buff secured for each of the respective teams on their side of the jungle. And because of the duo lanes and the way the duo lanes have set themselves up, it does mean each team will steal their opponent's blue buff. So nothing really gained, but nothing really lost in this trade as far as the junglers are concerned. Youngbuck, tiny bit behind. It does look like Super Hot Crew have the option to go for that 4v0 push in the top lane, and the same option is available to the Wolves. So we're going back to this buddy system, 4v0 for the time being.
See who comes out on top of that one. Mima and Impaler just waiting in the tri-bush until that wave is pushed up in position and they can start dealing damage to that tower. Same thing happening on the bottom side of the map as Airwax just waiting out of range. Is going to throw Ghoul down, which will literally offer them nothing whatsoever because the mini wave wasn't quite there. But the attacks have started. The Super Hot Crew already working on the one turret. The Wolves doing exactly the same, mirrored on the other side of the map.
The interesting question is who calls their opponent's bluff first? At which point do we see champions recalling? Since the previous patch, all outer turrets have 30 damage reduction from champion onto attacks or from champion damage for the first 7 minutes of the game. So there's no actual advantage to pushing bottom or pushing top in this particular trade. Impaler's the first one to recall from the top lane, that's the jungler, and we'll notice it's Youngbuck recalling from the bottom lane. Towers should be traded pretty evenly. I'm expecting that top one to go down. Yes, just denying as many creeps as possible. Yep. And at the moment, no further team pushing.
No further pushes from that one. The recalls came in from the Super Hot Crew to send 2 men down that bottom side. Leaves us tied up 1-1 in turrets overall. The junglers, with that, not had any pressure in the other lanes, which has left Coutard and Selfie to just be farming up inside of the middle area. Both of them starting out Doran's Ring and Pots from this one. It's Coutard that has a minute lead over Selfie.
Yeah, I think I want to give a little bit of props to the Copenhagen Wolves because it looked like they reacted to that 4v0 push. And it was Super Hot Crew that had initiated it. It was pretty clear from Mima and Impaler's movements through the jungle and across the map that that was their goal and their objective. They pulled it off, even though Youngbuck lost a tiny bit super early on. It's not exactly like it's game-changing. So Copenhagen Wolves did fairly well to read that situation. And what I really like is Super Hot Crew have planned their first 5 minutes of gameplay against a team who are famed in the EULCS for doing the best lane swaps. Copenhagen Wolves are oftentimes touted as having the best 2v1s, the best rotations early on. So Super Hot Crew have instantly pushed the Wolves off their comfort and forced them into responding, which they're not used to doing at this stage of the game.
All right, just getting locked up by the cocoon there for a little second, but Super Hot Crew weren't following through either way. Not too much danger for them, especially now that Airwax has come across. That leaves us in a 3 versus 3 as the hook comes in. Airwax going to take a lot of damage. Unlimited dives into the middle of them as well. This is a lot of damage across 2 members of the Copenhagen Wolves. Have they got the damage to finish off though? No. Airwax just walks away back to his turret. That may leave the Copenhagen Wolves a little bit unable to defend this tower though. We'll have to see.
Yeah, the question is, what does Airwax do at the moment? He's down on HP, down on mana, wasn't forced to blow his flash, and even though that was a good death sentence from We Will Fail, the Flay wasn't necessarily the strongest, so unfortunately, Super Hot Crew can't get themselves in the tower. The biggest thing to note is that Lucian, being played by Mr. Ro8, is getting the solo XP and solo farm in the top lane against Young Bucks Vladimir. Because Vladimir is not particularly strong in the opening stages of the game, there's no pressure or presence for WeWillFailure to be there to babysit him and protect him. So I think there's a smart play for Super Crew to get their carry in a strong position at this early on.
Good read from Kartod there, though, to back away from that mid-section of the mid lane. I say good read, and he's, in the end, still got a lot of damage coming his way. Spear lands as well, but it's not got the damage with just that single Doran's ring in there that they would have needed to finish off the kill. Either way, good damage. Forces him away after using his ultimate as well. Is this a time to go for Dragonflame? They don't, of course, have their AD carry around them.
So with a champion like Elise, you can juggle the tower aggro between your Spiderlings if you have the support of the rest of your team. But I think without an AD carry, it becomes very, very risky. The dragon deals percentage HP to the champions that it's attacking, and that is very, very difficult to deal with, especially when you consider there could be an ambush coming in, there could be bouncing bombs, depending how quickly Kartod gets back. So I think it was a smart play at the end of the day to not run that risk.
Leaves the Copenhagen Wolves, though, slightly ahead in this game. 400 or so gold is the total for them, coming from the lead in the CS that they have, which is Youngbuck 30 to 19 CS over Mima. Mid lane, not really much of a difference there, especially after Selfie just sent Kartod back packing, and although he's coming back now into that bottom lane, into that mid lane, the AD carries is where the biggest difference though between them is going to be lying, although that is not really much of a difference either.
It's not massive right now. Mr. Ro8 is actually behind his opponent, even though he's had a solo lane, even though he's been relatively unpressured by Young Bucks Vladimir. He's a couple CS down. Now, we're not exactly painting a too bad of a picture because there's only 3 or 4 CS, right? But the cost is that Mima's only recently got himself some levels and got himself some experience. Vlad was pulling further ahead, but I think this is going to even itself out, and we'll see how Super Hot Crew handle themselves. I'm anticipating WeWillFailure to join Mr. Ro8 now that we're hitting these level 6s and now that we're getting the potential for Airwax to come for those ganks.
I also saw that WeWillFailure now will head towards Dragon. Is it just for vision right now? It certainly looks that way. There is a sweeper on 3 men for the Super Hot Crew. Sadly for them, all of them are on cooldown right now as they throw a ward into the death brush of their own. They'll lose a pink ward though for the trade on that one, and the Wolves already in position here for a better hold on the Dragon.
Mima teleported to the top lane, so if the Super Hot Crew want to force Dragon, they've communicated this terribly because Mima just TP'd not 20 seconds before they made a move towards the Dragon Pit. Young Buck's got his TP available, and it's going to come down to ranged poke. If Kartod or Selfie get better bombs or javelins on their opponents, then there is engaged potential. But it's all going to depend on that long-range Q. Selfie is a little out of range, and Copenhagen Wolves will have to do this one 4v4, potentially 4v5 if Young Buck joins the fights.
It's going to go to half HP. Airwax taking all the damage here, and the bomb not really doing anything. Impaler actually will repel out of the damage of that one. Woolite using Pray and Spray at the front, which is not even called that anymore, but you get the picture. And now Mr. Ro8 will be chased away from it. He is headed back to his inner turret in that bottom lane, will in fact get behind it. The ghoul's not enough to stop it. Either way, that Dragon didn't go down amongst all of that one, and the Super Hot Crew have managed to fight for position.
Yeah, they've defended it off. Now the Copenhagen Wolves are trying to make the best of a bad position. That's a flash on WeWillFailure.
Oh, Kartod getting the Sunlight heal from Woolite as well, but I'm not sure it's enough for him to actually escape, but that's some good damage back. Impaler does manage to get the kill. He's got the ultimate in there as well. Now they want Airwax. First blood did come down as WeWillFailure gets another one, and this is a whitewash. The Super Hot Crew picking up 3 kills. They come back straight up and take a Dragon as well.
Absolutely perfect execution from the Super Hot Crew to punish the Copenhagen Wolves over investment. Not only did you see Leona moving away from the team fight, this is a 4v3. Youngbuck decides not to teleport in. He had it available the whole time. Unlimited can't offer anything from this range, and he's only got 300 HP. So coming back into this fight this late in the game was a poor decision. Copenhagen Wolves chased Mr. Ro8 so aggressively earlier on that is what cost them all of those kills. It cost them the Dragon, and it's given Super Hot Crew a great lead this early on.
Kills falling, 2 of them to WeWillFailure, funnily enough, which will put him a little bit ahead of his opposite number. He'll couple of assists in there for the AD carry, 3 for Selfie in that mid lane as well. The top laners, of course, remaining pretty quiet through all of that, and they continue to farm their way up in this top lane. Youngbuck now reaching that fabled level 9 point with Vladimir, where he's going to be feeling a lot more comfortable. That could still be nullified here, though, if Impaler gets in the right position. Youngbuck actually going to come around the side. Airwax is trying to get in as well to help, and Impaler was spotted, I think, early enough to stop this from happening.
Yeah, there's enough wards as well that Airwax and Impaler are aware of one another's positions. And Copenhagen Wolves just feeling the pressure of that early game, feeling forced to make a play. Airwax chased so aggressively on Mr. Riles, and now he needs to make up for it. And that was what we talked about. The ganking power of a Yorick is not particularly strong. He couldn't hold a Super Hot Crew member down long enough to get a kill. But you can't deny the fact that Airwax on Yorick will offer more in a team fight. He can get down those different omens, the W, which I believe is the Omen of Pestilence, which will slow down his opponents in an AoE. And if he can use a good Omen of Death, like I said on Ro8, maybe Counter, that can turn team fights. But unfortunately, Copenhagen Wolves need to get in a position where they are together for that to even be relevant or to matter.
Yeah, Counter was already running away when he got his ultimate from Airwax that last time, and weren't really able to do anything with the ghost of him. Meanwhile, the Super Hot Crew here gonna go deep to try and get some wards down. That's a strong spear onto Airwax, will take away half of his health. And he tried to get the ghoul down there to give him the protection from it, but a little bit too slow on the reactions. Actually, only one single ward being put down by the Super Hot Crew, and now they start to move towards the mid lane with a big team of 4.
I want to give some props to Selfie. He's farming very effectively against Counter on Ziggs on a champion like Nidalee, who needs some time to get effective at farming, especially if you want that wave clear. So pretty good job up until this stage of the game, and he is landing some of those crucial javelins, from the Dragon Pit to landing it on Airwax at the red buff, etc. And Selfie's going to need to keep doing that because he doesn't have AoE to play with. Unfortunately for Counter, forced to use that Mega Inferno Bomb just for wave clear, and it will defend the tower, to be fair. So, you know, props to him for succeeding in that little play.
Super Hot Crew looking maybe here for a steal on the red buff. Airwax knows that they're there. They saw the ward coming into the red buff pit itself, as the Solar Flare used onto Selfie. Unlimited's gone in, but honestly, there was no follow-up there from the Wolves. Woolite had flanked around from the bottom lane, but still, they were unable to do anything with it. There is the red buff smited away by Airwax, so they keep a hold of that.
That was very brave play from the Super Hot Crew. Mima did not have his teleport. Mr. Riles was nowhere near. That was a 3 versus 4, and the Super Hot Crew's confident play forced Copenhagen Wolves to smite that red buff, so it's not in Woolite's hands, which is where they wanted it to be. So, aggressive play by Super Crew. They get away from it, get away with it this time, but I do think they need to be a little careful, be a little wary, because if Copenhagen Wolves have been able to turn, maybe if that Solar Flare had been used on multiple members of Super Hot Crew instead of just Selfie, that could have been a lot scarier, that could have been a lot riskier.
Oh, Youngbuck's getting hammered here in the top lane. Mima going very aggressive onto him. The pull will be used. Youngbuck used his ultimate as well, but he took a lot more damage than he was really expecting there. That Cutlass coming in handy for Mima. Airwax a little bit slow to react. Impaler also not the quickest to get involved, and it seems like quite a few of them were caught off guard by quite how much damage he was able to do. Meanwhile, Coutard here in the mid lane going to be under a bit of pressure as WeWillFailer comes around as well, but he gets back to the safety, or is it safety behind that tower with Impaler hanging around? Looks that way, he's headed south.
So Moby Boots on WeWillFailer, thanks in part to the 2 kills he secured earlier in the game. He's obviously got his Sightstone and that Targon's Brace that he's working towards, the Face of the Mountain rather he's working towards. But what I like about his play is from very early on, WeWillFailer has been in a position to help the bigger picture of his team. He was helping Mima earlier on defend against the duo lane of Copenhagen Wolves. Mr. Riles hasn't needed babysitting, so WeWillFailer's been roaming and pushing around the map. He was there for the dragon fight. He flashed over and started it. He's there for the red buff steal. The threat of death sentence was good. Now Copenhagen Wolves Solar Flares up, and they hold the trigger, don't decide to go in. Even though Woolite is now at the point he wants to be with that Blade of the Rune King, you can start assassinating people.
We'll see if he can get in a position to do that one, though. Mr. Riles is up until now not being called out, but that's kind of easy to fall away from and forget about when there's a twitch on the other team who all of a sudden appears right next to you or behind you in worst cases. But it's Mr. Rolls that's controlling that lane, and now the Super Hot Crew are moving in for their second tower kill of the game. Unlimited and Woolite, the two to try and hold it as the bomb is going to come through. That will do damage to literally no one apart from wiping out the minion wave.
So defending the towers again. Kautod is forced to defend with his abilities instead of sieging, because of the fact that Yorick offers very little presence in lane. Leona needs big team fights to offer presence, and YoungBuck on Vlad has been non-existent. He's had the teleport available, but has not used it for any sort of team-based play at this stage in time. That was a great lantern, and that is why I like We Will Fail on Thresh. He does seem to have all of the right things down at the right time.
And that may just give them the control on that dragon that's just spawned into it, just coming live in this game. Scan is already down, but they can't finish off that second one. Leaves the Super Hot Crew in a great position. The bomb is down from Kautod. They can't go and use that here to try and steal Dragon away. Actually, the Super Hot Crew moving into the jungle once again.
So we'll need to see how Super Hot Crew handle the engage. The last Dragon was a little risky. I do also want to highlight the fact that Airwax does not have a GP10 jungle item. It's a little later pointed out, but he's gone tier into Phage. Now, we do have both teams setting up. Unlimited is going to open with a solar flare. They're all grouped up.
Yeah, he's managed to get this low onto three of them there at the side. He's going to go low, and there we see Woolite hooked in. He's going to surely fall from this one. Did have the ultimate on him, though, so he's going to be able to come back, do some damage if he can get into position. Flashes coming out left and right in this. Minor will be slowed down. Woolite trying to chase in as Airwax gets himself the double. And just like that, a 2-for-1 fight in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves.
Very good teleport coming out of YoungBuck to join the Copenhagen Wolves. Unlimited took so much focus from the members of the Super Hot Crew that it gave YoungBuck and Kautod time to position correctly. Unlimited was even able to back away very early on. And, you know, as you pointed out, Woolite just untouched. The key thing to notice is how much time Super Hot Crew spent on trying to kill Unlimited. Kautod's going to zone away Mr. Rolls in the backline, and Airwax and YoungBuck are just going to tear through. I mean, that's Impaler. He burst down so quickly, thanks to the damage amplification of that Sanguine Pool. And I think very good focus from the members of the Wolves onto the key targets in that team fight. Got themselves a Dragon, I believe, after that fight as well. So gold, only 1,000 difference between the teams.
A little bit sloppy by the Super Hot Crew as well. We saw Mr. Rolls completely outdone when it came to positioning in that fight, and they'll go down for the first time in this game. 0-1-3, he currently sits to the 0-1-1 of Woolite, who himself, I don't want to say out of position, he got hooked in the end. We Will Fail pulled him straight through into the box. We should note as well that teleport by Mima is off cooldown now, so he can get involved should needed.
Yeah, the one thing that I like about Mima having his TP available, Super Hot Crew have the advantage if they force a team fight. You know, put YoungBuck in a position where he's where he's defending a tower, where you know where he is in lane, and all of a sudden, if you're a Super Hot Crew member, you can go for that tower dive with Elise and with Thresh, and you can try set something up. Look, they've caught Airwax, they've got the Cocoon, they've gone in!
Bomb coming down, Airwax still survives that one though, and they're calling with the spear a lot of damage at maximum range onto Unlimited and to Airwax, but it's not enough to finish them off. Will it be enough to force them away from the turret? They need to be careful of Woolite, who tried to flank around there from the Dragon side, but was spotted out by a ward.
Mima can flank as well. He's got a lot of tankiness with his Dragon's Descent form, and he's going to have the Lantern to fall back on, as well as a massive heal from Nidalee. So he's pulled some attention of the members of the Wolves, and the rest of Super Hot Crew have actually put their focus on the blue buff instead of trying to get to the tower. I guess breaking through a Ziggs defense is always going to be very difficult. The one thing I also would like to highlight is the fact that Super Hot Crew are just moving as a 5-man unit. So it does amplify the power of Unlimited and Leona. As long as Unlimited gets a good solar flare, there are too many targets that need to be lanterned for the Super Hot Crew to disengage effectively. And it's going to be all on We Will Fail's box to help turn the fight.
The Lantern once again being called into use as Selfie was being attacked by Woolite. In the end, not masses of damage, especially against a Nidalee who can just heal through most of that, almost with that Rabadon's death camp now complete. Meanwhile, Mr. Rolls once again backing off to just solo things up. We saw him very early on in the game, left solo in the top lane. That's helped him really get started. He continues that trend now, 180 to 150 CS. They are going to dive for this one. Mima actually going to put down the pressure, and Airwax is being hit by the tower. That was frankly horrible from the Copenhagen Wolves.
It really was. Maima's got that red buff. Now he's going to look to chase down Youngbuck, and he's going to run him down.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Your turret is down behind you. Youngbuck here will pull away from it. Maima not looking to chase too deep on that one, but horribly, woefully executed by the Copenhagen Wolves. Lose them a man. And there was Mr. Ro8 that I talked about earlier, not just farming, but getting another tower here for the Super Hot crew.
The Super Hot crew need to try find those picks in order to grab towers. Because they are fighting against the Ziggs, in order for them to successfully siege, they need to force Counter to back away and know that he doesn't have his ultimate available. Luckily, they have Nidalee Spears as well as Death Sentence from Thresh to try and make that happen. But you'll notice the Super Hot crew have just been dancing around this mid tower over and over and over, getting deep wards in the blue and the red buff area of the Wolves jungle, because it's next to impossible to just get past that wave clear of Ziggs. So I think it's difficult for the Super Hot crew, even though they're landing the CC. Look, there's nobody to chase. That was a good spear.
That was a fantastic spear, and Counter using his satchel even to get even further away from danger. Selfie and the rest of Super Hot crew outside of Maima, of course, who's in the top lane now, moving in towards that middle turret. They've put a lot of focus on this one. Still not being able to get in there as Youngbuck throws down his ultimate onto Maima. He's going to have to try and back away from it. The Blade of the Ruin King coming up here in just a second. There's the ultimate used. The slow is enough. Not quite, because he flashes in to get the final hit. 1v1, Maima coming out on top.
That's the third or fourth time we've seen that.
Oh, well, that's there. He's dead.
Damn it, I was just about to praise you, Maima. You silenced me in my tracks.
I mean, Ro8's invisible, so you can't really give him too much for that.
Come on, he was in the right place, but touche. That is what Ro8 has been needing to do for a while. He's been farming himself up, but he's 40 CS down on Mr. Raz because Ro8 has been caught in this defensive mode. Super Hot crew have invaded the Copenhagen Wolves jungle many times over the course of the last few minutes, and that has just meant Ro8 has had less time to farm unimpeded. So Mr. Raz is in a pretty good place. Ro8's going to grab the kill and the tower, and Mr. Raz is going to get even more CS thanks to that large minion wave that got pushed into his face.
Yeah, could have even frozen it there and just soaked everything up from Ro8, which would have punished him even further. However, that wave just pretty much auto-attack straight down. Mr. Raz didn't want to hang around and sit farming in that top lane, although his lead is significant as he works up towards a Trinity Force. That was a max-range cocoon to stop Airwax recalling.
Very confident cocoon from Impaler. He's landing the important ones. He's going to need to keep doing that. I feel that for Copenhagen Wolves to win a team fight, there's going to be so much importance on Unlimited locking up multiple members with that Solar Flare. I feel that if he doesn't, the tools that Super Hot crew have at their disposal with Thresh, with Shyvana, with Elise, should give them some room to play with. But we'll see how it plays out, because the last big dragon fight did go the way of the Wolves. Maima will be around for this one, and it looks like Super Hot crew got superior vision and superior positioning, but they may not want to run the risk of giving up a big objective to a Ziggs bomb. They made that mistake last week. They gave up Baron to a fantastic Curb Mega Inferno bomb, and I'm not expecting them to run the risk of that happening again.
Raz is away from the rest of the team, though. That might give him a chance on this outer turret in the mid lane, although the wave clear proving a little strong for them right now, and the danger of selfish spears combined with a cocoon and even that death sentence out of We Will Fail going to be a continuing problem for them. And there are the spears. Airwax losing almost half of his health. There's a pink ward there already for the Super Hot crew, which will clear out vision. Is that the signal to go for Dragon? I think so. The Copenhagen Wolves not anywhere near it, but as you mentioned, Counter has his ultimate.
There's no vision. It would need to be a blind steal, and I don't think he's even going to risk it. No, not this time. So secure Dragon, thanks in very large part to Selfie landing a good Javelin toss. And Copenhagen Wolves didn't want that. They made absolutely no moves to signal they were looking to challenge, and it just feels like the Wolves are relying on this passive play. Vladimir's going to get stronger and stronger. Ziggs is going to have superior wave clear the longer this game goes. So as long as Vlad and Ziggs do well in team fights in the late game, there may be enough just burst damage from the two of them plus the Rat-a-tat-tat to just win a team fight. But unfortunately, they are behind, so they're going to be relying on those AoE abilities to help make up for that deficit in items and gold.
So Wolves here going for it. There is a solar flare. It lands onto Impaler, who takes the lantern instantly as he drops down from the rappel. Really well done, and that just alleviates a lot of pressure with solar flare down for now.
Yeah, Super Hot Crew definitely will not fail here with that lantern. They've caught Kauton!
They've caught Kauton, and he won't be as lucky. He will be destroyed by Selfie in the end, and I think that opens up finally this turret. They've been playing a tug-of-war game on that area of the map for such a long time now, and with another spear, they have to be careful that they don't lose 2 towers.
Yeah, Woolite's going to try to assassinate, but he can't take on 3 or 4. He's gone for Selfie.
Oh, Selfie walking off to the side of the rest of his team. The heal comes through, but he's lost vision of him. The rest of the team came around as well, and just not enough damage there to finish off. We will fail using Flash and the exhaust in that one, but I fear for this turret.
Yeah, the turret can't be defended unless Youngbuck goes for an all-in. There's not the greatest wave clear without Kauton being there, and thanks to a brilliant death sentence from We Will Failure onto Kauton, they grab 2 towers. Super Hot Crew are going to look to keep doing that for the lost inner turrets, get some deep vision, play from the sidelines, play from the wolf camp, play from the white camp, look for a spear, and then follow it up for the tower. It took a long time. Super Hot Crew spent 10 or so minutes in that middle lane, and they're starting to get to the point where now Vladimir is getting more and more terrifying. So Super Hot Crew have to be very careful not to underestimate the damage and the presence that they're going to have.
Oh, Impaler going to get slowed down here. We'll have the option of a repel or a flash, but the poison really hammering away at him. Summon a heal was used in the end by Mr. Ro8 to keep his teammate alive. This turret's surely going to go down with this wave, though.
Yeah, very good ward coverage there from the Wolves. Committed, got the flash out of Impaler and the heal. Grab themselves the tower as well, so pretty good. They've caught Kauton!
Oh, Kauton getting hooked in. That's terrible for him. Ultimate used out of Airwax very prematurely. Also, we did see the ultimate out of Vladimir as well. That won't be a kill brought in as the repel is used by Impaler to get away from the rat inside of his own jungle.
Yeah, Kauton needs to dodge those death sentences. He's been too far forward. Moonlight's going to sidestep the javelin toss, but no tower pressure yet, as the rest of Super Hot Crew have responded well to this engage. Look for We Will Failure. He's trying to get in position. Got a very, very high amount of movement speed. Gone for the Alacrity boots enchantment on top of those boots of mobility. So that's an interesting upgrade, because once you get into team fights, obviously that bonus movement speed from the mobility has disappeared. Alacrity is going to help circumvent that. Going to help still keep you a little more relevant and a little more mobile. So I like the pickup, and We Will Fail has definitely done a lot for his team in this first 30 minutes of the game.
Let's have a look at the overall picture here, because it's been a chaotic tug-of-war game, as he said, in that mid lane up until now. We're not too far away from the half-an-hour point in our second match of the week, with the Copenhagen Wolves behind on gold right now to the Super Hot Crew. 4-3 in turrets. The Super Hot Crew lead this one, and a strong lead in terms of gold as well. About 5,000 for the Super Hot Crew that they're currently sat on. The Wolves need to do some legwork, let's call it, here in the next minutes.
Yeah, I agree with you, but they do always have that power of Ziggs. Super Hot Crew have taken so long just to get a single tower in that middle lane that it now becomes even more difficult, because you don't have as many angles to play from when you get to the inner turrets and then the inhibitor turrets. So in order for Super Hot Crew to actually get towers and actually win this game, they're almost forced to find picks, and Woolite's caught We Will Failure.
There is the rat coming through. Blade of the Ruin King going to be used. The Solar Flare will join as well. It's actually Kauton in the end that picks himself up. The first kill of the match for him.
So unfortunate for We Will Failure just to get caught out, but that is what I think Woolite should have been doing maybe earlier on. He had the Blade of the Ruin King available. Super Hot Crew were roaming around the map so much that there was the opportunity. And I still feel like the Copenhagen Wolves can pull this gold deficit back. They've got the champion composition that can make it work, but they've just got to be very, very, very careful in those big 5v5s. Because if they do commit to a full-on 5v5 and just get out-positioned by Shyvana and Elise, and they lose, for example, Woolite, it's going to be quite difficult for Kauton to stay alive and keep everyone away from him. So, small gold lead now. 5,000 was much bigger 10 minutes ago. 30 minutes? It's much less impressive. And also key to note, Airwax, without that GP10, is about 1,000 gold down, thanks to the 20-odd CS and thanks to not having that bonus gold. But he's starting to get a pretty good collection of items.
Also worried for the fact that there's going to be 2 Woolites if the Copenhagen Wolves play this one right. There's more Baron control being worked in, and you know, we talk about going to the late game, and both of these teams in the past have shown that they are not scared of running a game longer than, well, a lot of us believe that they really should a lot of the time. We were watching the Super Hot Cruise game back from last week that went on for, I think, 56 minutes or so, and wondering at some points, why aren't they moving in for this one? What is the problem in a lot of these positions? Obviously, they were on the defending side of that one. They had the chances to come back in. They're not scared of running out to those late game compositions, but the fact is that Airwax with Woolite, that combo alone is going to be a problem. And there's the bomb that's going to zone them completely away from the Dragon Pit. Solar Flare coming through as well, but they've managed to hook in Airwax. Is he going to go down? He uses the ultimate on himself. He will die out in the end. And that's the other problem. We were talking about two Woolites. If he has to use his ultimate like that, it doesn't matter.
No, you're not going to get the maximum efficiency. Box is still available. If Super Hot Crew want Dragon, they can go for it. They run the risk of losing their inner turret. Dragon has been dropped very, very quickly. Remind me to talk about Mima split pushing in a few minutes. We'll see how Super Hot Crew handle this. Because they killed Dragon so quickly and they've responded, let's look for the crowd control. We Will Failure has landed some very good death sentences previously. He's going to look to swing it up and wide again.
Oh, it's a good play onto Youngbuck there, who's going to be hooked in as well. He's going to pull, but I'm not sure it's enough to get him away. Flash will be, though, but there's a Dragon diving over the wall. It was, in fact, the spear from Selfie, which secured them the kill just after that. The Copenhagen Wolves had a little bit of map play to try and go for that inner turret, didn't get it, and in the end, they lose the Dragon. They also lose 2 men.
Yeah, the thing is, Copenhagen Wolves are still split up in the jungle. If Super Hot Crew can group together or find somebody, this could be even worse. Well, we do see the Selfie's going to throw a spear in a second, doesn't connect, but look at the difference. You've got Unlimited over by the red buff, he's split. The Copenhagen Wolves have got pretty good vision, but the Super Crew undecided. They've now caught Airwax.
Oh, they've caught Airwax out here, who's only just come back into this one. Impaler going to dive forward. Has he got the damage? The Cullen not quite got the range. It will if Airwax turns around, which he does. And Selfie now on a killing spree. They've got free reign on the inner turret as well.
Copenhagen Wolves needed to have backed away. They stuck around and they split up. Copenhagen Wolves chased a kill super early in the game against Mr. Rolls. Gave up 3 kills, gave up Dragon. Now they've milled about in the Super Hot Crew jungle. Airwax has been caught because, I mean, let's be honest now, Airwax should have known they were there. The rest of the team had spotted. They'd been playing the dancing game for a few minutes, and unfortunately, he just finds his untimely demise. It gives Super Hot Crew now a very good tool to work with. I want to expand on my Mima split pushing point because he hasn't done it. He's 1v1 Youngbuck often leading up to that point. That's very good damage, but Mima has not been applying tower pressure with this Shyvana. If he did, it would force Copenhagen Wolves to respond, which would open other objectives for the Super Hot Crew. So now with Super Minions, let's see if Mima's going to have the tools to do it.
Well, it is a problem here for the Copenhagen Wolves. They also lost a bit of the jungle on the bottom side of the map as well. As the Super Hot Crew evacuated, the wards going down towards Baron now as well, which, well, the Super Hot Crew have probably got still a few visions, most of them probably nightmares, of starting off the Baron and against the Ziggs on the enemy team. Of course, referring back to that Millennium game and the great steal that came out of Kerp. Not something that they'll miss, oh, you'd hope so. Not a second mistake that they'd make in 2 weeks.
I would like to think not. We actually seen in the build-up videos over the course of the day, the team talking about it and saying, you know, I was coming to Smite, and Impaler being very disappointed in himself, and the team actually. So, as it stands, I think Super Hot Crew have been executing very well against this defensive siege or defending champion of Ziggs. But unfortunately, as we said, you can never ever discount that wave clear. So Super Hot Crew continually just need to find those picks, and every time they have, they've capitalized. So Kaltok, just don't get caught. That's key.
Do not get caught. One spear can change all of that. If we look as well at Ninley Selfie, 305 death cap. He's got himself the Zhonya's Hourglass, a Void Staff as well on top of his Athene's Unholy Grail start. That is a lot of pain that those spears bring.
I'm so happy to see Mima finally split pushing properly. He's getting down to this inner turret. The rest of Super Crew, they're caught, and that's a lot of damage from Woolite.
Lantern coming out though, and we say a lot of damage, but we always somehow discount the fact that Nidalee heal is massive as a solar flare comes down, only really slowing 2 of them though. Selfie will get knocked against the wall, and there is the heal once again coming out. Mikhail's Crucible was used that time, and look at this. Mima is split pushing this time around. The Super Hot Crew have bought enough time for him to take the inner tower.
And Super Hot Crew can immediately roll to the top lane. They have Mima in the bottom with minions. There is a massive wave in the top lane that is filtering down to that inner turret, and Mima can 1v1 Youngbuck no problem. So Copenhagen Wolves have sent probably the wrong person to defend this. Teleport's not available yet, so Youngbuck's also going to be held back from that regard as well.
So, will it be a deja vu moment here for the Super Hot Crew? The ultimate of Coulthard is up. It's come too early. It's too early for them this time. The Super Hot Crew will be happy to see that ultimate already being used, but still the damage from Coulthard raining in. Doesn't matter. Super Hot Crew've got Baron. Unlimited's gonna fall down. Airwax off to the side will give his ultimate to Woolite, but it's not gonna matter too much. Airwax himself going low, and Mima is just hammering away on the rat, stopping Woolite from being involved and even killing him in the end. There's Airwax going down. 3 for nothing for the Super Hot Crew, plus the Baron.
This should be a game. There are so many people on Super Hot Crew's side. Along with the Baron buff and the fact they have super minions in that middle lane, this should give them all of the map control they need to close this one out. You'll see this 30-second death timer, so they're not going to go for the Nexus turret yet, but if they get this top inhibitor down and roll around to the middle inhibitor, which will respawn in about 15 or 20 seconds, that is going to allow Super Hot Crew just immense map presence. They've done such a good job at forcing Copenhagen Wolves' hand. Then once the Copenhagen Wolves respond and have over-responded, it's just been punished by the Super Hot Crew.
Super minions have already come in. Luckily for the Wolves here, that inhibitor's respawn, which is a bit of a distraction, if nothing else, for now. That's 2 inhibs down. 1 Nexus turret has already fallen. The Super Hot Crew doing the easy choice here of just rotating around to the bottom lane. Minions already pushing in from that one. They should be able to have the 3rd one away as well.
The timing, 75% of Coulthard from a single spear. Oh, they've been caught.
They've gone for it. This is a big fight. We will fail. They're going to go down low. Unlimited, they will fall as well. Mima right in the middle of the team is causing so many problems. They're going to lose one after the other as Coulthard is now being jumped on as well. And that will be 3 men down already. Airwax can't quite get off to the fountain, and that is an ace for the Super Hot Crew. They don't need to care about that bottom inhibitor. They go straight over to the Nexus, take down the turrets. The Nexus itself will follow, and the Super Hot Crew in less than 40 minutes taking out the Copenhagen Wolves.
Very strong performance from the Super Hot Crew. It was a little touch and go in the early stages of the game, but once they found their stride, they continually forced the Copenhagen Wolves to react. That's the best way to summarize this game. The Super Hot Crew made plays that Copenhagen Wolves needed to counter, and when the Copenhagen Wolves countered, they didn't do it efficiently or effectively, and Super Hot Crew punished them for it.
There were some other things in there. Youngbuck, again, I want to point out, we talked about how his Lulu didn't have that big of an impact. His Vladimir last week against Fnatic 0-6-1. This time around 0-3-4. We thought he was going to get to a position where he was scary, but what actually happened was that he ended up pulling every single time to avoid a hook, a cocoon, a spear coming out of Nidalee, and quite frankly, at that stage of the game, Youngbuck wasn't able to do anything because the opposition were just far too strong.
Mima completely outclassed him. Completely. 1v1, there is no doubt and no argument to be made. The Youngbuck was even in the running against Mima. The composition from Copenhagen Wolves was just super interesting because it didn't have a lot of innate synergy, and it relied so much on having multiple AoE abilities landing. And unfortunately, Copenhagen Super Hot Crew just were never in that position.
No.
They were always split up, they were always pushing, and then, okay, we've pulled somebody out, we've baited somebody out, we will fail a lands a hook, or Selfie lands a spear, and they just got punished for it. So I really think Copenhagen Wolves have to go back to the drafting phase and think very seriously about it, because I'm not sold on this pick.
And we saw it multiple times from them as well. The Unlimited would get in there, throw out the Solar Flare, which would slow right on the edge, just 1, 2, maybe 3 people, but then the next AoE would come in and they just kind of dodge out of the way of that. And once those big ultimates are already gone, you realize the Copenhagen Wolves don't have a lot to do. Woolite as well, we saw him once or twice doing what we expect of a Twitch these days, which is stealthing in there, going 1 against 1 against whoever it is that he ends up finding. He had one opportunity to do that, and honestly, it just didn't have an impact that we've come to expect from a Twitch. Actually, funnily enough, this is the first loss that we're seeing from a Twitch game.
It is the first loss. I think it's also the way in which Copenhagen Wolves played that game. I mean, Kautsard did well at defending towers, but I never once felt that his bouncing bombs or his Mega Inferno bombs dealt damage in team fights. There was one team fight where his ulti actually hit multiple members. Now, this is also a credit to Super Hot Crew. Nidalee pounced away. Thresh managed to lantern people from time to time. You had Elise going Repel as well. So it was a pick that was going to be difficult to land, but because he didn't land it, the rest of the cleanup just simply couldn't happen. So I think, again, just like last week, individual play question marks have to be asked of the Wolves.
And we also have to, I think, at the same time, cut them maybe a little bit of slack. Well, this is a team that's going through a very much a reform, a new AD carry in there as Woolite came in to replace Forgiven. Maybe even more importantly, the jungle change as Airwax comes in to replace Amazing, who's gone over to North America to play for TSM. Especially the jungle role, such an important role, especially when you look at how the Wolves did in the last split and how good Amazing was for them. He was, in terms of kill participation, right up there at the top. And honestly, Airwax, I'm not sure how you're going to control the early game when you've got a Yorick. I agree. His presence in lane is just
non-existent. And if you're going to play a Yorick jungle, why do you pick a Leona and Vlad, who have next to no lane presence? Leona gets good at level 6, but there is a long time between level 1 and level 6 where you can get punished. Same story with Vlad. Vlad gets better in theory. Not against Maima Shyvana, I mean, that we've seen. But, you know, in the setup, if you're going to run the Yorick, I think you need to have lanes that can hold themselves, can handle themselves, or that have hard CC. Put Yorick with somebody that can lock somebody up. Maybe then you've got the damage to pick up kills. But again, Yorick, 2 games, 2 losses. We weren't convinced when it was played in other lanes, and it's not really working out for Airwax and the Wolves in the jungle.
Yeah, I think you were right in your initial statement. Maybe back to the drawing board is where the Wolves need to go and have a look at their picks and bans. It looks like Shox and Deficio, though, are ready to talk with the Super Hot Crew's Impaler. So let's send it over. Guys?
Thank you very much, Joe, and congratulations to Impaler, of course, and the Super Hot Crew after that win. On quite a roll here, I was almost going to say, but tell me how you came into this game, because last week's game, the last one versus SK, was quite a heartbreaking one for you guys. So how did you regroup?
We worked a lot on our communication this week. That was like the biggest problem we had to fix. And now everybody's listening to each other. We've really got everybody working together now. And when you're starting to work together, you can just pick apart situations like this and get a fairly easy win.
So how does it actually work communication-wise on the team? Because you just said you guys got better at it. Is it one guy who steps up to become the shot caller? Is it everyone who gets better at rotations or looking at the map? Or how do you guys improve it?
We've got a new system, which is like whoever says something the loudest is the guy who does the call. Okay. And then like if anybody says something the loudest twice, then that's the final call, no arguments. So like it's generally me and Fela, and if he shouts higher than me, then I'm like, okay, Fela, you got this one.
Well, communication is also crucial, of course, when you're going for those dragons and those dragon fights. We actually have a replay of the very first dragon fight, or actually the fight after that, if we can get that up on the screen. Very interesting turn of events there for both teams, basically.
Right, yeah. So I'll just start it off, introduce the whole thing here. First of all, notice up in the top lane here, Mimer, teleport is on cooldown. He used it to the tower to get back to the lane. Youngbuck on Vladimir has teleport ready. So Copenhagen Wolves actually make the right decision in starting the dragon here, because Youngbuck can teleport down to join his team. There are 5 members. Super Hot Crew will then have to back away with only 4 or take a very risky team fight. Now Youngbuck actually did the right thing first. Just a few seconds before this happened, he was waiting in the bush to teleport down and join his team. Decided to drop the idea, actually run back in the lane where Mimer can see him. And it means now once we start rolling the clip, if we just roll it away, actually what we're going to see is now, if you look up in the top lane, notice how Youngbuck is running back in the lane because he wants to teleport. Trying to teleport, but Mimer, he spots him already, stops him from doing it, and now Copenhagen Wolves are in big issues. And that's why we go to the next part, which is after this dragon fight, where Copenhagen Wolves stay around with only 4 members. They gave up they stopped doing the dragon, of course. Start this fight here, and your point of view, once you see Copenhagen Wolves stay around this blue buff, even though they're already poked, what do you guys think?
Mine were called from the beginning that you could cancel the ult in the first place, so we knew about the whole situation going into Dragon. And then it's like we just have to kite back and clean up the fight. So that was the call, kite back, kite back. Failures, they're shouting, I'm there shouting, and then everyone just runs away and we win the fight.
Yeah, a lot of shouting, and in the end, you guys also take the game. Congratulations for that once again. Now, of course, I do want to ask you about week 5 of our LCS here in Europe, because we'll be going to London to the Wembley Arena. I mean, you must be very excited about that.
Yeah, I can't wait to play in London, like 12,000 or whatever it is, people from where I live. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait.
And I'm sure they'd be chanting your name as well. Now we're going to move over to social media, because earlier today we asked you to take your thumbs to Twitter and tell us which champion would you like to see played by a specific EU LCS player and why. And here are some of your answers. The first one is from @MrDarkin21, Kerp en LeBlanc. He really impressed me with week 1 with his incredible skills. That was really a sight for sore eyes.
I mean, I believe he was 10, 0, and 4. And we also saw in the last bit when Kerp got his hands on LeBlanc, he would always do really well early game, apply a lot of pressure on the map. So I agree. I'd like to see Kerp playing LeBlanc.
The second one is from @Mertruzo. I want Youngbuck to play Heimerdinger again. Not only did he play it, he played it well. And who doesn't love Heimerdinger? Well, would you have liked to have played against Heimerdinger in this game?
I played against Youngbuck's Heimerdinger before, and that's just terror. Like, the turrets do so much damage, but what can you do, really?
The third one is from @VictoryV32, Mordekaiser by Overpower, so we can see the Master of Metal again, and played by one of the best European mid laners.
I 100% agree on the Mordekaiser. It was one of the things I really loved about Rocket in the start of last split, all the new picks. I want to see it again. Bring out the Mordekaiser, please.
And then the last tweet is from someone we may know, @FrogandLol. I'd like to see Anivia play Froggen, #LCS. Well, Froggen is on the stage right now, so maybe we see something.
It's seriously the only thing he ever talks about. Anivia and then Karthus against whatever champion in the mid lane, and he will argue with other mid laners, other professional mid laners for hours about this Karthus versus whoever, or Anivia versus whoever.
Well, it's great to listen to Froggen, and it's also great to listen to you guys' responses. There were some great responses once again, and we'd love to keep hearing from you, so you can always talk to us @LOL Esports and use the #LCS throughout the matches. As a reminder, you can catch more League of Legends action after our games, as the European Challenger Series starts up right after our last game with Ninjas in Pajamas and Alex Ish versus the Unicorns of Love in a best-of-3. Thank you very much, Impaler and Ask for Us. It is time for us to base, but we'll be back in 3.5 minutes with Millennium versus Alliance, so stay right here.
I have a flank and Twitch is no flash. Twitch, they're really low.
They're engaging, they're engaging.
Okay,
Just keep fighting, you're doing good. Just keep going.
Twitch, go, go! That was it, guys.
GG.
Get countered.
I will kill you, Relis. Penta! Lolo, my Penta, 3 points!
Well played, guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and here alongside me is Martin Deficio Linger once again to bring you the second half of the day. So let's get into the next game as Millennium will be taking on Alliance. So during the spring split, these teams were tied at 2 apiece, despite Millennium finishing in the bottom of the league. However, both of these teams have proven that a lot can change coming into the summer split, as both now top the league with 3 wins, 1 loss.
And just a great start by Millennium. They went from the 8th place team last split. They were also the underdogs versus NIP in the promotion tournament to the current position in the league. And all the players are looking great. Kevin up in the top lane, for instance, he was great last split, very consistent, started out just as strong this split.
Yeah, and of course, joining him in that jungle, the new man, Cotnex, really has stepped up, because coming into this, we thought he could only play like 1 or 2 champions, but he proved otherwise last week. And then, of course, alongside him, the man in the middle, the most fantasy points, Kerp. 30 kills, 11 deaths, and 24 assists. Magnificent start for him.
Absolutely fantastic. And of course, Creaton, the AD carry from Millennium. Last split, not the best season for him. They talk about his motivation was down. He's now back up to the top part here. He's practicing a lot. Together with Jerry in the bot lane, they're both looking absolutely fantastic. And Jerry is another guy here. He's always been a very, very strong support, but he wasn't consistent enough. If he can keep his high level up here with Creaton, then Millennium has a great bottom lane. And then we also have to highlight the fact that Millennium, they're objective controlled in week 1. They had the most dragons and also the most towers. So they put a lot of focus on playing the map here and getting a lot of global goal for the team.
Well, Alliance came into the summer split with all guns blazing, but tripped up when they faced the super hot crew, as the Copenhagen Wolves just found out. Of course, it was a loss that they feel they should not have happened. Nevertheless, it was a great opening Super Week for Alliance.
And much like Millennium, actually, they showed really strong individual performance. I mean, they have the highest team KDA with 6.24. They have taken the most Barons with 7. They have the highest average team CS at 20 minutes with 126, which really highlights how strong they are in the laning phase. And also, they put a lot of focus now on stealing objectives away from the enemy teams. They've taken 16 buffs in week 1 in 4 games away from the enemy team. So they use this laning advantage to just take full control of the buffs and remove them.
Cyanide remaining the king of smites, as it were.
Of course.
Of course, Froggen in that mid lane has been impeccable, but this time for a different reason, because he played Lulu in 3 out of the 4 games. So suddenly, he's not the man carrying the team, he's helping the rest of the team carry themselves.
And that is the most scary thing about Alliance now. When you have Froggen, many consider him to be the best mid laner in Europe, and he doesn't need to play these hard carry mid laners to win games for your team. He can play more supportive champions. We have Taps, he played Kog'Maw, he played Twitch last week, and he was absolutely fantastic on these champions here. And once you have these hard carry AD carries, you have the Lulu then to support them in team fights. And also, of course, with the Shyvana up in the top lane for Wicked, they have this wombo combo with Engage in Wild Growth, and it works for them really, really well. And it's scary they have so many strong individual players who can carry games. And also, we have to give them credit. They were the first team in Europe to really show some new early game tactics that we've seen from Korea. Like the way they denied Source on Jax in the game against Fnatic in week 1, where they completely removed him from the map. I think he had 4 CS by like 20 minutes or something, because the lanes were always frozen. Whenever he tried to get some CS, they would camp him, kill him. It was beautiful to watch, and they played it perfectly.
Yeah, something we almost saw happen in the last game, but was fixed. Of course, Kurt, well, he had a fantastic first week for Millennium in the summer split, but he doesn't expect things to be easy when he faces Froggen. And while Alliance's Shook claims that he can handle Cotnex in the jungle, this could quickly turn into a battle for objectives.
I feel like Millennium has wildcard performances. Like they can always pull out something new and do really good. Like some of their players can perform really well when they want to. So you always have to be careful of that, and you have to respect that.
Against Alliance, it might be a bit harder for me to snowball games, because Froggen is very much right now the best European mid lane that like punishes every single mistake.
So it's a lot about the mid lane, definitely, who can get ahead there. And also a lot about the jungle as well, who can get control over the enemy team's jungle.
I think Cotnex is a good jungler. I think he's better than most LCS junglers, but I think I can handle him.
We have been scrimming them a lot, so that's why I think our playstyles are almost the same. But they might be more into the Korean style. So yeah, we're learning from them basically.
They're kind of individually skilled, like we were in the past season. We focus mostly on outplaying people individually, and we weren't objective focused enough. And I think that's their problem. So we just need to look back, see what we used to do wrong, and then try and take advantage of that.
And it's not a bad area for Alliance to focus on, looking towards Korea, maybe for some advice.
I mean, first of all, Lokodoko is helping them out. He's Korean, former pro player, of course. He has a lot of insight into these tactics here. And Alliance as a team, from what I hear from all the other teams here in Europe, is they play so well on the map now. They're so hard to play against because they know exactly where to be at the right time. And it's really showing also that's what the Korean teams are very good at. Alliance doing the same thing.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them. For now, though, let's check out those start-in lineups. Over on the blue side, it is a Millennium, a cracking opening week for them. Kevin in that top lane, Konex in the jungle, Kerp as the mid laner, Kraton as AD carry, and Jayri in support.
On the red side, we have Alliance. Wicked is in the top lane, Shug is in the jungle, Froggen or Nivea in the mid lane. Of course, Taps is the AD carry, and Nif is his support.
Well, we're about to head into Champ Select, so let's see who you voted for on this match. With 67% of you picking Alliance, it's no surprise to see them up there. They have the fan vote. Of course, we want to invite you to be part of the excitement here in person. If you'd like to join us for the games here in Cologne, you can find all of the ticket information over at lolesports.com.
Just say one thing here.
Yeah?
100% before going into Super Week.
That's more than one thing.
Okay, 1 point. 100% before going to Super Week, this voting would have been a lot more in favor of Alliance, but Millennium has surprised a lot of people, and there's a lot of talk about how well they've been playing as a team and also individual. I mean, Kerp, absolutely fantastic in the mid lane.
Their game against Super Hot Crew last week, the only one that Alliance lost, they had a 91% vote, remember? And of course they lost that. Maybe that's for swayed things, who knows? Picks and bans getting underway. Do we feel confident about these bans? We knew that one was coming.
That was pretty obvious. Millennium banned it every single game in the Super Week. Alliance, of course, played it in 3 out of 4 games. Absolutely love Lulu. Taking away already.
Yeah, there is the Kayle, there is the Kassadin, all in the mid lane, the bans for Millennium. No surprises, all very strong bans as well. Zeke's taken away, as you mentioned. Kurt was huge on that last week. Jack's taken away. One of the strongest top laners, almost, or more importantly, Kevin's favorite top laner.
Yeah, and Wicked seems to favor more towards Aurelia, Shyvana than the Jax itself, so that's why they banned away. Don't want to risk Kevin taking it and just become this split push king.
Interesting, interesting. A Fizz ban coming out there. That's something that clearly they've known from playing each other. Of course, Millennium Alliance, we do know, were scrim partners for the Super Week. So no surprise, both these teams actually came out 3-1. But it does mean LeBlanc was left open once again. A champion that went 10-0-5 for Kerp last week.
Yeah, so LeBlanc being locked in for Kerp, of course. Fantastic LeBlanc player. Twitch is still open. Kog'Maw is still open when it comes to AD carries here. Lucian, of course, is still open. A lot of options. Alliance went straight for Shyvana because Jax was banned away. We know Wicked loves to play it. And of course, Lee Sin, considered the strongest jungler at the moment.
Fast pick and ban phrase between these two. Here we go. This is what we thought we may see in Game 1 from Gambit. We will finally see it from Millennium. The Kog'Maw-Nami combo that has been run heavily in Korea.
Yeah, it's such a popular comp because Kog'Maw, as long as you have some good peel for him, which is what Nami provides, and also with the slow onto Kog'Maw, it's more kiting. You speed him up as well. There's so many options to help out this Kog'Maw, so you can just stay in the back and just do all the damage in team fights. It's a very, very strong combo. And also in the laning phase, get a few levels, your long-range poke here, you put your E from Nami onto Kog'Maw, and you just start auto-attacking away onto the enemy teams. It's a lot of damage.
Well, tried and tested coming out from Alliance, of course. It looks like it will be that Thresh Lucian combo. They've yet to pick it in. Does mean, of course, that Twitch would go through, and I believe he must be sitting around 100% pick or ban right now. He's got to be very close to it, that's for sure.
So the thing about Lucian here, or if it had been Twitch for Alliance, Twitch against Kog'Maw is a bit of a hard lane for Twitch. So the Lucian here instead will be able to do a lot against Kog'Maw, will hopefully for Alliance be able to deny him some CS early on here, maybe even try and go for a kill. So the Lucian pick, also against the likes here of LeBlanc. You don't want this immobile Twitch who can do anything once LeBlanc actually jumps towards you. Lucian, of course, can dash away.
Well, we are going to see Konex on one of his favorite champions, Kha'Zix. It's a champion that basically got them through back into the summer LCS against Ninja Pajamas, and Trundle back in that top lane. Makes sense up against Shyvana.
Of course.
Final pick for Alliance, seemingly, could be Froggen on Nidalee.
Could be Nidalee here. Of course, laning phase-wise against LeBlanc, it is a hard one for Froggen. Also opens up for Kerp to take full control and start roaming around. Go up to the top lane, go down to the bottom lane, try and look for some kills here, because he will be able to pressure Nidalee in the laning phase at least. But overall, both teams very fast with locking in here. They definitely knew what they wanted, and both of them are kind of reacting to each other. The Lucian pick instead of the Twitch for Alliance, of course, the Trundle against Shyvana with Jax being banned out, and also picking up Kha'Zix for Cotnex, simply because the Sin is already gone.
So the Nidalee was the final choice. So Froggen will be on that, up against Kerp. How do we see that mid lane pairing going before we get into the match?
Well, obviously, Kerp with Ignite here, he will have the pressure. It's what we talk about. It's what LeBlanc needs to do. You need to go in here, constantly try and deny some CS from Froggen, push the wave up early, get him into the tower where it's hard for him to do anything, because Nidalee is very, very weak in the early game. However, if Froggen can survive it, get to this mid-game point, and Alliance then can start grouping up with, of course, Lucian, with the Nidalee, and just start poking down on towers, then it's actually very hard for Millennium to respond when it comes to wave clear. Because first of all, Kog'Maw won't be able to instant clear wave. Second of all, it's risky for LeBlanc to jump into the wave and clear it if members are around the tower here, because he needs to use the distortion to jump in and clear the wave here. So Alliance, if they survive here at the very first levels, can start grouping up and start poking down towers where the wave clear or lack of wave clear from Millennium could be a big issue for them.
Well, we'll see how it goes, ladies and gentlemen, because the lineups are locked in. So, do you still think Alliance will win this match? Send us a tweet with hashtag MILWin or hashtag ALLWin. That's all win, of course, to @LOL Esports, and let us know how you think this will go. We'll check the numbers out in the game and see if your votes have changed. Remember, 67% of you voted for Alliance early on. We'll see if it swings.
Can still keep it there. I mean, the comp from Alliance is pretty solid. It's a bit risky in some cases. Again, LeBlanc can get out of hand. Of course, Trundle will be able to beat Shyvana in the late game split push here, so there's definitely options for Millennium to just spread out and start split pushing different lanes, looking for kills with this LeBlanc, and just keep Kog'Maw in the middle in case something should happen.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 getting underway. Millennium versus Alliance, of course. Millennium will be starting out on the blue side. And they will be up against Alliance, who are over on the red side. Packed house here in Cologne. And remember, don't forget, tickets are available for the upcoming weeks. But as of right now, you're not going to get in this week, that's for sure. Nope. Sold out.
And we need to see here with the second blue buff when it actually spawns. If Alliance want to try and get some early ward in, it's something they've been doing a lot of contesting for buffs here. If they want to go in with Shook, with Wicked, for instance, try and stop something happening when the second blue buff spawns, and then when the third one, around the 12-minute mark, that's the one they want to pick up here, or get the blue buff onto Froggen, and that's where we can see them start grouping up in the mid lane and just pushing down towers. And Jerry dancing around. That is one of the best things about Nami, by the way.
That's the best thing about Nami, the dance.
One of them.
One of them. It is a champion you played a lot of. Oh, Shook might get caught out here. Is the...
Oh,
no, but it forces the flash early from the jungler.
Yes, it got the flash away here. There was, of course, already ward being placed from Shook early on, so he couldn't actually spot them coming in, and he had to flash away. Of course, didn't actually want to try and just safeguard away again, because the ward was gone.
Well, look at that. That's still pretty close. You guys obviously been voting all week. It's up to 73% currently. That vote, of course, will be continue going through, so keep your votes coming in. 67% online votes, 73% you guys watching right now. So, no early engagements. We did see the force flash from Shook, so that will be down for a while from Shook. I don't think it's going to make too much difference because it was around about a minute in, so that cooldown will be off fairly soon.
And Alliance here actually starting the lane swap themselves. They're expecting Millennium to still be around in here. They're waiting around and moving in. Of course, the spot Millennium is already gone. They're very far away here from this one. They're actually down the bottom lane. So we're going to see a lane swap here from Alliance. Could actually favor them in the case that Wicked on Shyvana can farm really well in the jungle together with Shook, where, of course, Trundle, who's purely all one target, like straight up just doing damage to the first target in front of him, won't be able to clear the jungle as fast as Wicked.
Going to see how this works out for them. So J-Reed getting deep for the ward on that blue buff. Looks like it's going to be... Oh no, he's starting off the blue buff. That's very early. He's going to tank this one for a while with Cotnex not there.
A bit early starts it, but he feels like Millennium has to go straight from their red to the blue buff because they expected Alliance to do the exact same thing up in the top lane, seeing as they started red buff, and now Alliance, of course, can just move in and take this blue buff away. For both teams trading buffs here, we just need to see what they can do with the jungler and top lane, how much farm they can manage to pick up. Will we see a fast push again like we saw in the last game, where both teams just went straight to the lanes and 4-man pushed them? Kevin, down to 50%, actually tried to take the big wave, had to back away. hasn't received 0 CS yet. And that's the issue here. Shyvana and Lee Sin, they are really, really good at jungling together.
Yeah, I think we will be the fast push. You can see that Shook and Wicked sticking around up there. Looks like it's going to be Kevin heading down towards that bottom lane. So it's going to be that 4-0 split once again. Connex is pretty low on health, chucking down those pots though, so he's going to be safe by the time he gets back around to the turret.
I like what Alliance is doing here actually. They decided not to go for the 4-0 because they know we can just keep farming. Top lane wise, we don't need to send 4 people there. I mean, generally, we never actually need to send 4 people anymore to get the towers because people don't even stay to try and defend. They just go into the jungle here and farm away. Kevin, trying to pick up some CS at least down here in the bottom lane, will actually get solo XP on the big golem because he's so far behind. Wicked and Shook though, just keep farming away both of them. Very, very fast at playing here.
Yeah, the buddy system working out well as the top laner. There we go, teleport. Where is Wicked going to? See where he joins. He goes straight down towards that bottom, so
perfect.
That teleport is down. He'll cover off the tower for now and actually will get himself a big chunk of experience and farm.
Yeah, this is so perfect for Wicked and Alliance here. He's already level 3, only level 1 on Kevin, and he's still trying to farm with Connex. Wicked getting a lot of XP, picking up some farm at least also on his bottom lane here. So perfect use of teleport for him. Still, the tower is going to take a lot of damage. Millennium can stay down the bottom lane with 2 members and just keep pushing on it.
Well, Shook got spotted there. We do see Nif coming around. They're actually going to block them off. Nicely done there. That's going to force Millennium to have to go the long way around and keep that damage on the turret, more importantly.
We need to see it. Basically just denying now Kevin from moving up here. They will get it. Didn't even touch the wave, so that is perfect. And now actually it's going to focus the first minion coming in here from Alliance. So that is beautiful done by Taps. It's now going to push actually towards Alliance as well.
So explain to everyone why exactly not touching that lane there was so important.
Well, basically, you want to make sure the wave is not pushing towards Millennium after you kill the tower here, because then Kevin can just freeze it and pick up a lot of easy farm. Now, as soon as he gets the minions to actually push towards the Alliance side, it forces Millennium to move multiple members to stop the freeze from happening. Otherwise, Taps will just stay here for the next 5 minutes and just free farm, and Kevin will be denied all the CS.
Yeah, basically stops Kevin sitting down right by that bottom, the top inner turret, by farming away. Instead, Taps and Nif are going to be happy to have that whole wave on their doorstep, and now they're just going to hold it there. You can see Nif, he's doing exactly what he needs to do, tanking it up, making sure it stays exactly where it does. Doesn't go to the tower, so the tower's not getting hits on it, and they're just going to hold it, freeze it there nicely. The rest of the wave's going to come up, and that actually puts big problems for Kevin.
So Kevin, of course, is going to get denied quite a lot. He needs to go back to the jungle with Cotnex here, unless Millennium can send another member up to the top lane to try and push the wave all the way out, or go down towards the dragon, because there are 2 members from Alliance in the top lane. Set up a dragon here, force something, at least get some global gold, or force Alliance into a bad team fight.
And we should explain, obviously, the exact same is happening down the bottom lane. Creaton is doing the exact same thing down there. So both these teams playing very much identical right now.
And they're actually also sending now Kevin and Connex back to the top lane. They want to try and push the wave out. Wicked, he just keeps jungling away because, again, as you just mentioned, bottom lane, no farm for him. Coming up to this top lane here. So we see Millennium, they can be in big trouble here, because Wicked is coming in, 3 members from Alliance, only 2 from Millennium.
We'll see if Nif manages to throw out that death sentence. Doesn't look like he's interested, whether that's poor communication, whether they just didn't feel it was enough. They simply wanted to bully him out. Froggen's going to get stunned out there. Kirp's not going to follow through. That's because Shook was coming around the side, and actually he's keeping the aggression on J-Reed. He does manage to land the kick, gets it down, and that takes J-Reed very low.
J-Reed didn't use his flash though. Knew he was going to stay alive. Exhaust also ready for him. Hook misses from Nif. Both him and Wicked being very aggressive. The Alliance in general doing everything they can to make sure Millennium can't break the freeze in top lane.
And they're doing everything they can to keep the AD carries both completely farming. And looking at the 2, you can see it's actually pretty even between the 2 at the moment. It's sacrificing a lot of farm though for the 2 top laners.
They basically just have to try and get what they can here, and we see them rotate around Kevin now in this mid lane. We talked about the lack of wave clear from LeBlanc. From Trundle, of course, he can't jump in with Distortion. That's why Alliance can now push this tower.
Well, he does jump in, he could get flayed straight away. Oh,
there it is!
But just use it, there's the death sentence, hooks him in! And Shock follows straight through with a Sonic Wave. Nicely done. Gets caught out, but he's going to take the Lantern to freedom.
And Kirp couldn't have showed it anymore. That was a perfect example of why LeBlanc can just jump into wave clear, because again, Thresh was ready with the hook, with the flay, locks him down. Easy kill for Alliance. Now they're moving into the jungle to get some wards.
Gonna keep that pressure down. Red buff now being invaded by Alliance. We'll see whether they do manage to steal this one away. Cotnex, of course, is there with his smite if he can pull him into their greedy junglers. He does get it away though. So nicely done, Cotnex hits and runs, gets out of there.
They have the option now to go bottom lane and just stop this freeze, push the wave all the way into the tower, so it's going to kill the wave. It's actually already done freezing, so it's going to push up towards Alliance now, with a very big wave being built up by Creaton.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, Tabs had give up pushing because he knew Kevin had held there for so long, he just shoved it into the tower quickly.
Kevin needs to get to this tower very, very fast. Okay, he's going to teleport to it wisely enough. There's a big wave. He needed this farm here, otherwise he would fall even further behind. So he needed to use the teleport. Wicked saved his because he could just move from the mid lane down to the bottom lane and get all the farm here. And also, of course, the tower down the bottom lane from Alliance didn't get touched because Creaton was freezing the wave.
And he's actually going to use that Dragon Descent just to keep all the farm up. And he manages to get the entire wave. That takes him to level 6, so he's just slightly ahead of Kevin for now.
And now teleport for Alliance is up. Cooldown for Kevin here, so Wicked can go back to the top lane, do a one-on-one with Kevin. Alliance can then start the Dragon. Wicked can teleport down if needed. 5 members from Alliance, easy Dragon for them. Millennium won't be able to respond unless Kevin decides to run away from this top lane and just run all the way down to the Dragon.
We'll see how it plays out right now. It is, you can see Alliance with their duo lane up against Millenniums down this bottom lane. Creaton finally going to go back and buy, get himself a bilge of water, cut this onto Cogmore, and of course a dagger coming in there with the boots. Kurtnex just staying off the side at the moment, Kurtnex, making sure he's out of range, because as you predicted, they are very much going to go towards that dragon.
For now, Millennium, they're not even moving forward, of course. There was no vision for them, the ping was there, Cogmore was far away, he was still running from the base. Wicked didn't have to use his teleport at all, just an easy Dragon for Alliance. Really playing this early game beautifully.
Very well worked so far. Actually, by both teams, in fairness, it's Alliance that have just managed to steal the march slightly on them in terms of gold and tactical prowess. Kerp looking to maybe try and make a play and sacrifice himself onto Wicked, see if they can pin him down. He's all on his own, it's a 2v1.
But rest of Alliance are moving up here. Both Shook and Froggen is coming in. And will they actually... Ooh, backs away.
Moving in fast, the spear not quite landing. But with the support of Shook, it was enough to force Millennium off the tower. We do have a pause. Something we actually haven't had for a while. But, you know, when we do see Froggen and Wicked on the board for Alliance, it's almost certain that a pause has to happen at some point.
Pretty much every time. Credit to Froggen, though. He's actually about 10 CS ahead in farm here over Kerp on LeBlanc. Of course, it helps him. The fact that Alliance had all the pressure around the mid lane, could then try and deny him some farm and then move in. Seems Creaton has some issues, though.
Creaton with the headset slightly off at the moment, just so he can talk to the admin. I love the fact that he's giving this little signal. And actually, what he meant was it's a mouse problem. I'm not sure how that means a mouse problem. But nevertheless, maybe he's just saying my teammates are crazy. I don't know what's going on, but as it is, my mouse is not working. Time to buy a new mouse. It's a good job, right? This is not Kerp in the mid. Because
yeah, that would be a big issue.
We'd need a global alert going out that anyone got a trackball. Are they still in manufacture? I don't think they can.
I'm pretty sure he actually said there's no other trackball like the one he's using now. I mean, it's gone. It's dead. That's it.
So once that's gone, I mean, what's he going to do? What is going to happen? Who knows? I mean, it's a crucial...
New mid laner for Millennium. I mean, there's really only one choice.
That's it. He's done. He can't actually play with the mouse the same way he can. Anyway, we harp on about his trackball the whole time. Fantastic, fantastic start from both teams. Really high-level tactics coming out of these teams, which is something we haven't seen for quite a while in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows at least the teams are learning and adapting here. Really started to practice again coming into this season. Picking up on these new early game tactics we have seen in other regions, and it's great to see, especially Alliance, in my opinion, are the best team now in Europe at doing these early game rotations, doing these early game moves around and knowing when to freeze the lanes and when do we take advantage if the other team is freezing the lane. That's why we saw them as well, moving into this mid lane because, Cogmore wasn't there, so there was LeBlanc left a wave clear, there was Kevin left a wave clear, and we saw Kerp when he tried to jump in and clear the wave. Easy hook here from Nif, first blood as well, and also a lot of damage onto the tower.
I mean, obviously, you were playing last season throughout Season 3. Why is it taken so long for the European teams to basically pick up and manipulate the minions like Korea did? And obviously, that's what SK Telecom were doing in Season 3.
Well, first of all, when it comes to learning these small things, which it basically is, there's a lot of small things.
Micromanagement.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a lot of small things that then builds up to bigger things, bigger advantages, everything. It's very hard to just learn it by watching a game. Like when you sit and watch
just seeing it,
yeah, you just see a standard OGN game. You won't see all these small things here because you don't necessarily see the AD carry.
The camera may not even be following
exactly,
it, so you may not
exactly.
follow,
You follow the camera, you don't see the AD carry setting up the wave the way he does, so now it pushes towards them. So you need to realize it yourself, you need to work on it. And obviously, again, for Europe and NA, if you go back to Season 3, we had the issue, we didn't have these coaches, analysts, where people would go in and help with these things. I'm not saying players can't do it, but the help wasn't there. So it was more for learning by yourself. And also, of course, we have to remember, you need to adapt to the teams you play against in your region. So if they don't do it, you don't necessarily have to do it, and you don't see it. You need a team to do it against you, so you lose to them while they're doing this tactic, and you're like, what just happened? Go in and watch the replay, and now once you watch the replay yourself, you can see all the small details. It's actually how we picked up our level 1 tactic when it comes back to Season 3 going into Gamescom, because we'd been scrimming against, it was Gambit at the time, who had this very, very nice level 1 tactic, and we were like, what did we do against it? We sat it down for like 2 or 3 hours and just looked at it and discussed it, and finally we actually picked it up ourselves.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, back in the game. We'll see how it's worked out, and sticking to that point, that's exactly why the teams are basically talking about why they need these good analysis, good coaching there, because while you need to focus on your mechanics and everything else in game, you need somebody else out there with eyeballs on the world to see exactly what is happening, what's changing in the game. And at the moment, that's a very good Aqua Prison on Nif, but it wasn't followed up on.
And we need to see here with Wicked up in top lane, him and Kevin, actually Kevin have been slightly ahead in farm, but Wicked did a good job early game, picked up a lot of farm here, but Kevin, because the wave now was at the tower, all the way down his second tower here in the bottom lane, or in the top lane, sorry. He teleported to it, he picked up a lot of farm, and then he kept farming the waves all the way up, but Wicked had to run all the way up to the top lane. He actually managed to now get ahead in CS.
So Kevin keeping that pressure on to Wicked, and this is actually a battle that could easily go Kevin's way if Trundle plays it right against Shyvana, because if Shyvana's going to stack out that armor, at the moment you can see he's going forward towards the build wall to cut this. I'm guessing he's going to go towards the Rune King.
It will be.
In there. Konnex, though, is waiting, and they've already tried a 2v1 gank on Wicked once. Oh, Kerp in the mid lane. That's actually
the clone.
The clone. Thank you, cameraman, trying to catch me out there. Sneaky.
So here, they basically want to try and deny the entire wave from Wicked here. He can all the way, they can try and chase him. Flash is still ready. This is not about the kill. This is just about denying Wicked from all this farm here. So he falls behind in XP and also, of course, falls behind goal. But nice hook on Jerry.
This is absolutely about the kill, and Tabs executes him perfectly. Again, another fantastic move between Shook and Nif.
They are so good at this synergy here, and Wicked is teleporting into this lane. Kevin taking a lot of damage.
Oh, he nearly took him down. He might get in the tower. Hits there. Oh, no, he gets away. The stealth mechanics and a great pillar of ice from Kevin stops him dead in his tracks.
So wow, Wicked just teleporting in. His ulti was actually still up here when he joined in for the fight. And almost took them down. 2 members just escaping here. Beautiful move. And Alliance, because they killed Jury in this bottom lane, can also take the tower.
Just about pouncing back in. So close action so far, but it's Alliance with the lead, and it is building up very quickly, if I'm honest. It's a 5,000 gold lead, which seems strange where it's even come from. But again, as we talked about, just this little bit of micromanagement, this little bit of pressure all around the map has now built up to a 3-0 tower advantage, and of course the Dragon, the 2 kills, everything is going their way. Looking at the CS, you can see slightly in the favor of Alliance in every single lane.
Yeah, only the top lane being even here, but for now, it doesn't actually matter for them. And Jirini, you're dead.
Oh, Jerry caught out once again, and it's another double combo, this time Shook and his mid laner, and that means the red buff will be stolen away once again by Alliance. Of course, they took it away last time. Konnex actually came in and Smite stole it back from them, but Alliance successfully invaded. Now, well, Kerp's going to be very tricky to pin down. They're going to put some damage down, and it's just going to force him out of the mid.
But again, good move by Alliance. All the outer turrets are gone here from Millennium, so it opens up for Alliance to take the wards, move them a step further in, get vision in the jungle of Millennium, without any risk of any tower spotting you out or anything. And now they're just pushing down this mid lane. Millennium, there might want to try and set up for flank here. Decides not to. Also because Alliance just backs away.
Well, they didn't really have the minion wave with them. The Dragon's not up for 2 minutes, so it's the blue buff they're going to head back off and pick up. Wicked will back off, and that's going to leave Kevin some free time to hit on that tower. No teleport available, so he will manage to get a minion wave into it. Blue buff goes across to Kerp. Meanwhile, you can see Nif actually trying to set something up, and Creaton, I don't think he's happy with his mouse right now. I'm guessing it's Creaton once again. Yes, it is.
It is.
See straight away the referee back to him.
And he's also falling very far behind in CS now. There's also a very big wave for Taps down the bottom lane at the moment, so he's going to get even further ahead. Because Taps already with his Bloodthirster, stacking it up here. Really very, very strong start from Alliance. Very strong start, of course, also for Taps. Now, coming into, if there's a dragon fight, Taps is going to be so, so strong.
Well, that mouse situation is going to be replaced. You can see one of the referees bringing in a new mouse for him, and it takes obviously 2 people to change a mouse.
Yeah, of course. One guy has to hold it, the other one plucks it out.
That's exactly what you've got to do. They're going to walk away. They heard me. It's like, just going to screw you off, guys. I'm just going to leave you to it. So that mouse will get replaced. Hopefully, Kraton will be back in it. And of course, you know, talking of peripherals, this is maybe a big thing. If it's not a mouse that Kraton's used to, this is a big situation because that is everything you have attached into this game.
It is, and you're so used to just playing with the same style. It takes
identical mouse.
Oh man, that would be perfect then. Or otherwise he will have an excuse in case they lose after the game. Yeah, it's the wrong mouse, man. I couldn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, it gives him a self-made excuse already, despite the fact he's 100 CS behind. So, at the moment, Alliance have that big advantage, a 5,000 gold lead at the moment. And this is really just simply the smallest mechanical differences that Alliance have used. It's not been big, flashy plays. You haven't needed to do that, despite the fact, of course, they've got themselves 3 kills. But they're not big, flashy plays, and the way they've handled these opening lanes, they did the exact same thing as Fnatic. It worked even better against Fnatic because Fnatic didn't react properly.
Yeah.
At least Millennium kind of read the situation well.
Millennium sent 2 members top, both Kevin and Cotnex, to try and push out the wave here, but because both Nif and Taps was there, they could actually hold them away here. And while, yes, all the minions died, for at least our Alliance minions died, but the minions from Millennium were still alive, so they just kept the freeze going. And then Wicked showed up top lane, forced them away, and from there on, that was the smart thing, because normally you don't want to leave a Kog'Maw to just freeze a lane down bottom. You don't want him free farming, just giving a lot of these farm here. So what the Alliance could have done was actually take their bottom lane, rotate it down bot here so they could push out the wave. Instead, though, they said, we don't care about him for now, because we want to take the mid tower, we want to push them away from the top lane as well and take full control of the jungle, and that's what they did, and it was a beautiful move into the mid lane, getting the tower down as well, and then get wards in, so they could also pick up a kill, or a second kill on Jiri at the red buff.
So back into the game, and hopefully that mouse is working properly. Of course, the players all bring their own peripherals here, so it's down to them really, whether they've got backups or not, whether their mouse breaks on. It can happen at any time, but at the moment, Kerp in the mid lane, maybe he's going to be a glimmer of hope. Of course, went 10-0-5 last time he got onto LeBlanc.
We need to see, for now he's falling quite far behind in CS actually. He's moving down his bottom lane, potentially trying to get a kill onto Taps, but he's going to be spotted out by at least some of the wards if he walked into the bush. The minions, of course, will see him as well. Taps very wisely, just staying all the way back. Don't want to take a chance as soon as Kerp moves away from this mid lane.
Kraton now in that mid lane, got Jerry in support. Jerry himself got caught out twice. Got to make sure that doesn't happen again. Pushing quite deep in that lane, considering they didn't have a great deal of cover, but you can see good ward coverage from both of these teams around that river area. Dragon will be up in 30 seconds time, and there is a pink ward in there for Alliance, but not a lot of coverage from Millennium, and you can see Alliance taking even more of it away.
And I don't think Millennium has the exact time on the Dragon, because there was no vision actually when the first one went down. So as long as Alliance can clear away instant vision around the Dragon, they might actually get a head start on it. Just a few seconds can be enough to pick it up before Millennium is in position. And you actually see now Millennium with 3 of their members in this mid lane, and now Crypt joining them as well. So for now, they're not moving towards the Dragon.
Well, Wicked actually didn't follow through on that one, despite the fact Kevin was so very, very low. He simply just bullied him out the lane, forces him back, and that buys, of course, time for Alliance to go into that Dragon. Millennium, though, going to try and react to this one. Cotnex takes that spear straight to the face. They're going to go in towards the tower, but they're going to have Millennium coming in, Alliance coming in the side of them.
Yeah, Wicked can also teleport behind him in case he wants to flank around. For now, he's just pushing it out. Kevin needs to go back and heal up before he can join in for a fight. So Alliance, they managed to defend the tower.
Yeah, that was very well played by Wicked. Didn't get the kill. Oh, Kerp has got Wicked staying around the side. He's going to come in towards him. He can just distort himself away from that one. But again, that's bought themselves free time on this middle turret now.
And look at the lanes here. Bottom lane is going to push into the tower of Millennium. Alliance is in this mid lane pushing out with the wave. Top lane, Kevin is forced to go defend it because this is also pushing. So every single lane from Alliance, we're just pushing down towards Millennium. and they pick up an easy tower.
This is exactly the pressure that Fnatic needed to apply. The fact that all 3 lanes continually pushing in there. As soon as they come around, take that objective, they can keep pushing through, and they're going to go for a net second one here. Kevin will teleport down, but of course that's going to leave that top wave. It will slow push itself in Millennium's favor, I believe, judging by looking
at it will. But there's plenty of time for Alliance to stay, poke a little bit, and then in the next minute or so, go back, recall, go up to the top lane and pick up the massive wave. Because now also there's teleport on Wicked, where Kevin's of course is on cooldown because he had to use it to defend here. For now, Alliance is staying around poking. There's a lot of damage from taps onto multiple members there.
Yeah, and of course the big advantage here is the fact that Alliance do have those spears coming through. You just saw Kevin there. Kevin taking half his hit point damage from one single spear because while being the tank of the team, has not built tanky yet.
And this right here we just saw is actually a big issue for Millennium. The main engage for them is either Kevin running in from the side with his teleport, Cotnex jumping in, starting something, or Jerry landing his tidal wave, landing a bubble to start a fight. He tried to use the tidal wave. On Nami, it's not the best engage. It's very easy to predict from the enemy team. It's very easy to just move out of.
It's slow moving,
yeah, it's very slow, so it's not very good engage. Generally, it's either used as disengage or as follow-up, not the main engage here, so it's a big issue for Millennium. They can't really just start a fight. They need everything to come down perfect. They need a ward behind the team of Alliance. They need Jerry to land a bubble or a very good tidal wave, or they need Curb to just blow up a target. Otherwise, it's hard for them to start a fight. That's why Alliance could just stay around, push the tower, and slowly back away as soon as they saw the tidal wave.
Well, Curb's going to try and set something up here, but he's going to walk straight into a ward, which is why Wicked instantly steps back away from that wave. But of course, that's shown himself in that top lane, and it gives Alliance, again, yet more chances to move in, steal away the red buff once again. You can see they're clearing out all of the vision. Vision control, big thing for Alliance now. And they're going to try and make a move back on towards his bottom turret.
Yeah, they're forcing Curb now to recall up in his top lane, get him away so he can't do damage to the top tower, simply by pushing down here, because Millennium, they need him to be here with the team.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Spears coming through. If he lands on Kraton, it's going to be a serious problem. Kraton trying to use that ultimate to keep them in vision, keep them at bay as well. Pillar of Ice is working well. And for now, that wave is cleared, but again, you can see Wicked back in the top lane is going to work that wave all the way back down along that top turret, and somebody, somewhere, is going to have to go deal with him.
Well, this mid lane as well, Alliance can just move in, push it out, go back to the bottom lane, in case they want to keep the pressure going. For now, seem to just back away. You see the items here, Wicked, going towards either the Rando into Sunfire or the Blade, as you did just complete the Blade here, so for him, big power spike now, of course, Death Cap is almost completed. On to Froggen, and we see taps going towards the Trinity Force. So there's a few items here for Alliance coming in within the next minute, which are big power spikes for them, and once they pick them up, they can really start to apply pressure.
Well, it's a 7,000 gold lead so far for Alliance, continuing to keep some wards down. Blue buff was warded up this time, and I think Alliance may fancy trying to steal this one away from Millennium.
Let's see, 5 members from Millennium are here. Of course, Wicked can join in. So need a little bit of time before the teleport actually comes in, so Alliance need to be a little bit careful here.
We'll see whether one of those spears does manage to land through. They're trying to pull it as far away as possible. You can see Shug not quite getting in there. The spear does land, but it was smited away, unfortunately, for Curb. It means Cotnex will have that one.
So they actually pretty much do whatever they want. They kept Millennium up here, so Wicked again could keep pushing in this bottom lane. Kevin needs to go down and try and stop this push going. The tower is already gone, and that's just basically from Alliance staying 4 members around the blue buff, forcing Millennium to be there to try and pick it up.
Keeping pressure on the map. It's what seems to be working well, and it's what Alliance really have stepped up their game doing coming into this summer LCS split. And it's trying to distort it, trying to scare them away. Got to be careful, got hooked out last time he did that one. Has another turret picked up. Death Sentence does not land. Wicked does try and sneak around the backside of them, but Millennium were quick to back away.
Still, just picking up more and more gold from Alliance, global gold everywhere. They have 6 towers now to only 1 from Millennium. They have the Dragons, of course. Next one is coming up here in about 55 seconds. They can go get another one after the recall, pick up the big items, and just go down. We see Froggen did complete his Death Cap, and of course Taps completed Trinity Force. So now they're really hitting the point where they're just so much stronger than Millennium.
This is really rather impressive from Alliance, just how well they've controlled this entire game. These last 21 minutes have all been basically in their favor, and at no point have they ever looked in danger or out of control of a situation.
It is so risk-free because of the comp Millennium is running here, because of the lack of hard engage, because of the lack of instant wave clear. It's easy for Alliance to just group up around these towers here, poke them down a little bit, get some damage, get someone low, and then you just take the tower on the next time when Millennium is moving away because they can't actually stay and fight. There's been very good moves from Alliance and really taking full advantage of the fact that they survived or did well the early game, and Millennium then fell behind. And here's the tidal wave.
Well, the tidal wave only catches on to Shook. He got a lantern already. He can just take straight away from that one. The Culling doing work and taking half the hit points off Kevin there. There's 1,000 hit points down, and the Dragon now getting started off without that tidal wave. This is going to be tricky for Millennium. They're going to go for it though. The Flay doing great work from Nif. It's going to be a pouncing and a steal from Carnex. We do see Wicked jumping on towards him, flashes away, gets followed straight through. Wicked managed to lock him down with a kill, and now Creaton may be the focus target instead. They're not going to go for it. Kevin had to separate. He's gone one way. What will Alliance do? Will they move straight for Baron? It seems they will.
Seems they will. Kevin with teleport. He can come up there. The rest of the team, they need to move up and try and stop Alliance from doing this. It's very early Baron, so they will take a lot of damage from it.
Well, they're going to go towards that middle turret instead. Will they go towards the side? Remember, there's the teleport. Oh, it's going to be a death push. The spear.
Nice.
Spear didn't land, and that gave the game away. Basically, they were in that bush.
And also, Creaton, he did the beautiful thing you can do on Kog'Maw here. You can check these bushes with your ulti, get vision around it so you don't have to face check. Smart move, and Millennium gets actually a tower for it.
And for the first time, honestly, Alliance actually didn't look in control of a situation. They weren't quite sure how that one would play out. And you can see Millennium, they're sticking around. Hopefully not too long for their sake. Kurt does go in, goes very deep. Nif with the Ignite running. No, the heal from Froggen's there. Death Sentence doesn't quite land. That would have been sweet revenge if it did. Instead, it does save the tower.
Also, got a way to summon a heal from Froggen at least. He felt he had to use it instantly, and then his own heal afterwards because of the Ignite there. So he had to do everything he could to actually save Nif. And now Kerb needs to go back and heal. Rest of Alliance are just instantly pushing up here. The top lane, however, is pushing heavily in favor of Millennium.
The red buff once again getting stolen away by Alliance, as you mentioned, that top buff. We did see Wicked already teleporting, cleared out that bottom wave, so he can't teleport up there. Instead, we are going to see Lucian making his way up there in the form of Tabs, who will get his own red buff en route, or will not. He'll just run straight past it.
A bit of a messy fight here if we go back to the Dragon, of course. Ended up, yes, there was a kill for Alliance, but they lost the Dragon due to Carnex stealing it away. And we saw, once Millennium actually gets into the face of Alliance and can actually start a fight, at least they can do something. They weren't so far behind, they just crumbled, just lost instantly. Of course, with Nidalee, you want to poke first, you don't want to go into this fight just straight away. And Alliance at least, or Millennium, got some gold back, and also with the mid tower, because they pretty much called the bluff of Alliance around the Baron.
Well, 2 seasons on and people still cheer those wards going down. Would you believe they keep on going? Nevertheless, Alliance are in full control. 9,000 gold in the lead, 6-2 in turrets, and in terms of items, of course, that gives them a big advantage. We have yet to see it in a full-on engagement, though. Millennium yet to actually land their perfect engage. That wave has been sidestepped or dodged, or simply just caught 1 or 2 members of Alliance so far. Has to try and land properly. Alliance, though, they're going to come through. They're going to sweep out all those wards that Millennium just got back in there. And again, force himself some sort of objective control, maybe at this blue buff once again.
And here's the thing, because Alliance has so much control and the poke, they don't need to directly go into teamfights with Nif. Actually getting hit by the bubble here.
It's a good bubble. Nif's in trouble. He's going to go down. This time Kerp will get the kill and secure it. The rest of Alliance are going to come around here. That buff may not be safe, though. We do see Shook. He lands the kick, but does not follow through. But again, Connex had to smite it away.
So they at least managed to prevent the blue buff from going over to Kerp, but still, they lost a member. And now they're starting the Baron once again. Millennium, they're far away.
Well, the smite is down, of course, remember. Don't forget, so they know that Connex is not going to be able to jump in just yet. That's going to be on a cooldown time. You can see half of it
Oh, they don't even know. They have no idea. They're doing the raves.
Wicked is actually pushing in, and as you mentioned, they just don't know it's happening. You can see it on your screen there. They have no vision of this, and it's a great Baron pickup for Alliance.
Oh, such a sneaky move here. They lose 1 member, Millennium backs away, expect, yeah, okay, Alliance, they're not going to do anything with Baron, of course, they just lost a member to us. And then Alliance just walks straight into the Baron. Millennium walked back to the base and realized, damn, they actually just started the Baron with only the 3 members.
And they took it down with ease as well, because they have that big advantage. So, 4 members of Alliance making the moves straight down to Wicked, who's pushing in that bottom wave, and maybe the inhibitor turret is going to be their next focus target.
Should be at least. Top lane up here is going to push for Alliance. Mid lane, of course, is already into the tower, so at least Creaton can clear this wave out and get it pushing towards. So Froggen staying around here, actually going to join with the team. Now we can just see the best thing Nidalee can do. Just stay back with the Baron buff, poke away, you take some damage, you heal it up, and whoa. Kerp going a bit aggressive.
Trying to get aggressive on Shook, but he can quickly heal that straight off. He's got the regen, of course, from the Baron and Nidalee's heals to help him out now. They're going to have some range on towards his tower, though, which is a problem. Lucian trying to go for it, but as you see, Kerp getting up close and personal, but the spear manages to find his target. Now they're going to go in. Shook has to flash away from that one, but it was a good kick on Kevin, which knocked up 3 members of Millennium, and now this inhibitor turret will drop.
And they also go straight for the inhibitor, and then they can rotate into the mid lane, push the wave down, even go towards the top side if they want, because there's a big wave building up. Or they can simply back away, go back and shop with all the gold they picked up from the Baron, of course, and from the tower they just took in the bottom lane.
I think with Kerp down, I'm not sure they are going to back away. I thought they may well keep the pressure on. Of course, it is a fairly short cooldown timer, but check this fight out.
Yeah, just look here. It's actually Nif landing hook onto Kevin, and Kerp took a lot of damage when he jumped in, and then the spear coming. Oh, he's just between him and the clone. Going down for it. We see actually pretty good disengage from Jerry with the Tidal Wave. Using it correctly here, because finally you could actually use it as you're supposed to do it. Still, it's not enough. Kerp already died. Baron buff onto Alliance. They can take the tower, take the inhibitor.
So, 15 seconds for the next Dragon. Alliance already making moves towards it. That will go their way, and it's going to keep massive objective gold going in their favor. Already 11,000 gold lead, 7-2 up in turrets, and now, of course, with that bottom lane inhibitor down, super minions pushing in there, which is why Kevin is fighting desperately to keep them away. And speaking of these top laners, we mentioned it right at the start, how they're really going to struggle in terms of gold, in terms of farm, in terms of items. You can see, looking at Kevin, he's only got the Randian Zone when he's got the Build Draw to cut this, but not a lot else.
And while he actually went even in farm, Wick needs to be careful here. They're going for him.
Oh, it's going to be tricky to take down. He's very tanky, and it just flashes on through and walks away with that burnout running.
And now they need to recall fast, because Alliance, they're pushing on to this mid tower.
Well, they know that there's 3 members not here right now. They're going to go for it. That's a good bubble coming out from J-Re. Will slow them down ever so slowly, but not a great deal. That's going to be another inhibitor turret going down. Now all members of Millennium are back, but we see Wicket teleporting back in full health. They're going to keep on pushing.
They can go for this one here. Nice hook onto J-Re.
Death sentence is not quite enough for J-Re. The bubble doesn't land. Tabs got caught out pretty hard there, though, by Kerp trying to push in towards the Millennium, having to back away from this inhibitor, and it will be a second one taken down by Alliance.
And again, whenever Millennium tries to defend something, one member will die for it, another one will drop low, and then Alliance can just pick up the inhibitor. Second one of the game for them, and now back away, do the exact same thing. Either go back to shop if they want to spend the gold, or just move straight up to this top lane, go towards the last inhibitor.
Yeah, they're going to get that wave shoved in. Kerp's got to be careful. He's following it up there at the moment, actually. You can see Wicked is going to head it off. The rest of Alliance are in the jungle, actually very close to Kerp. Kerp in that tri-bush. It looks like he's going to try and jump onto Tabs. No. If it had stuck around a little bit longer, he may well have worked out for him. He hasn't shown himself yet. So Alliance have no idea that Kerp is there.
Still, though, he's actually going to spot Wicked at this minion wave. Of course, Tab's not even going to run up and try and face check him. But Kerp is basically trying to do what he can do. Just find a surprise pick somewhere, kill a target, extend the game a little bit for Millennium so they can farm away and at least try and get towards some items. I mean, look at Kevin. He only has 1 item completed, and we are 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah, they've just been starved out for a long portion of this game. So far, it's working near perfect for Alliance. They have, of course, let 2 turrets go down and a single death come through, but other than that, they've had almost full objective control, including the red and blue buffs from the opposition jungle. Alliance pushing in for the final inhibitor. I'm not sure if they really need this one simply, or whether they're just looking for points for their fantasy team, but it seems that they do want to take down this final turret nonetheless.
They want to play it safe at least. Connect's going very aggressive here, has to jump out.
Home Guard's running him in there, quickly bounces straight back out, and that's going to buy time. Alliance moving in, that turret is dropping very quickly. Kevin can't do anything about it, Kraton can't get close to it. Meanwhile, the super minions on the Nexus turret, they're almost taking that down. You can see Kraton having to back away, gets across, gets the kill on Shook. Connex tries to pounce in and pounces out. The Nexus turrets are falling though. Super minions are onto the second Nexus turret. While this is happening, Alliance pushing in, Millennium being distracted. The second Nexus turret's gone down. The super minions driving on through. Millennium can do nothing here. They are helpless to the push of the minions.
as Alliance will take victory and top the league against Millennium.
Fantastic early game play by Alliance here. They had full control of the map, knew exactly what to do in the lane swaps, got all 3 auto turrets down, and then just starting warding off the jungle from Millennium, finding the buffs, finding the picks here, extending the lead. Beautiful, beautiful rotations from Alliance.
Could not have said it better myself. Full control by Alliance there. They just had one of the slightest moments where they wobbled, but quickly took advantage, moved straight up, and managed to take that Baron.
Yeah, pretty much the only times where Millennium were pretty much in a position to do something against Alliance were when they were waiting in the bush, there was no wards from Alliance, and then someone like Nif would face check, they'd pick up a kill. But when they actually did get the kill, Alliance just went straight for Baron anyway, picked up the Baron, Millennium didn't expect it, and we just have to say, looking all the way back to around 10-12 minutes, Alliance were already 5,000-6,000 goals ahead by that time.
Well, we dubbed them the super team when they got formed, and right now they are starting to deliver 4 wins, 1 loss, as they say, topping the table now, taking down the only team that was anywhere near close to them, which was, of course, Millennium. They had a great opening Super Week, but no shame there. A impeccable performance coming out from Alliance, and maybe a shining light for Europe, honestly.
It is, at least, it's very scary for the rest of the teams now in Europe when you look at Alliance, because everyone said last season, or last split, these are great individual players. All of them can win the lane, they can carry games. They just don't have the shot calling. Decision making was off. Everyone said the same thing, they need synergy, they need to play together. Now coming into this split, all of a sudden the shot calling seems to be there, the decision making is great for them. We of course saw, well, they got better and better last split, and now they're just looking so strong. So when you have all these strong players, and now also you have someone helping the team around with tactics, and you have someone in the team, like let's say it's Froggen as the shot caller here, who can then make sure the team is rotating properly around the map, then it becomes very, very scary to play against Alliance.
And more importantly, they've had 3 months to play together, of course, throughout the spring, which actually turned out very well for them. They finished 3rd in the league, 4th in the playoffs. Yeah. Not a bad performance for the opening season as basically a brand new formed team. Now, of course, they seem to have picked up that synergy, and everybody seems to be playing on the same page as well. There's nobody sort of counter-calling each other. It seems to be everybody knows the tactic, everybody knows what the plan is, and going forward and executing it perfectly.
100% agree. I mean, even the teleports from Wicked, they are spot on. As soon as the team needs him, he will teleport somewhere, pick up the farm, and everything just works for them at the moment.
Well, we're going to head over to the stage with Alliance's Nif, who is standing by after that win.
Thank you very much, D-Man. First off, congratulations. Once again, a win for Team Alliance coming in here. Tell me about your pick and ban phase, leaving open LeBlanc for Kerp, which is kind of a risky move.
I don't think so. Like, we talked about it, but for us it's not a pick that really matters, so we just left it open. Actually, it helped us to secure our picks, so it was actually good for us.
Yeah, and talk me through the game in general. Again, that synergy between you and Shook is just amazing. Is that something that you guys work on specifically?
No, I think it's just that both of us are pretty much on our main heroes. And then it's like, they're also a really good combination. So, and then we try to invade a lot as well in the early game in our scrims, so we practice it, but it's not like a main focus.
So not only you and Shook are playing together phenomenally, just the entire team seems to be really coming together. What is kind of your evaluation of your first games here in the summer split?
I think our strategy point of the game has improved a lot, and it helps us that we have like 2 guys who helps us with the game, so we can focus on our mechanical things, and then they tell us like how to play the game. And I think it helped us a lot, and it shows how we play.
Just for clarification, who are those 2 guys?
Excuse me?
Who are those 2 guys?
We can't say it.
We can't say it yet. Well, thank you very much, Nif.
Thank you.
Now it is time for us to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll be breaking down this game together with Joe and Quickshot. And we have our last game of the LCS, of course, Challenger action is following after that. But SK versus Ro8 coming up after that. Don't go anywhere.
I got excited, man. I couldn't hold it back.
You want to look?
I'm so excited. I just can't hide it. I just can't hide it.
Go LeBlanc? Pick me LeBlanc. Maybe they're baiting us, but I
think they're gonna pick.
Well, he does jump in, he could get flayed straight away. Oh,
there it is.
But just use it, there's the death sentence, hooks him in! This is going to be tricky for Millennium, they're going to go for it though. The flay doing great work from Nif. It's going to be a pounce in and a steal from Carnex.
We just saw Alliance take down the Nexus in our last match, and I've been joined by Joe and Quickshot to break things down. And breaking things down, mostly it was a very systematic game by Alliance, in my opinion.
There's not a whole lot to break down, I'm afraid. You know, Alliance just got ahead super early. They punished Millennium. They just kept getting in their faces and making their comp work. It was difficult for Millennium because they simply didn't have an answer to anything that Alliance did.
Yeah, and it's hard to really judge whether this is a weaker Millennium from what we saw last week in the Super Week, where they obviously did really, really well, whether Alliance are a lot stronger, because Alliance did play this game almost flawlessly, and it's really hard to say whether Millennium just lost that earlier on and it was a no comeback situation, a game that they may just want to forget. Look why it went that way in the first place and then just forget it.
Yeah, we can't really say, but what we can say is that there was one particularly big play and hashtag LCS big play moment that came to you guys, and there's also someone who tweeted about it. It comes from @Spectrank, who says, "Oh my God, Shook the Flying Monk, hashtag LCS big play."
It was a super cool play. If we pull it up onto your screen, Shook as well as Froggen just do such a good job under the tower. Keep a close eye on the damage that Kerp takes. He actually tries to clear the minion wave, and that just opens him up to get chunked down by the Sonic wave and the damage from Alliance. So roll this clip out. We'll roll it about half speed, and we'll see this Flying Monk coming in just a moment or two. It's something that Shook has done so often on Lee Sin. In my mind, it's his strongest jungler. So there's Kerp. Gets caught by the hook by Nif, Sonic Wave at point-blank range, and whazza! First blood.
That was an interesting noise. I actually want to give the credit to Nif on that one, because his Flay actually slowed them as they pushed in there. Hook came in, Flay came in, then he got an easy hook off, and okay, Shook got the glory moments and a special noise from Quickshot for actually finishing that off. But it's not the first time that we've seen Nif and Shook combining so well. In fact, it wasn't even the only time in that game that Nif's hooks really opened up kills for them.
Yeah, completely agree.
Yeah, absolutely. And remember that you can send us your own favorite plays or the noises you want to hear from Quickshot by tweeting @LLEsports along with that hashtag LCS, of course. Now, what do we make of this? It's, of course, too early to draw conclusions about either team, but the fear is creeping in that Millennium, the way they started so strong over in the summer split last year, might they go down that path again?
I do agree with you. It might be too early to call to question that. But there's two things I want to highlight. In the interview, Nif was saying, well, we weren't afraid of the LeBlanc. And during the sounds of the game, Kerp himself said, pick me LeBlanc. I think I'm being baited, but I don't care. He will care next time, because the LeBlanc had 0 impact. Alliance played around it so incredibly well. Froggen on Nidalee was not afraid. He kept his distance at all time. There was no kill threat on him at all. And it's not something you can do at this level.
I think it's hard to say whether that's a start of a downhill spiral for Millennium. It was a very one-sided game. I think we can more look at the other side of it and say Alliance look incredibly terrifying right now, and if they keep going like that, they're going to be up there at the top come the end of the split.
I predicted they were going to be at the top, and I'm sticking to my prediction. I'm not changing in week 2. But there's time. There's time.
We know a quick shot. We're going to head back to D&D at the desk. But first, let's hear what Jankos has to say about his opponents when Ro8 faces SK Gaming in our next match.
SK never gank mid lane pretty much. Hyperius is usually pick as a farm heavy mid laner and he's just trying to farm and not die. Freddy usually plays some off-tank champion like Jax, maybe Trundle, Shyvana, and Svenskeren usually try to focus on the bot lane and try to gank bot lanes of Candy Panda and Ro8.
Interesting words from Jankos. Maybe they've got a plan coming into this game.
And I think also, looking at the chin strap, Freak would really be jealous. I mean, that is a beautiful one from Jankos.
Definitely getting pretty thick. It's thicker than Freak's. I don't think thicker than he could ever grow, I think.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe Jankos is more manly.
Easy for me to say that, that's for sure. That brings us, of course, to the last match of the day. It is Ro8 facing off against SK Gaming. Ro8 had a rough start to the summer split, only picking up 1 win as they beat Gambit, of course. That's in stark contrast to the spring split, where they shot into the limelight with 5 wins in the opening 2 weeks. And of course, when you look at their opponents, SK Gaming, the pressure is only compounded as the head-to-head in the spring split was 3-1 in favor of SK Gaming. So they really, really need to perform if they want to pick up a win here.
Yeah, and if you look back at week 1 for Ro8, it was a bit of a strange week for them. I mean, the individual play, or the laning phase, I should say, wasn't the issue for them. It was actually okay. But then when it came to moving around on the map, quick decisions for them, and also taking the risk-free plays, they just failed completely. I mean, the Subar crew, where they start the Baron, and they actually end up giving the Baron over to Subar crew, lose the game, and in general, they didn't know how to push the advantage on the map, and I'm 100% sure it's something Ro8 really has worked on coming into this week.
The chin strap has gone.
What?
What?
How dare he?
I mean, really, really? How could he shave such a beautiful thing? You never know. SK Gaming, well, let's talk about them because they had a strong start to the season once again, taking down Fnatic and opening the game with a overall 3-1 advantage. Fantastic start for the season for them, of course. They show that they are the team to beat if they can reach the late game, but they still show those early signs of weakness in the early laning phase.
And it was the exact same thing we saw in the last split for them, so they pretty much look like the same team because, again, weak early game, very good mid game, very good late game. It's been the same deal here for SK. And also if you look at the pick and ban phase, if you just look directly at the game against Gambit, where they actually picked Vayne for Candy Panda in a setup where there was 0 wave clear and where every lane needed help from Svenskeren to actually really snowball. It was a weird game and they really got destroyed, I would actually say, early game by Gambit, and that's why they ended up losing it. And that's something they need to fix.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how that pick and bans will go with Ro8, who themselves are weakened now. But, you know, if you looked at the Copenhagen Wolves game that SK had last week, it was phenomenal. They absolutely destroyed SK Gaming. I think it was, what, 24, 25-minute game?
Fast.
Complete destruction, Darby.
And that's the thing. When they finally then win the early game, they really know how to rotate the map, good decisions, always make sure to make the right choice, where there's no chance for the other team to actually make a comeback against you. And that's something SK Gaming has always been very good at, and that's the thing we praised them for so many times. In general, the shot calling for them is spot on. So once they finally win the early game, they look very, very scary. Think back to last split against Ro8, actually, who they're playing now. Again, 24 minutes game or something, and Ro8 had to surrender because it was just over.
Yeah, they got to be careful. So we'll see how this one works out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check out those starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is Ro8. And of course, that means Zazas is in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid lane, Sullivan in the AD carry, and Vander on support.
And for SK Gaming, we have Freddy up in the top lane, Svenskeren is in the jungle, Jesus, of course, is the mid laner, Candy Panda is the AD carry, and then Ro8 on support.
And for the final game of the day, we shall turn our attention to the mid lane, where Jesus will be facing off against Overpower.
Yeah, and Overpower, he actually looked very good in week 1, despite Ro8 losing 3 out of 4 games. He looked very, very strong. He played 4 different champions in the mid lane, and it's something about Overpower we saw last split as well. He plays a lot of different champions. I mean, there's Mordekaiser, Akali, there's everything for him. You never really know what he's gonna pick. And Jesus, he also started playing Kayle now. With the Hurricane build, of course, we saw it for him in last week, and he was very dominant, played it 2 times, and pretty much every time for him, he did so well. And it's great for me to see him expanding his champion pool and also play very confident, because it was one of the things we looked at last bit and said, that's the things he needs to work on.
Yeah, it's something that, of course, that Trevor hit on through last week in the pre-show, talking about how Jesus really has stepped up his game, and he's really up there in terms of stats as well. It is time to check out the votes once again, and according to LOLesports.com, SK Gaming is your favorite in this matchup by 70%, something which actually I kind of expected.
Yeah, I mean, and we have to agree. SK Gaming, they come in as the favorite, looked very good in week 1. Ro8 got a lot of things to work on here, but at least for them, we saw them in the entire last split here, where they ended up getting 3rd place in the playoffs, so we know they are a team who can bounce back even if they have a bad period.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bans going to be getting underway in just a moment. What are we expecting? Can you predict some of these bans?
Well, first of all, Ro8 banned Twitch in all their games, and Twitch was banned against SK Gaming in all their games. So I will guess and say Twitch probably going to be banned from Ro8. Again, also looking at the side of SK, on red side, they always ban away Kassadin, they always ban away Jax. Very standard. I know it's very easy. I'm just picking all the standard bans here. Lulu could be potential ban. I don't actually think so, because Justice, he doesn't play it.
Yeah.
So unless Overpower plays it, I don't think Lulu's going to be banned.
Oh, we'll see how it goes. Here we go. Picks and bans underway. Final match of the day. What will the first ban be? They were thick and fast as Alliance faced off in the last match, but this time around they're a little bit slower. Yasuo will, of course, be the first ban. That surprises me that Ro8 would ban that against Jesus.
Yeah, so Jesus actually played it in the loss against Gambit, and he ended up with like 6-2-4 scores, so he had a very good performance on it. But normally when we see Jesus, it's on the farm-heavy champions. It's more his style. Still though, Ro8, they respect this Yasuo here, so they banned away.
Well, Riots was the first ban for SK Gaming. Zazas, of course, played that a few times last week.
Hey!
Not to great effect. There is the Twitch ban. Surprise, surprise. It's something that Candy Panda has been running in the background, as far as we're aware.
The reason it's actually relevant with this Twitch here is the fact that Ro8 keeps banning it on blue side. So clearly, either Celavar doesn't play it, or they don't think he plays it well enough for them to first pick it. So they want to ban it away, make sure SK won't take it in the first rotation over on their side.
Kassadin was taken away. No shocks there, I don't think. 85% ban rate still in the European LCS. And Shyvana, this is the first time he's been banned away, or she's been banned away, I should say. And
Trundle could be first pick here for Ro8.
Hit quite a bit in that top lane with the Jax ban coming in. As you mentioned, top lane may be the focus. Yep. And Trundle is indeed locked in as the first pick.
So the reason SK delayed the last ban and actually were thinking about it was because they knew if we ban Jax now, it's going to be a first pick Trundle. And then Freddy was like, is he going to play Aatrox? Is he going to play Renekton into it? Both of them against the Trundle, when you go to late game parts, that's where Trundle becomes really strong. It can be a hard matchup, but of course SK felt like they'd rather give Trundle to Ro8 and then take Lucian and Lee Sin for themselves than actually giving Jax over and getting Trundle for them. So decided to make a choice, banned away, but a lot of top lanes being banned here. And of course, it opens up for the Lee Sin for Svenskeren, and also the Lucian, very standard AD carry for Candy Panda.
Freddy looking fairly confident there as he's spinning on his chair. They locked in their two champions very quickly, so he had a grin on his face, so he kind of knew what he was up against with Trundle, I believe. There. So Lucian and Lee Sin were locked in. So Svenskeren and Lee Sin, it's something that really we saw some highlight plays from last spring split.
Yeah, we know how strong he is, especially on early game junglers. And we know the early game from SK is built around him making plays on the map here. Of course, if Ro8 decides to lane swap and then try and put him in a situation where he can't really early gank as much as he normally would like to, they can try and then play the map against SK. Could be a risky move because normally SK know exactly what to do on the map here. So we need to see how Ro8 want to handle Svenskeren early. They didn't pick the jungler yet, at least.
Nami was picked in once again.
Yay!
Nami is, there's that 3 games running? Well, not sure, I'm trying to think which one was picked up. It was the first game, it was Edward missing all the missing all of your ultimates, Eddie, not so good. Ro8 do lock in Overpower's champion though, that is going to be Nidalee in the mid lane.
So I could also explain the Yasuo ban here from Ro8. Normally it is counter pick to Nidalee. And of course they want to take it away from Jesus. Kayle is still open for him, Ziggs is open for Jesus, still plenty of options for him.
Well, Renekton was picked in there, so Freddy falling back on a Trident tested there with Renekton. Hasn't seen as much pick rate. You can see it's the first time picked in the summer this time around, was pretty much predominant throughout the spring split. But Leona is going to be picked up in support.
Yeah, so Renekton, due to all these lane swaps here, it's not as easy to just get your one-on-one matchup, which was the thing about Renekton. It's where he shines. In one-on-one early game, he's very, very strong, can dominate the lane. But if you lane swap on him, he kind of loses this thing because he's going to be farming a jungle, Trundle's going to be farming a jungle somewhere else, and get the levels, and then Trundle can start actually winning and outscaling Renekton. So that's one of the reasons he fell out of favor, but now they actually have to go with him because of all these top lane bans.
Of course, the new Ro8 shirts on them as well with their new sponsors. Ro8 have gone with Kog'Maw once again alongside that Nami, and you saw Jankos very happy and smiling. Well, why not? He's got his Elise once again.
It's actually, in general, if you look at the Ro8 comp here, once they actually start grouping up for a tower, you can land a spear, you can land a bubble, you can land a cocoon. There's a lot of skill shots SK Gaming needs to look out for here and dodge around. And if one of them lands onto them, if the cocoon lands, you follow it up by the bubble, a lot of poke onto you. If just the spear lands, well, we know how much damage Nidalee can do, and it also forces you away from the tower. So Ro8 with a very, very strong lineup when it comes to grouping up with 4 members, doing a lot of damage onto towers, poke, and then disengage if needed with the Nami, of course, with the Elise, and then Trundle can just split push in the top lane.
So what do we think? Kayle? Kayle left open.
Could be Kayle here. Ziggs actually would be best for the wave clear. Yep. Together with Lucian would make a lot of sense, and actually was also locked in by SK here. So now they have the wave clear. With the Ziggs, we know how strong he is, just extending games, making sure teams can't group up early and just push down towers, so I like this pickup. Also, he can apply a lot of pressure to overpower early game here in the lane. So overall, good response from SK with the Ziggs pick, and of course Candy Panda can also help in with the wave clear. And if now SK want to start a fight, they have Leona, they have Lee Sin to jump in, Freddy can teleport behind. The issue for them, however, comes when you hit the late game point. Kog'Maw, of course, will scale really well. We have Trundle up in this top lane who's going to outscale Renekton. So that could be the issue for SK, and therefore they need to make sure they don't go too late, or at least they need to make sure they are far enough ahead to actually handle it.
Well, we'll see how this one turns out, of course. What do we think overall the teams? Who do you feel has got the advantage in the picks and bans?
Well, looking just straight picks and bans, I really like the comp from Ro8, but also like the response from SK with the Ziggs pick here, because they know if we don't have some proper wave clear, they can just push a group up together and start poking us down, and we won't have a response.
And remember, SK generally struggled in that lane phase, so Ziggs sometimes has been drawn to quarter to help them out. Of course, the teams, well, they've locked in their champions, so who has the better composition? Who do you feel? Tweet us with the hashtag RockWin or the hashtag SKWin, and we'll share the results with you on screen shortly, of course. See if you've felt any different from those picks and bans.
And we really need to see here if Ro8 can get a lane swap going. Because they want to make sure, of course, SK can't use the Renekton Lee Sin combo to just destroy the top lane. And also they want to make sure that Kog'Maw and Nami can get a few levels. Because Leona, if she hits onto Nami, Nami is very squishy and could be a kill for SK.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final game of the day getting underway. Ro8 as the blue team skittering out of their base up against SK Gaming, starting out as the red team with that crazy mad scientist in the mid lane.
And SK Gaming, actually both teams have some tools for the level 1. Nami Bubble is a very strong level 1 spell. You can even land on multiple members, of course. And also on the side of SK Gaming, you can start stun onto Renekton, you can start to stun on Enraided. Some good CC can lock down the first target who runs in. So we need to see Ro8 for now are grouping around this top side here because they want to get in, get a few wards so they can spot where SK is sending their dual lane, and Ro8 can make sure they can send theirs the other lane.
Well, SK are still the favourites. Of course, you were voted them the favourites over the last week, and now it's 63% still in their favour, swinging slightly into Ro8, but still SK very much in charge. We'll see how it works out as this game progresses. Of course, keep your tweets coming about the big plays. We may see a big play in this one. We saw one in the last game. Let's see if Ro8 or SK can perform.
So this one ward here from Svenskar actually means Ro8 won't be able to just straight up invade into the jungle. Or they can still do it, but it can be more risky because SK, of course, will have full vision of them moving in and can try and set up a counter engage onto them. And they're just waiting at this red buff. They're expecting Ro8 to do something. For now, nothing happening.
They're not going to go for any invades. We did see a number of early invades that either worked or backfired horribly throughout the Super Week, just last week, in the last few days.
They will get the lane swap though, because actually the bottom lane, SK already had the dual lane down there. They won't be able to swap up in time in case they want to go for 2v2. And now Ro8, because the dual lane is up in the top side, can just move into this red buff. Svenskar actually, because he was waiting around, is gonna be delayed on his own blue buff now.
Yeah, he was waiting. He wanted to start off on the red buff. You could see he was there with Freddy, and Sturms was not able to react in time, and now he's desperately making a mad dash across towards the red lane himself. So Freddy's got to be careful he doesn't push out that wave too far. He's trying to just stay relevant close to it, but he's taking a lot of harassment from Banda here. Going to force him right back behind his tower.
And Nami is such a good support when it comes to these lane swaps here early on. Because of the bubble you can land, you can try and predict where Freddy's gonna go when he wants to last hit a minion under the tower, for instance. Predict the bubble. Either you force him to go away from the minion or get hit by the bubble, and then he takes a lot of pokes. So, wisely enough, he's just gonna recall away. He knows he's not gonna get any CS in this lane swap here, and needs to start jungling. Svenskeren though, he's very far away from him. They actually need to go together, so it's a bit of an issue for Freddy here early on.
I'm sure whether Vander actually had 80 runes on him there as well, the amount of damage he was putting down onto Freddy. I was trying to have a quick glimpse across. I can't quite see them. Maybe I'll check them out after the game. As it stands, though, Freddy is going to hold off in a 2v1. Well, you know, something we talked about with Renekton, of course. The fact he's just teleported back. And now it's going to be a 4-on-1.
He's gonna die from this one. I mean, 4 members. He needs to back away from this tower. Svenskeren is at his own blue buff. He's not going to be here.
Pillar of Ice could go down and block him, but Zazas does not go for it. Cocoon did land, but Freddy gets away scot-free there. I feel that Rocket could have punished it a little bit more, but instead they are focusing rightly on the tower.
Yeah, now of course they need to make sure once they actually take down this tower here that it won't push towards Freddy. They just want to deny him all the time. His teleport, of course, was already used just to go back to the lane and then actually move away from the tower. With the jungle up top lane though, it opens up for Jesus to apply a lot of pressure on this mid lane onto Overpower.
Jesus is going to keep those bombs onto Overpower, causing, like you say, a lot of pressure, and gives him the freedom to harass. And Nidalee early on at these levels can get punished quite heavily by a Ziggs in the right hands, and that's exactly what they're doing. But look at this early Dragon coming out from SK Gaming.
Yeah, I like this move from SK because they know all the members are in this top lane. There's no way they can go down to defend this one. So SK can now take the Dragon, go down to this bottom lane, which is not even pushing, and still pick up a lot of farm for Candy Panda. The bottom lane tower is untouched, so they know they won't be able to kill it in time if Rocket decides to recall up top anyway. So smart of them to at least get the Dragon for this.
4-minute 20 Dragon. Keep your eyes on that one at the 10-minute mark, because that will be back up. Jesus has got a spider coming towards him. He can quite easily satchel charge his way from that one though, so not too much pressure, and he'll get back around to clear out the wave as well. Sullivan's stuck around in this top lane, hasn't backed off yet, which is keeping Freddy hot on his toes. He has still only got 1 CS, and Zazas, of course, only got 5 himself.
This is pretty smart, actually. They kept Celebi up here to just farm in his top lane, because, again, they saw SK move from the lane up towards the Dragon, so they know Dragon is gone. It's very easy to spot out, and they also know their bot lane tower is completely untouched, so they don't have to send members back instantly to defend it, and therefore could push this wave all the way into the tower, make sure it resets now before the next 2 waves meet each other.
Freddy missing a couple of CS there, and more importantly the siege minion was missed out, so would have helped him out, but he can hold this lane here now. We did see Zazas is the one basically being punished by this. He was heading down towards the bottom. He's got himself a double Doran's Blade.
Ooh, this is not good for him. Bot lane is pushing in favor of SK, so he won't be able to get any CS there. Top lane, he needs to wait for Freddy to push this wave all the way down to his side of the lane here. So actually, Sas was being punished a lot for the fact he went up to the top lane with the 3 other members from Rocket to push down the tower. And Freddy, he was just waiting. He knew at some point he would be able to get some farm. That's why he just waited around.
He has managed to get a little bit of lane tax there, Overpower gifting that across towards him, so he has hit level 3 and got himself a few minions, and actually kept himself level with Freddy. Freddy himself, though, look at the top lane, you can see he's just holding it there right now on the mini-map.
Slowly pushing.
Looking to push that one out anytime soon.
And we need to see if Svenskeren now wants to go all the way up to this top lane, so once the big wave build up by Freddy hits towards the tower, then Svenskeren will be there, try and dive onto Sassus, who's under-leveled at this time, and therefore force him away and deny him even more CS. It seems for now he's at the Wraith camp, still got some time before he needs to be in the top lane.
He's heading that way though, you can see those bomb satchel charges all working towards Overpower, but he is up to 5 now, he's got himself that chalice, so he's relatively safe up against the Ziggs. Bottom lane pairing, of course, very even in terms of farm between them. This is the first time we are seeing them up against one another. Candy Pan and Ren rated on the standard combo. Well, not quite so standard combo. Leona has started to become more commonplace though in the summer, up against the Kog'Maw and Nami, which really has risen to dominance over in Korea and seemingly in Europe now, because this is the second time we've seen it today. Could have been the third if of course, Genjo had gone towards it.
And look at this here. Svenskeren is now in this top lane because there's a massive wave from Freddy, of course. If they can deny this one from Sasus, it's going to be so huge for SK. It means Freddy going later into the game can just split push against Freddy for a long time. Against Sasus, sorry, because he will be so much stronger. Jankos, though, with a very good reaction, staying towards his top side as well in case the dive should happen.
Well, sticking around.
He needs to be there now.
Comes in. Now he's there. He needs to be joining him. Dominus comes in. That was a good stun coming out, though. And actually very good damage control from the tower. Svenskeren caught out by the Cocoon. Where's he going to repel to? Freddy's actually taken pretty low on this one. That's going to why the mid laners, they're going to come across in support. We also see Nami coming across. Freddy's in trouble. Where's he going to go? He's already used his flash. He's going to try and slice through, but it's not enough. And now Jez is in trouble. Overpower catches on towards him. Where's he going to go? Satchel Charge doesn't bounce him away quite far enough. The spear lands, but it's not enough. And great reactions coming out of Ro8.
Yeah, very nice reactions here. They knew once the wave was going to hit the tower, Svenskeren would be there. Jankos stayed nearby. As soon as he saw the dive was happening, moved up there, and then the rest of Ro8 could also come up and help the team. Picked up a kill here onto Freddy, and now of course Sasus as well can pick up some much needed farm.
And he gets pushed in. Salavar now in trouble. Nami was not there, but the teleport comes in from Zazas. It forces SK to back away, but now they know that's been cancelled. They can rush straight for him. Zenith's Blade not quite catching on, though.
Silva almost got baited by his own teammate there. Stayed under the tower until the teleport was actually cancelled. Lucky enough for him, he was actually out of range and just been farming alone now because Nami roamed all the way up to this top lane here to help out.
Yeah, got an important assist as well. Spear comes across from Overpower, gets himself the blue buff for that mid lane. Kept up fairly decently on Jez's in terms of farm, despite the fact he was on Nami, was pressured early, had no help from his junglers. And those opening 6 levels. Blue buff, of course, will go across the Jez's here. All things being equal, did go across. I wasn't sure whether it actually changed hands incorrectly, but dodging out of the spears, this is now in the hands of Overpower, you feel.
Well, at least despite losing their, if you go back to the top lane dive here, despite losing the dive, Freddy has come back to the lane now and it's going to be the exact same thing. He's going to build up a massive wave once again, get ahead in XP, get ahead in farm, until it comes down to Sasus. Also, his teleport is ready in case SK want to try and set up for this dragon spawning here in the next 50 seconds. And he can always join down. So he can now build up the wave once again, push down to the tower, and then just rotate down towards the dragon. SK can start it. Sasus without teleport, he won't be able to join in, also because he has to pick up the farm top.
We'll see how it works out for them. At the moment, it is fairly even in the lane phase. Opening 10 minutes. Remember that dragon is going to be up at the 10-minute 20-second mark, which is why it's counting down, and we do see Svenskeren heading back down here. They have managed to push the wave into the turret, but it's far from in their control at the moment, so it would be a risky dragon to start back off again. But remember, Ro8 have no timers on this.
No timers, and also the 2 side lanes for them are pushed into their own tower, so they won't be able to move up quickly for the dragon. Pink ward was now cleared by Svenskeren, so SK got full control of the river and got full control of the lanes. And we actually see Freddy starting to move towards the dragon here after he pushed the wave into the tower. Won't even be needing his teleport because he can just run all the way, unless a fight starts instantly.
Jankos is coming around. That was a good satchel charge into a Zenith, into a catch out there. Solar Flare, fantastically done. Overpower and Jankos locked up. Overpower was kind of drawn in by his jungler there, and that was a simple pickup by SK, a kill and a dragon.
There was actually flash on Overpower here, but decided not to use it, so went down for it again. Dragon also for SK. Freddy moved down, going back towards the top lane. Didn't use the teleport, so they still have the option now for him to join in one of the lanes in case a fight should happen. It's a beautiful move by SK. Knew they had the advantage when it came to more members, and also knew they could just start a fight if Ro8 tried to come in and poke.
So Blue Buff went across and traded to Candy Panda because he got that kill. He's going to maybe able to spam something out, who knows. He's going to back off, he's going to get himself the Blade the Rune Kick, not the Blade the Rune Kick, he's going towards the... why have I forgot the name of a Bloodthirster? I don't know.
I have no idea.
Just completely losing memory right now. Jezza, though, with the blue buff in his own, he's going to put pressure on, and now that there is no blue buff and, of course, Overpower, he has to play a little more safe.
A little more safe, actually. Midland's been a bit quiet lately. Of course, there's been no need to actually do anything for both of them, just to farm away. Could be the next target for SK if they want to quickly move in, because with the lack of wave clear from Overpower, Jezza can push the wave down. Some members from SK can join in, get a lot of damage onto the tower, maybe even take it, and then go back into the lanes. Could be an option for SK. For now, they're just staying in the lanes and just farming away.
So, let's see whether Ro8 can claw the way back into this. SK with pretty good control. 2 dragons to the good, even in kills. Still yet to get a tower down, but I feel that's certainly an option for them, but I don't think they're going for it right now. They're happy to keep this lane phase extended.
Yeah, well, again, look at Rocket's side here. They have to basically just pick up farm wherever they can, and now engage on to Celavar.
Well, Solar Flare misses out. Zenith Blade does lock him up though, but there's a lot of damage going on towards Candy Panda, which is why he's having to back out. Flash from N-Rated to avoid that Aqua Prison. Candy Panda going aggressive with the flash there, almost paying the price because that tower hit was quite strong on towards him. They will get the tower down though, so that will be the first one of the game for SK.
A very aggressive play here from SK, wanted to deny again the entire wave. It's a thing SK has been playing around in this game. Whenever there's a big wave at a tower and someone from Rocket was there to try and take it, they would just go aggressive towards them, try and force them away. Did the same thing here. Had to use all the summoners though from SK's bottom lane.
So Jankos back in the bottom, clearing out. Vander getting a little bit of CS as well. This tower in the mid lane is actually taking a lot of punishment from Jesus. Sweep comes out from SK. Blade not quite in range on Jankos there though.
Not quite in range, but N-Rated actually been very aggressive on this lane. Also at the dragon fight, he didn't even think. It's just, oh, you come close, ult into your face, jump in, get a kill here. So SK now actually decides to move to this mid lane because, again, lack of wave clearance on Italy. Kog'Maw is left in this bottom lane. It's going to be an easy tower for SK.
Well, they're going to push in for it. We'll see whether they get it. Jankos is trying to stick around. Aqua Prison's in there, but they just need to hit the damn thing, and they're not doing it. They're going to back off.
Both Candy Panda and Jesus could have got a few auto attacks onto it and just take away the tower, but played it very safe. Didn't want to risk getting hit by Bubble or anything from Rocket here.
Forced him to stop recall anyway. Nonetheless, they will back off. Jankos checking out that bush. We do see the Mega Inferno Bomb being used to wipe out that minion wave. That's going to stop Rocket pushing through that mid turret. And you can see this top turret taking a lot of damage. Freddy just needs to get in there, get a couple of hits down.
Yeah, so just like the mid tower, both of them are very, very low. Easy for SK to just go in, get a spike in goal when they kill these 2 towers, and then take all the wards, move them a step further down, get full vision of Rocket's jungle, and then know exactly what Rocket is going to do. And we talk about how Rocket in Champs League got ahead, could just start grouping up and have a lot of siege potential, a lot of poke potential with both, of course, landing Cocoon or Bubble and land a spear onto them, and it could work out for them, but they need time, and now they're falling so far behind. So SK, with the superior wave clear, has just been able to push down the lanes again and again, and always try and punish them. And now, onto Celavar.
Solar Flare, Zenith Blade, Celavar dead, and that's going to be another kill for Candy Panda. And pretty much a clean one this time around. It was what they were aiming for last time, and it also put some pressure on towards his inner turret.
Getting a lot of damage. Svensson joins in with the team as well. Bubble onto N-Rated. Nobody there to follow up though. Still got at least 50% damage onto this tower here from SK, and it's just been the same thing for them. They keep pushing in, get some damage, go back next wave, do the same thing again. Full advantage of the fact they are stronger now in this mid game.
Well, the siege minions is the next wave that's coming through. There's the top turret, and the bottom turret's again going to be pressured by this duo pairing. It's still only Vander and Jankos there. Celavar has finally respawned. He's just going to get in there. So up the hit point's gone. They're going to go aggressive on towards N-Rated. Can they catch him? Aqua Prison gets dobbed out. Cocoon does manage to catch on. There's the wave. He manages to surf that one through. But now Jankos is in trouble. They're going to try and turn it around. Here comes the teleport. Freddy's going to join in. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in, plonks onto his head. Freddy manages to clean up that kill, and they will back out once again. Rocket should not be chasing this one. They can turn.
Yeah, SK can turn around for this one here. Svensson, who still has his flash, of course, can go into the face of them. No ulti, he wouldn't be able to kick someone back. But it took Rocket such a long time to even try and kill N-Rated. He only dropped down to about 30-40% of his HP here, so it was easy for SK to just kite back a little bit and teleport back to a ward. Now tower also went down mid lane. Jesus should be safe, backing away.
Yeah, just satchel charges away from that one, sidesteps the spear and is safe. So another turret down, 3-1 now in favour of SK, and quickly, as you mentioned, money in the bank. They're now 5,000 gold ahead.
Quick spike for SK. Basically, they're just playing all the lanes completely correct. I mean, they know they can push them down, they know they're stronger, take full advantage of it. And that's the thing about this Kog'Maw Twitch AD carries we see a lot of in Korea. The thing about them is, if you fall behind, you will often lack this wave clear, because if you paired with, let's say, Nidalee here, with a Trundle, there's absolutely no wave clear on the side of Rocket. That's where at least the European teams now need to learn. Once you play Kog'Maw, once you play Twitch, we need something else with some wave clear, or we need to make sure we get ahead early on and we dictate the map so we won't get in this situation where every single lane just get pressured and we have no wave clear to do anything.
anyone in SK, their team, they'll be happy right now because they have full objective control from the 4th minute in this game. That's another Dragon going their way, the 3rd one inside 17 minutes. That's impressive in itself, along with those 3 outer turrets. The inner turrets are the next focus, though. You know, we talked about SK, how they sometimes struggle in the early lane phase. They've won the early lane phase quite clearly, it seems. They have objective control. Let's see how they close out this match.
For now, at least, they just come back to the lanes. Freddy once again keeps going up to this top lane, do the exact same thing we've seen so many times, build up a big wave, pushes in. We need to see if SK wants to use this big wave once it hits towards the bottom side here, or the top side, of course, of Rocket one down towards the tower, and want to move over there quickly from the mid lane, get some damage onto the tower with all the minions, or they just want to use it to apply pressure and then move towards the mid lane or bottom lane.
Well, look at the map. You can see, oh, Solar Flare lands on Zaza. Zaza's going to get pinned down. Kick towards Freddy. Stunned up once again. Completely locked up, but he flashes away. He gets away. Mega Inferno Bomb. It does land. Svenskaren needs one more kick, but he gets out scot-free. Svenskaren now taken low. Freddy's going to get locked up. The rest of the team trying to back away. They do have the bouncing bombs coming through from Jesus. But what a great escape by Zazas.
Yeah, and a great turnaround by Rocket as a team, coming in there, helping him out. Tidal Wave, everything was used to force SK away. A lot of the members actually dropped fairly low here from SK, so Rocket almost picking up a few kills. A few much needed kills, we could say, because for now they are still very far behind in gold.
We're going to try and steal the golems away. Candy Panda got them anyway. So gold is swinging in his favor. You can see it's a 30 CS advantage in that bottom lane between the 2 AD carries. Top lane, 70 CS advantage between Freddy and Zazas. And of course, it's equating to massive chunks of gold. Look at that top lane pairing. 2,300 gold differential between them. And again, down in those AD carries, it's what, 1,500, 1,600 gold between them as well. So big advantages being picked up by SK Gaming. They may lose out in this middle turret. That's a good combo. Spear, Bubble, and Cocoon all at once.
Quite some damage. Also actually managed to pick up the tower. SK couldn't engage. There wasn't enough members, only Inrated and Svenskaren to try and protect here. But going back to Freddy, the Renekton pick, it really worked out for SK. They played it so well with it early game, and that's why they are so far ahead as well, because Freddy's been a big part of it. Now towards this blue buff here, SK want to try and challenge for it.
Yeah, good Cocoon on Svenskaren, and that stopped the challenge dead in its tracks. Couldn't get in, couldn't get the smite, couldn't land that Sonic Wave. And it does buy time for Zazas again in that top lane. Needs to, as you mentioned, get some of that farm back. He's a long way behind Freddy, which all came from that very early level 1 2v1 switches and all the rotations they were doing early on. Put them in so much problems. And this is something we're seeing more and more common in every single LCS game now.
And it's what we need, because, again, it was one of the things EU as a region were pretty far behind on when it came to rotations, when it came to tactics in game, and it's great to see the teams really picking up on it. And we know we have very strong individual players in Europe, so that's definitely not the issue for us. It's more the fact that the teams have to learn these rotations, tactics. They of course need to get better and better at them. So for us, at least the spectators, it's great to see.
Yeah, and it's a case of understanding the situations. Like suddenly if the team calls for a slow push in top and a fast push in mid, they need to know exactly what they've got to do with the minion waves, every single player on that team. At the moment, SK Gaming have the advantage. They're trying to push in, trying to take down this pink ward, but it's a little bit of bait, I feel, from SK Gaming. They're trying to draw Rocket in a little bit closer as the Solar Flare was getting in range from Enrated.
And it's great for SK to keep Rocket in this jungle here, because they can do so much AoE poke with Jesus, of course. They engage from Enrated and have multiple members once they fight in the jungle here. So SK happy just poking away. Of course, took actually a spear from Overpower in the face onto, I believe it was Svenskaren, so he at least needs to back away a little bit.
It was Svenskaren and Candy Panda who took one, so 2 good spears landing this time around from Overpower, of course, with that needlessly large rod attached along with the Athenes and Holy Grail. Those spears will start to hurt, but as we've seen so many times from Nidalis, if they do fall behind, it tends to get tricky in those defensive spears. You have to be incredibly accurate to catch them.
Yeah, basically you need to land a spear to force them away from your tower and just buy yourself time. And
Svenskaren!
Oh, he's on the wall!
Oh, that would have been a kill. Just gets away. He stood on top of the ward as well, but he wasn't quite in range. And now actually Overpower's taking a spear, but Jesus can reply with some of those bouncing bombs.
And while, of course, we just praised SK for the early game decisions, rotations, looking back at the Alliance game as well, what the teams then need to learn now is, once we got the lead, how do we really push it here? How do we make sure there's no chance for the other team to come back? I mean, For now, Rocket has had some time to actually farm up. We see they're not catching up yet, but at least Selva down this bottom lane is actually getting quite some farm onto the Cogmore. So SK giving Rocket some time to farm back into this game.
So many times Candy Panda stole away those golems. Sullivan again tries to get up there, tries to get the last hits on them, but Candy Panda runs away with that gold again and starts to build that advantage. Almost close to 2,000 gold now between those two. Freddy going to get away, just away from that cocoon of about, just going to clear out vision. Has got a ping ward, doesn't put it down at Baron, so doesn't feel that's too much of a worry right now. What is going to be a worry maybe is the dragon coming up in 30 seconds.
Of course, and that's where he can use the pink ward, put in his own jungle, and then just start landing spears over the wall. Actually, just where Sven can put his ward, Opar can place his pink, deny the vision, and just start trying to land some poke here. If Rocket gets some good poke onto SK, they might be able to go in for a fight, but it's going to be very, very risky because Invader can just start a fight if he wants to.
Well, as they collect in that bush, that's almost going to be a magnet for those spears. Pink ward just off the side there, that's what he's looking towards. Baron, dragon spawning in 2 seconds time. Jez is actually staying in the mid lane at the moment, so he's keeping pressure with those bouncing bombs on Overpower around that mid lane. So hasn't been drawn into this fight right now, but this time around, Rocket really do want to fight for this dragon.
And they kind of have to, well, Selva is still far away. He needs to join in with his team. There's teleport onto Freddy. He can join in, try and flank around Rocket if possible. And let's see here. Jesse's just trying to land some poke, and Rated already took one spear to the face. And now actually SK decides to back away, also because Freddy's just pushing this top lane. Xaxus needs to either go in and start the dragon, or actually teleport up here and stop if they want to prevent Freddy from doing damage. Seems though Freddy don't want to do it, he want to join in with the team.
Uh-oh, Overpower in trouble. Candy Panda with the culling, not quite enough to get on towards him, but the flash will! And Overpower goes down to the AD carry of Candy Panda.
And he completely split up from the rest of the team. He tried to move around and keep landing spears onto SK. Candy Panda just waited down in the bush here, spotted him, easy kill for him. Dragon as well for SK.
Well, that's the 4th one of the game now, I believe, for them. So full control on that once again. 24 minutes into this one. Sullivan has got a lot of damage on him, as you mentioned, but when he's pretty much all in his own down this bottom lane, that's going to be a problem as SK Gaming move in bulk. 4 members of them pushing that bottom wave.
And it should be the bot tower. It's already very, very low. Rest of Rocket is still far away. Overpower just respawned. 2 members are in the mid lane. This tower, easy enough for SK.
Yeah, that's going to go down. I think Enraid probably could have tanked it up, didn't really need to. Minions come in, easy tower picked up, first inner of the game. Freddy is keeping the middle wave busy. Jankos goes a little bit aggressive on that one. Can't go too deep. He has got the rest of SK rotating from the bottom up towards this mid lane. Don't think they're going to go in towards that one though, so they're just going to back off. Got themselves another couple of great objectives. They're all going to be sat with a chunk of gold in their pockets.
Yeah, and we actually see both Svenskron and Rated being down towards the 50% HP mark, and that's why SK don't feel like they need to go and push anything, because one spear and you're suddenly very low, and therefore you will be forced to go back to base. So wisely enough, use the gold they just picked up here, go back, heal up, and can then start grouping up if they really want to start either sieging down a tower, maybe try and force a Baron, just deny full vision from Rocket, set it up, and if Rocket tries to go in and stop you, you just turn around on them with Leona and start a fight.
Just shy of 10,000 gold lead right now, 9k just roughly overall, and that's pretty much split across every member of SK because of all the objectives that have been taken, the 4 dragons, the 4 towers. And in terms of farm, you can see it's now a 100 CS lead that Freddy has over Xaxus, which is becoming a serious, serious problem. 3,000 gold advantage he has over that top lane.
Richest man on the team.
Almost a complete item.
Yeah, he's actually, again, he's the guy with the most gold for SK because he's just been farming all the time up in this top lane. Nobody to stop him from farming, except for the death he had early game where they tried to dive onto Xaxus. He's just been going back to top lane again and again, picked up the farm. Very good teleport use as well to join in with the rest of the team if needed.
Yeah, he's actually made use of that teleport very well, as you're saying. Guardian Angel's now been picked up by him. There's the Culling being used. Very quick cooldown timer on that one for Candy Panda. Got himself the Triforce completed himself, as well as, of course, Sullivan, who'd picked his up early. Candy Panda just peeking off at the side there. He's actually been sitting in and around this bush with the golems, with that bottom wave for a very long time. Sullivan's been keeping him company. But SK, they've felt pretty comfortable because they've had good ward coverage around this red buff area.
Yeah, and this is actually the first time where they don't have it, and that's why they're a bit scared of just moving in and just keep backing out. Rocket at least been doing a good job trying to get back some of the ward control here. Candy Panda in the bottom lane pushing for himself. Rocket rotating between mid and the bottom lane to try and defend it. SK now moving up here with the wave to top lane. In red, he's not spotted yet.
There we go, Zenith Blade, Solar Flare locking up Zaz's Mega Inferno Bomb follows through. He flashes out of it, but into his not going to be able to escape, I don't feel. There comes Svenska, and he comes around to try and finish the job. He will get the kill as well. Killed secured, I believe, is the phrase you could use for that one. The wave comes out, it may keep him away from the turret. There was a good Aqua Prison on N-rated, but he will flash away and get away from this one. Repel comes from Jankos, but I'm not sure he wants to follow too deep on this one because SK will just turn back around on them. Freddy goes deep on Slice and Dice there. Jankos gets caught out, has to try and shield up and heal himself away from that one. The tower will go down. It was a 1-for-0 trade overall, and SK just showing how that gold works in their favor right now. They're so much stronger than Rocket.
And again, they had pushed down every single lane towards the base of Rocket, so they can just move around here, in-rated, completely unspotted, move towards the top lane. So once Renekton was actually at the tower, they could dive, 2 members, rest of SK could quickly join in before Rocket could even react to it, pick up the kill. Chase went on for Rocket, of course. Actually wanted to try and at least get a kill or 2. SK could then just turn around when Candy Panic actually came in and picked up the tower as well.
So Rocket really very much in trouble now. 2 inner turrets down, top and bottom. Middle one is the last surviving one. Dragon is up in a minute and a half, and you can bet your boots SK Gaming will be all over that one. And Baron may actually be their focused objective next.
And 4 members from Rocket used the flash in the last fight. So N-rated has a lot of targets here he can hit his ulti on if he wants to engage the fight. And they can just instantly blow up him. Cockmore, he's gonna die instantly. Nami, of course, the same deal here. So for SK, if they do try and force a fight now, bait Rocket into a bad situation, N-rated can just land an easy ulti.
Off at the side, clearing out ward coverage at the moment in that river area. In fact, he's pinging it. He's like, someone come and sweep this, please. Mine's down. I haven't got it available. He keeps on pinging it. Svenska is not interested. Instead, he looks like he may try and go for a kill here on Jankos. Quick stun comes out from N-rated. They do not follow it through with that shield Daybreak. And he will just hold his ground. Rocket seemingly trying to defend out that jungle, but I'm not sure that's what they should need to be doing because they're leaving the mid lane open.
I'm a little bit surprised SK are not more confident pushing down though. Yes, of course, you can take a spear to your face, but where's the hard engage on the side of Rocket? It's the same deal as last game. Okay. Nami won't be the one to engage. It's so easy to dodge around the wave. So SK can just group up. If you take a bad spear, you back away, you heal it up and go in again. And that's actually what they're doing now, just grouping up towards this mid lane.
A lot of Cullen all landing on Overpower to heal himself up to keep himself alive in that one. The bottom wave is not pushing. This is something we saw with Alliance right now, that they'd have all the lanes pushed in, and really Millennium were left with no objectives, nowhere to go. Dragon is up in 3 seconds time, which is why SK are now in position. They're going to get themselves the 5th Dragon of the game.
Easy peasy. Rocket just trying to get some farm in this mid lane. Their own blue buff actually spawned. They should be able to pick that one up. SK is not in a position to do anything about it because they got the Dragon. Also opens up for Rocket actually to clear out some of the wards here from SK around the Baron. Place their own sneaky ward here, so of course if there's a Baron...
Oh, blue buff stole from Jesus there with the Mega Inferno Bomb. Nicely done there, and that will cause a problem for Overpower. He's already down on mana. He needs the cooldown on them spears, and well, SK Gaming are going to put them in serious problems. They have to push all these waves though.
So SK don't actually take advantage of the fact that Overpower was so low on mana. Maybe they didn't actually spot his mana out here. No, there was a ward, so they will, of course have seen it. Gonna move in now though, once Jesus actually pushes down the mid lane to, again, hopefully clear out the wards around the Baron so they can apply some pressure at least for Rocket there and force Rocket to either go up and face check it or just say, okay, we have to give up this Baron for free in case SK starts it and Rocket is not in position to try and stop it. But for now, there's 2 wards remains from Rocket. They have Vision and SK back to the same position they've been in for the last few minutes where they push down the waves and then just stay far away from Overpower in Italy here. Don't want to risk getting a spear in the face and just move around, deny a little bit of vision, push in the wave once again. Freddy doing the same thing on this top lane here where of course Sazus needs to get up here and defend it.
Something they haven't taken advantage of, as you mentioned earlier on, was the flashes. The flashes were all down. They're all on long cooldowns, but they're almost off those cooldowns now, and we still haven't seen N-rated going aggressive. We do see Freddy coming around the backside in this mid lane. That's going to give SK the middle turret easily taken there. Good position in there. They could shove along that top wave. He could keep on pushing here. They could get a couple of hits, but I don't think they want to go too deep on this inhibitor turret just yet.
But now we at least see it from SK, grouping up, straight in towards the tower here. They know, unless Overpower lands a few spears, we can just keep pushing up here. We are far, far ahead. And if someone steps out of position, and Ro8 can engage onto them, and Freddy, of course, with Guardian Angel, with Randuin's, he can tank this tower for a long, long time. So SK can just group up here. They can even just dive if they want to, actually. They can start a fight.
Top wave is slow pushing in. SK are ready and waiting, and Ro8 is caught out. A lot of damage on towards him. Is it going to be enough? The ultimate's not going to take him down from Sullivan there. The spears do land, but it may be enough to keep SK at guard right now.
No follow-up from Ro8. Again, they don't have any champions who can just dive straight into your team here. So in Ro8, he could back away. Didn't even need to use his flash actually to disengage. So for SK at least, again, pretty much the same deal as Alliance last game. Because of the comp from Ro8, can push up towers, back away in case something goes wrong, do the same thing again, and Ro8 just needs to buy time and farm.
Oh, big chunk of farm going across towards Candy Panda down that bottom wave, clearing out chunks of waves right now. Culling being used to make sure he picks up every single last drop, and he's going to back off. He'd already bought himself a second Vampiric Scepter on the last back, so we'll see who he turns that into, whether it is going to be a Blade of the Rune King or it is going to be a Bilgewater Cutlass, so Blade of the Rune King almost certainly will get picked up by Candy Panda.
We also see Frozen Heart onto Enraged here, so he's going full armor based, and it's very smart, of course, because Nidalee is not exactly the person who's going to be in his face in a team fight. It's going to be all about him getting towards Silver, slowing down his attack speed, tanking up as much damage as possible against him. It's a very, very smart pickup. And now SK moving into around this Baron here. Will they be able to clear the ward on the side? They should with this pink ward. Yes, sir.
They're going to see them both. See, animated in there. And this Baron's going down very quickly. Ro8 going to have to get a wriggle on here if they want to try and get in and clear this one out. Jesus is in there. Satchel charge keeps Jankos at bay. That's an easy Baron. Now they lock in towards Jankos. Where's he going to repel to? Dropping straight down onto their heads. And Jesus will take that one. SK Gaming full control now. Every single Dragon, every single Baron, all going their way.
Yeah, it's a very safe play for SK Gaming. Here in the mid game pays off for them. Didn't want to take any chances where Ro8 could try and come back in the game. So just been slowly working all the lanes down over and over, just waiting for opportunity to either take the tower or now the Baron. So very safe play by SK, and it works for them.
Well, Candy Panda, you're meant to be hitting the turret, buddy, not the minions right there. Ro8 going to go in towards him. Overpower's going to get locked in. Xaxus is trying to put something down. The spear will land on Svensko, and he does get himself a kill. And that's going to give SK Gaming pause for thought as they back away from this one. But you can still see, oh, Jez is caught out. Aqua Prison not going to land. Still a lot of damage on SK Gaming, so Ro8 got to be careful if they chase this.
And SK managed to just back away from this one here. Got inhibitor down. Yes, they lost a member. Still very much worth it for SK. And now can put their attention, once they actually come back from the base, on the top side or on the bottom side and try and do the exact same thing. Group up, do some damage to the tower, back away a little bit, do the same thing over and over.
Big numbers being built up by SK Gaming in terms of farm. It's a 35-minute game. They've had close to full control. Not as clean as Alliance's game, not by any stretch of the imagination. But Ro8 really have been chasing it, just like Millennium were in the last game, and it's just simple early advantages picked up and worked on, steadily worked on though. They're not being absolutely punished like we've seen some teams do before.
But it's the thing, again, we mentioned quickly in Champ Select how early game, especially like Renekton and Lee Sin, a lot of power from SK. Ziggs is going to beat Nidalee in the lane as well. We talked about how Ro8 needed to lane swap top lane to get away from, of course, the Lucian as well in lane for the Kog'Maw. So the lanes, or the champions for Ro8 just needed time to build up, to get into this point where they become really, really strong into the late game. And that's where SK, with a lot better mid-game comp, just took full advantage of the map and of the fact they can push down the lanes. And they just played it very safe, so Ro8 now had some time to farm up, but still SK has the Baron, picked up already, the inhibitor now, so while it's safe, they keep the advantage going.
Freddy is a gigantic crocodile in the mid lane. They are worried to get close to him. Candy Panda is going to clear out those wards. I'd love to have a ward kill count at some point on these games. Sometimes when they go on, it is a long vision. Overpower's got to be careful. There's a lot of damage from Freddy. And he really wasn't quite realizing how much was there. Spears continue to get thrown as the rest of SK keep putting that damage on towards that tower. The Culling, by the way, will not take that turret down. He's going to have to attack it. The wave only caught out by the beach N-rated in Leona there. She's already got her bikini on, so she was ready to ride the waves on that one. Freddy going to keep on pushing. Super minions around the side. Candy Panda can't get too close. He's taken low. He's going to lifesteal off the wolves, I think, off the side and probably come back and join his fight. Yeah, he's going to use the Wraith as well to lifesteal himself back into it. No problem there. Zazas, he's going to get locked up. Freddy putting the damage down. Freddy is an unstoppable machine right now that nobody wants to deal with. Overpower keeps on throwing out the stuns. Svenskeren taking low. Candy Panda's back. He's got himself his lifesteal fully topped off. Solar Flare goes down. Zazas is going to be the focus target. Candy Panda, sorry, Freddy chasing on towards him. Will back away. Still got the Guardian Angel, by the way, on him. Yet to take down this inhibitor turret, though. SK seemingly a little bit haphazard on their targeting right now.
But because Rocket can never just point and click engage onto them or have any hard CC from far away, SK can just stay around and keep dancing back and forth in the base and now pick up the inhibitor and back away, even though they took so much damage in the fight. And Rocket actually went back to base, healed it up, joined in again. It was the same thing, just kiting them around, getting damage onto them and inhibitor every single time.
It's now a 5,500 gold gap between the top laners, Zaz and Freddy. Gigantic numbers as well. And it's actually 4,000 across both the mid laner and the AD carry as well. So really big numbers for SK Gaming. You can see the gold advantage, the objective advantage. 6 out of 6 turrets. 8 turrets down, sorry, 6 out of 6 dragons and 1 baron. So big difference. SK Gaming, it's theirs to lose right now, that's for sure.
It's been theirs to lose for a long time in this game. Pretty much since minute 5 or 6, they actually started to pull ahead when Freddy could take the wave up in the top lane and just slowly push with it from his own top tower all the way down here. Pick up a lot of farm. He got the first lead there and just kept doing the same thing over and over. So Rocket actually got punished for the fact they sent 4 members up top lane to kill the tower, and SK didn't even kill the tower down the bottom lane. They didn't care about pushing it. They were just freezing the lane for Candy Panda. And it's pretty much why we see most teams now freezing the lanes and not just these fast pushes, because it's too risky. You might get in a disadvantage where your top laner then gets denied a lot of farm because, again, the waves push so far down in the side of the enemy team. And it's exactly what we saw happening here for Rocket and why most teams now just do these slow pushes and prefer to even freeze the lanes.
Big news for Rocket, though. They got themselves the red buff this time around. It's the first one they've secured in a while, in around about 30 minutes. SK going in. Aqua Prison catches on N-rated. He does not care right now. Jankos, he's trying to keep them at bay, trying to do anything they can. The inhibitor with that respawn. They are actually putting good poke onto SK Gaming, but SK are just really not worried about this one. They can't quite get in there. Tidal wave on towards N-rated once again. They don't care. Freddy goes in. Mega Inferno Bomb catches 4 members of Rocket. Solar Flare comes down. Salavar gets dropped. It's a double picked up by Candy Panda. The inhib will drop. SK Gaming are pretty low still, but they have super minions coming in the top wave in towards these Nexus turrets.
They should be able to finish this one here. Beautiful kick from Svenskeren into the bomb from Jesus. Wins the game for SK.
Joining Alliance in the top of the table will be SK Gaming as they pick themselves up their own 4th victory, taking down Rocket in commanding style once again. It was a 40-minute game. It definitely went on a lot longer than it probably should have, but SK Gaming never once looked like they were in trouble.
They played it very safe, and it's something SK Gaming they like to do. They don't want to take any chances of giving you a free Baron, giving you a Dragon, giving you some kind of objective, so they played very safe, just slowly push down every single wave, move between them, go up in the top lane, pick a tower, go back again. Didn't really want to take any fights either because they didn't have to. They could just keep pushing down the waves. Safe, and it worked.
Safe, and it indeed worked. And you know, if you were actually to look at the kill score, the 8-2 overall, despite the fact Candy Panda went 5-0-2, it's like 1-1-2 for the top lane, 1-1-3 for the jungle, 1-0-3 for the mid lane.
Yep.
Not big reading for any fantasy sports players out there. But the fact is, Freddy was 6,000 gold ahead of Zazas at the end of that. They were giant gold farming numbers, and they just controlled the game, controlled the lane phase, controlled every part of it, which has been the problem for SK. The early game, they really dominated Rocket this time around.
Yeah, and again, they picked a very strong early mid-game comp here with Renekton, with Lee Sin, of course, Ziggs in the mid lane, Lucian down the bottom lane. All champions do really well in the laning phase, do really well in the mid game, where Rocket were like, we can stall this out to the late game, so we picked this comp here, which doesn't necessarily have any engage, but we don't need it because we bank now on getting ahead. and start pushing up to towers. And we need disengage, not hard engage. That was the idea for Ro8. As long as they went even in the early game or got slightly ahead, they could start grouping up, pushing down, disengage in case something happened. However, when you fall so far behind early on, I mean, your late game comp without any specific wave clear or engage won't do anything.
And the wave clear is the big thing. You mentioned it, you know, the fact that we've seen, obviously, Korea heavily running the Nami Kog'Maw now, the combos that are working out, and they work out very well if used in the right manner. But as you mentioned, when Nidalee's picked in with them, there's no wave clear there.
And Trundle top as well.
Trundle's never going to be wave clearing.
We often see like Lulu top lane as well in Korea when you build around this. It's extra protection, first of all, for the AD carry, and also you provide some wave clear with your glitter lance. And once you pick Trundle, you pick Nidalee, there's none. I mean, yes, Kog'Maw, he has range, he can clear the waves, but he won't be able to instantly clear them. So it means SK can always go in, try and land some poke onto him if he gets in range for it. Also, he has to use a lot of mana, clearing these waves here with his ulti, with his E, of course, making it hard for him. And pretty much the same in Nidalee, like LeBlanc. You can't go into your Kuko form and jump into the wave and clear it when members from the enemy team is around you, because we saw what happened with Curb on LeBlanc. He jumped in, oh, hooked, you're dead. So it's just a risky comp if you don't play the early game correctly, and we saw the swap up top lane for Ro8, which was pretty much the deciding thing for them early game, because they fast killed the tower, pushed it down to the second tower, didn't get it to either fast push towards them again, or just stayed there to take the second tower. They actually backed away once the wave reset, so it means Freddy, because he was already there, could just start slow farming the wave again and again, and therefore Sasas fell so far behind.
So we are now 3 game days in. Of course, well, 4 game days in technically.
Yeah,
we have
4.
3 in Super Week, of course. In the top of the table, we see Alliance and SK. We'll see how it works out for them. For now, though, we're going to go across to Shox and Quickshot, who have been joined by SK's Candy Panda. So let's see what they have to say. Take it away, Shox.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Candy Panda, talk us through the game, because level 1 was not particularly favorable for you guys, but you guys fought back in a very convincing fashion.
But I will take your word for it. But I want to start with the picks and buns, because they actually threw us off really hard. Like, we prepared for like 1 hour and did all those scenarios, but none of them were true this game, so we had to adapt this champ select. And we didn't expect them to pick like this poke comp, but I think we adapted well with the Leona. And then from that on, I think we just out-comped them. Yeah.
It worked very well. I want to ask a question about your dragon control. You secured 6 dragons in that game. You only got 6 dragons during week 1 of the entire Super Week. Was it a focus to shut down dragons from Ro8 because they are pretty good at them, or was it just compositional based? Why were you so focused?
Yeah, I think right now in this meta, the dragon is really important. I think the team that gets the dragons wins. So dragon control is really important, and since they had so much poke, they couldn't really contest them, because we could just flank them, engage them, and also, if you play with like such a poke comp, you can't really just siege up the turrets like you could with other comps. So we had to go for objectives, and as soon as we're strong enough, we would go for the Baron.
Well, explain to me how you say in this meta the dragon is important. Do you mean 4.8, or do you mean how the game has evolved since the tower changes? Like, where does your definition change?
Yeah, first of all, it's worth more. I mean, okay, it's only 20 gold per member, but it's still something. And then second of all, I think the way you can win the game now has changed, because before you could just pick Nidalee or Ziggs and you poke really hard and you just push them away from the tower and win that way. But that's really hard nowadays, and I think that's why you have to go for objectives much more.
Yeah, objective control and strategy, so incredibly important. Now, you guys in Alliance are considered at the moment as the 2 strongest strategic teams, and you guys are playing each other tomorrow. What to you will be the most important factor in taking down Alliance?
I think it's the dragon control, for sure. I think we are both really good. I think actually they are like the best team right now in the LCS, EU LCS. So it will be a really hard match, but it's definitely doable, and they're not unbeatable.
All about the dragon. Thank you very much, and very much looking forward to that matchup. Let's head back over to the Fisherman to check out the standings.
Thank you very much, Shox. With today's 4 games in the books, here's where things currently stand in the European LCS. We have all ties all over the place. They're just everywhere, once again, of course. Beginning at the top of the table, it is Alliance and SK. They are now tied at 4 wins, 1 loss. And of course, tied for 3rd place, we have Millennium and Super Hot Crew at 3 wins, 2 losses.
And of course, another tie for 5th place, where Fnatic and Gambit, they both have 2 wins and 3 losses. And down the bottom, we have
of course, another tie between Copenhagen Wolves and Ro8. 1-1 game last week, lost today. Therefore, they have 4 losses and only 1 win.
You know, there's a damn good reason they don't show the tables in the English Premier League in the first few weeks. That is exactly why. Tomorrow, though, we will be bringing you another full day of matches, starting off with Alliance versus SK Gaming, followed by Millennium versus Fnatic.
And then we have Copenhagen Wolves who will take on Ro8, and week 2 will then wrap up with Gambit Gaming facing off against Super Hot Crew.
And that is all happening on Friday at 6 p.m. Central European Time. That is 9 a.m. Pacific. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the European Challenger Series quarterfinals as Ninjas in Pyjamas will be taking on the Unicorns of Love.
First and foremost, League of Legends is a very fun game. It's a MOBA, and it's like something that I very much enjoy.
I was pretty surprised. I was like, wait a second, you can actually make a living out of this in the future because it's getting so huge.
League of Legends for me is a measurement of my talent and my ability to show my hard work.
I'm prepared to change my mindset for being a well-known player.
If you qualify through the Challenger Series, you control your destiny.
Getting into LCS is a bit of a dream.
It's just something that I can look up to and say, I can get better at this. I'm not the best, I can get better, and I want to get better.
You can't make any plays by yourself. You know, it's a 5-man team, and there's no one person that's gonna make the game for everyone else.
It was a combination of dedication, hard work, a lot of determination, I'd say.
The only thing that can be on your mind is the game. Nothing else. Nothing else matters.
Being able to qualify kind of legitimately, you know, by my own hard work is definitely a big goal for me, and I'm ready to take that step.
I'm in my own little world where it says, I will play my game and I'll do whatever it takes. I'll play as good as I can.
To play this game and to happen to like it and be good at it is a bit of a dream.
If we lose in the relegation, as a team, we would have to sit down and talk to each other because there's like a lot you're giving up when you lose.
We can maybe make it into LCS next split.
Getting into the LCS is the end goal.
It's going to be my biggest day in the last year of my life.
This could be the game. They're trying to win the game and take it into the LCS. The Nexus is falling. LMQ are in the LCS. Complexity Black make it into the LCS. And they absolutely deserve this spot.
Hey everyone, welcome to the 2014 European Summer Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley, alongside me is Aiden Zyrene Moon. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well, and we just saw that awesome video intro, and it goes to show you just how important this tournament is. We saw LMQ and Complexity are now in the NALCS after defeating well-known teams in the Summer Promotion Tournament. But by doing so, they earned a spot in the 2014 Summer Split and a chance to go to Worlds.
Yeah, pretty big deal for them. We'll see if they can do it. Of course, none of the European teams did qualify for the LCS, but the teams themselves stuck around, and some of the individual players from them were picked up by LCS teams for the performances during the Challenger Series. So a lot of great talent here today, as well as throughout the last split. We have some potential for even more great performances tonight in our first quarterfinal match. The top-seeded Ninjas in Pyjamas will do battle against Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, they'll clash, but the Unicorns have the horn, and the Unicorns of Love are definitely the underdogs here in this one. And NIP, they looked very strong in the Spring Challenger Series, and they narrowly lost in the Summer Promotion Tournament to Millennium, taking it all the way to 5 games in that best-of-5. And since they've upgraded their roster with former Gambit mid laner Alex Each in the top lane, and they've been winning a lot of their games recently, which will give them a lot of momentum coming into this.
Yeah, they look really strong overall. So even though Unicorns of Love have won both their Summer Series games so far, now in the quarterfinals they've got to win a best-of-3, and it's against the top-seeded NIP Challenger team. So it's going to be a tall order for them. We're going to see if they can do it. Right now, let's check out the bracket, see what it looks like. The top, it's today's match between Ninjas in Pyjamas and Unicorns of Love. Whoever wins tonight will move on to the semifinals, where they play the winner of tomorrow's series between Chantal Martvau and Gamers2.
And next week, the action continues when the bottom half gets going. Second-seeded Denial Esports battles Lublin Shore on June 5th, Then on the 6th, H2K Gaming, who was formerly Cloud9 Eclipse, takes on SK Gaming Prime for the last spot in the semifinals.
And not only does the Challenger Series have an impressive bracket, there's also points up for grabs. Here's how it breaks down. For making it into the quarterfinals, which is where we are right now in Summer Series 1, all 8 teams have received 1 point. If you move on to the semis, you're guaranteed at least 4th place, meaning 4 total points for victory in this round.
And after that, 3rd receives a total of 5 points, 2nd gets 7, and 1st place ends with 9 points, and a huge lead heading into Summer Series 2.
And not to mention top 3 qualify for Summer Series 2, which is at least 2 points for quarterfinals there. So a lot at stake for doing well here. Now I know that is a lot of information to keep track of, but fear not, there's a crack team of number crunchers over at lolesports.com who have your back.
And there, under the Leagues and Tournaments tab, you can help yourself and find the scores and schedules and everything else you will need under the Challenger Series and LCS all season long. Top of the page, click that little button there, scroll it down, figure out the league you want to follow.
Pick all of them at the same time. Just open like 9 tabs.
Use middle mouse button and open more.
If you didn't know, middle mouse button opens new tabs in most contemporary browsers. I hope you guys all knew this already. The teams are about ready to take to the Rift for tonight's best of 3 match. The top-seeded Ninjas in Pajamas, who now feature Alex Ich, are enormous favorites against the 8th seed Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, and Alex Ich, he's been playing top lane now, but he's still playing mid lane champions. He plays the Ryze, he plays Soraka, some Kayle, and Shyvana in Lulu, too.
Yeah.
So Lulu's kind of a top lane champion in Europe for the most part.
And Shyvana like actually is one.
Yes,
but
Shyvana actually is one. Still does magic damage, majority magic damage, but still very, very potent in that top lane. But also, NIP's other new member is Jungler Ko. And if you watched the Challenger Series before, you will know that he's from Cloud9 Eclipse. He was young, but he's eligible for the 2015 split. And at the Team Solo Mid, the Team Solo Mid European Invitational number 6, NIP went 7-0, completely undefeated through it, but Unicorns of Love went 0-4. Victorious-less throughout that one. Victoryless, there you go. Thank you. Victoryless through that one. But they didn't actually do a head-to-head in that. So what ended up happening was Unicorns of Love was losing to the teams that NIP would knock down to the losers bracket. So they never actually faced each other. So we're going to see that here today. But NIP's average game time throughout that was 38 minutes and 12 seconds, which is still pretty high. So despite having Alex Ich and Ko in there, they still have that NIP style of drag the game out and see what we can do with Nuke Duck and Freeze.
Yeah. So we'll see if they can kind of keep that crushing going on. Of course, kind of talk about the other teams, though. Unicorns of Love, still a pretty good team. Vizicachi, a good top laner overall. Hungarian, actually, which is interesting to me, just because I like that they all come from different countries, because I cast NALCS where it's like, they're American and Canadian, like 90% of them, right? And it's like, wow, it's such a difference. But
are there any ones who are outside of that?
Well, I mean, you've got plenty, right? Because you've got the guys coming from South America. You've got Quas coming up there. I know Crumbs is now Canadian citizen, so he counts as Canadian. But like, and then of course you got LMQ and all the European imports.
That's
as well.
true. That's true. Yeah, but I didn't know he was Hungarian.
Yeah,
I guess that explains Vizicachi.
Yes,
the CS sound making a CH for us Americans.
Yeah. For Americans. Yeah. But that'll be a fun matchup, right? Because you've got an actually experienced top laner. In Vizicachi versus Alex Ich. And we talk about him playing conventional mid lane champs, right? Things that he normally plays. Like, I know Ryze is a top laner now, but like the dude is a mid laner like for a long time, and that's what Alex is playing a whole bunch. So that'll be a matchup that's going to be fun to watch. Another one I want to point out as well is Sheepy versus Ko. So UOL's jungler is Sheepy. Ko is really hyped up. He's really good, but you know, I want to see if that's going to pan out. Sheepy's a challenger jungler as well, right? Really individually skilled, and if NIP just plays a slow game, and Sheepy gets the team going, and gets UOL going, there's no late game to even be had.
Yeah, that's definitely true, but it's a tall order up against Ko, who's known to be extremely aggressive, probably one of the most aggressive junglers in all of Europe, actually.
Yeah.
I would say he's very talented. It's a bummer that he was a little too young, but now it's his season. He's ready to get into the LCS, he's ready to prove himself, and all the hype that's come up around him. But at the same time, Unicorns of Love, we haven't talked too much about them, just brushed on them lightly within their lanes. But they're AD carry Vardogs. He hasn't died yet. And his team's KDA is 34, 8, and 77 across the entire team. So they have about 111 combined in terms of kills and assists, and divide that by 8.
Yeah.
So they're looking at something like a 16.
13.5 to 14, I think.
Yeah.
Because 12.5 times 8 is 100, and so you have to have about 1.5 to get the 8.
Math by hand.
Yeah. Well, by head. I mean.
But yeah. Well, I could have done it by hand with the pen.
That's true. We do have pens here, so if we want to do math, we could. Okay, so we're gonna get ourselves into the game in about 2 minutes, by the way, which is why we're kind of up here for a while. So think about how this matches up, right? I want to talk about the NIP sort of playstyle overall.
But before we get into that, it is 4.8.
Oh, yes.
And Braum is disabled.
Okay.
Just throwing that out there, really.
Rengar Shen also, and Lissandra.
Yes. So we're not going to be seeing any of those in case anybody's like, why isn't Braum being played? So, yes. But
Good
you were
call.
saying Unicorns of Love.
Yes. So Unicorns of Love versus NIP. For those of you who don't watch a lot of the Challenger season, or are watching now because you recognize a lot of the names on NIP, maybe like LCS fans, Ninjas and Pajamas are traditionally known for a very slow style. We touched on it earlier on, but we've got some time to kind of flesh this one out. Yeah. When you think back to their promo tournament match against Millennium, it was like a 7-hour best of 5, basically, because they look to play hour-long games. They play heavy split push, typically with Nuke Duck, and then it was 0-0 on the other side. They would play very, very slow game, very controlled game, and just get so much gold they couldn't possibly lose the match anymore. And then they would finally close it out by pushing down turrets and splitting down. And Nuke Duck would be Zed and would just 1v1 Shyvanas. And be like, I just have that much damage that I'll kill you.
And the thing I've noticed with Nuke Duck's builds is they are late game oriented. He doesn't go for the bursty items straight up. He was one of the people who was like, I'm going to go Athene's on LeBlanc first item, which is now becoming more and more of a popular thing.
Sure.
It's very popular in Korea now when LeBlanc is played over there.
Yeah.
Or left open, which she typically isn't now.
True.
For the last 3
When
patches.
she is played, though.
Yeah. When she is played, Athene seems to be the way to go so you can survive the laning phase. Even if he had a lead and start snowballing, he doesn't rush the DFG. He gets that 4th item.
Sure.
5th item sometimes.
So yeah, again, a very controlled style, and they're going to take their time with this one. And the initial theory was well, if Ko comes in and he's hyper-aggressive, will he snowball the lanes, then just close the games out? And in the tournament you're talking about, the TSM Invitational, they had a couple of 20-ish minute games. They've had a couple of ones where they just had a big lead and did close it out. But by and large, they're still playing fairly controlled, fairly slow. And so I want to see if, as Alex gets more comfortable in the role, because he's new to being a top laner, if he can learn enough of the champions to be useful there, if Ko can really push these lanes ahead, then maybe the team speeds up. But just whenever I've seen NIP, when they're in a match that matters a lot to them, they're very, very, very slow. And to me, as a competitive team, if you play overly slow, I think it's a sign of weakness, because it means you're not ready to close out the game. For example, when we talk about the match they lost to Millennium, in the promotion tournament, Millennium just picked more late game than them and happily played hour-long games and then just outscaled because they knew NIP wouldn't close it out, even if they did get an early lead.
Yeah, Cotnex came up big those games too.
Yeah.
So he was just like, oh, we found our jungler, Cotnex, we're going to keep him. It's been working out for Millennium so far.
Yeah, he's a phenomenally skilled jungler. I remember watching him on all the old teams, all the just top elo solo queue teams that would sometimes do well. And so yeah, we'll see actually if UOL's jungler Sheepy can replicate that Cotnex performance and just put the game on his back and go for it.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to see about that one for sure. And to touch a little bit more on Unicorns of Love, Power of Evil in the mid lane playing Syndra had a really good performance in their round of 20 matches and their round of 10 matches. He just completely dominated the game, put it on his back, and their top laner, Vizicachi.
Yeah.
He's only died twice through 2 games, so he racked up a KDA of 11.5, but their mid laner has a 19 KDA right now. So the KDA all across for Unicorns of Love is actually very, very good.
Well, it'll be interesting to look for. We're going to see, actually, hold on 1 second. We actually don't have champ select on the screen ourselves. I don't know why I didn't just say that out loud in the first place, but we can see ourselves, but unfortunately, we can't physically see champ select just yet, so we'll get ourselves that in a second.
You guys have more information than we do right now. Oh, there we go.
There we go. All right, so yep, Syndra banned away from Power of Evil. There we go, get that all fixed up. Thresh, Lucian removed away from Sir Scott and Hylissang. So, by the way, the reason we see Sir Scott here instead of Vardox is he's the substitute. Unfortunately, Vardox couldn't make it, so we talked about his really good KDA, the great AD carry who hasn't died yet. They've actually had to pull to a sub.
He's not going to die this game either. So
he's not.
No matter what, win or lose, they're good.
All right, well, Vardox is guaranteed to be okay there. With the Lucian ban coming out, though, it's the first pick onto Twitch, so among the S-tier AD carries, NIP secured 1.
Yeah, and pretty much leaves backup here. You can't play the Caitlyn. Sir Scott, there isn't a lot that's too much known about him. I mean, he is the backup to a challenger player in this. So his champion pool, I assume he plays a little bit of everything. They could pull out a Corki. They did lock in the Morgana for themselves, so it's no Morgana Twitch. But the Nami, yes, that is going to be locked in. So
interesting.
It's having a conversation with Jat and with you about Nami. I think she's extremely potent, extremely powerful. for engaging, disengaging. She's also a bully in the lane phase. And up against Morgana, you can harass with the Tidecaller's Blessing, get all 3 of them off, just auto attack. And even if Morgana is like, I don't want to take this magic damage, spell shields herself with the black shield, then you bubble afterwards. And you're like, you know, Nami has all the cards.
Yeah. She's honestly really strong, and I want to see how it plays out with Twitch, because I traditionally see her paired with long-range AD carries. So that'll be a matchup I'm going to look forward to see how they can play it out. Shyvana Morgana, of course, is always great. The Lee Sin being picked up with every jungler still available, looks like UOL still going to grab that and wait till last pick mid and try to counterpick Nuke Duck in the matchup. Jinx still a good champion, although she doesn't really have a lot of good setup for her yet. Traditionally, I see Jinx with sort of these wombo combo teams like an Orianna, maybe a Shyvana coming in there on top of that if Ori ends up being their grab. But just a lot of early burst to make that rocket deal good damage and set up the fight from there.
Yeah, and you're speaking of wombo combo teams. LeBlanc is still on the field, was not banned out.
True.
Orianna is also a backup here for Power of Evil behind Ziggs. So he loves those AoE-oriented mages here, and they might take it away for NIP and put it on Nuke Duck because they might see the wombo combo coming here.
And think about it, they've got great sort of AoE potential for the Twitch in the first place. Like, if NIP wanted to play aggressive, it's not easy to land tidal waves unless there's lead-in crowd control, which Lee Sin Ori is janky but would work, and actually, ooh, this would all work well together.
Here's the thing, though, is which one is going to play the Orianna, which one's going to play the Yasuo? Is it going to be Yasuo top for Alex Each?
Most likely. I would
or
be
is it
very
going to be
surprised.
like, okay, I can play Orianna top because I'm Alex Each?
I mean, that's true. Like, like I could see it. I would be very surprised. But
I honestly wouldn't be too surprised. He's brought things up there like
yeah.
Gale, which is something that like California Trolls and NA does all the time. But he's just like, I am very comfortable on these mid lane champions. I've been playing mid lane for years at this point. Why not just take mid lane champions top and do it that way? So they have a big wombo combo here for NIP. Last breath after the command Shockwave, and you can spray and pray through that entire thing in Tidal Wave.
Yeah.
The only pickoff person here is really Ko, and you can synergize that a little bit with the Twitch. So Ko can set up the Yasuo very easily, the Dragon's Rage. So there's a lot of things that the composition can do, and I like it coming out here.
Yeah, everyone but the Twitch can actually set up a Yasuo ulti, so if we can get the Yasuo roaming around, we'll make plays. But you're right, the individual assassination's not super high. You've got very little playmaking.
Look for the
fights. Yes, absolutely. And Dragon Control, I mean, we heard Candy Panda talk about that in the LCS. Dragon got buffed, it's worth a little bit more, so these kind of comps are a little bit better overall. Ziggs does come through for UOL. I want to see if they can actually keep people in the Ziggs ulti, and you know, get them lined up for the Jinx as well, because if the damage comes down, it's really massive, but setting that might be hard. What?
It looks like it's going to be an Orianna top. They might swap it, but I'm pretty sure Alex is going to bring that to the top. I swear. It's got really good auto attack.
I understand your point.
With the Clockwork windup, and you can harass most bruisers in the top lane. Like, it's just a nightmare if you're playing Renekton or Shyvana and you're up against an AD carry top for like the first 5 levels. Orianna does about as much damage as an AD carry with auto attack harasses with just her passive.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, the only reason I don't like it super much is because it's a really unsafe champion.
Yes.
It's like the worst version of top lane Ryze, where like you don't build initially tanky, and you don't have like Rune Prison to like forcibly disengage, or like, you have move speed on both cases, like ulti versus dissonance, but that's interesting. I do want to see how it plays out. I know I can see it work, but I think then it really becomes on Sheepy. It's like, look, you are jungle Elise. You are one of the best gankers in League of Legends. You pick up every jungler in the game outside of Lee Sin, and you went for this champion. You're fighting a champion with no escape. Like, that guy better punish Alex Ich, or something's wrong.
Well, I think he's going to pull out aggro himself just for being Alex Ich in the top lane.
Maybe, yeah.
Like, you sit down in a team meeting and you're like, all right, we're fighting a guy who doesn't really play top lane too much. Even though we can play comfort champions up there, it's a different dynamic. The bushes are closer while you're laning. People can gank you immediately from them instead of walking up. You only have to ward like one side, and that might make you feel too safe. And then you're not warding lane bushes, you're not setting yourself up, you might push too much. It's a completely different dynamic.
Yeah, I agree, and it is difficult to learn a new lane. Like there's new rules. Like even the brush is different. Like
matchups.
Even if you're like an AD carry player and you're like, oh, I play a side lane. It's like, well, yeah, but the top lane and side lane is very different because of the brush layouts, jungle patterns. You get timed at different times, like keeping up your own wards. Like you're used to that as a mid laner, so like some of that's going to be there as a top laner as well, but. Yeah, there are a lot of these weird, like, little ethereal things that you're not initially used to that just takes a lot of time and repetition to get used to. When Alex first started top laning for the team, he was not very good at it. He's since had much better performances. But as you're seeing him playing top lane Ori, like, it's always weird. Like, I always kind of think about, like, when will new champs show up in other roles? And I'm not saying, like, top lane Ori's bad, and, like, you shouldn't be doing it, and that it's, like, definitely not going to be good. I'm saying that there's a lot of risks you have to be prepared for. And traditionally what I see from competitive players as well is they actually kind of choose to keep their champ pools kind of only moderately sized. They just only spend so much time learning X number of champions, right? Like, if I'm, like, a first-time Lee Sin player, I'm going to do really badly at it, and I've got to put in dozens of games that I'm not putting in on Trundle or Shyvana or Renekton or Lulu or Soraka or Kayle or or like all these other champions that I could be learning. So there is only X amount of time in the day. And of course, Alex has chosen to focus on the champs he's already playing right now. Now maybe this turns out that Ori's the next big thing and every top laner needs to learn it.
Or
we'll see if that's the case.
It could be, like, I was just thinking about this. It could be Nuke Duck goes
lane swapping,
and then Alex goes mid.
Yeah.
Which would make sense to me. Maybe Alex just doesn't play Yasuo at the same level as Nuke Duck, and they're like, you know what, we still want to do this combination, this team comp. Let's swap the lanes. And you can see Alex H, he took Cleanse. So he doesn't want to get ganked. He doesn't want the binding to land on Cocoon. He's trying to make sure that that combo doesn't come down. Because you can do that whole combo. You can rotate it with the Flame Chompers as well, and you can get something like 12 seconds of CC back to back. Oh,
yeah. I mean, this is the Elise Morg combo. It's all kinds of painful and horrible and deadly and rough. So yeah, I like how we talked for like a minute and a half, or I did specifically.
Yeah.
But like, man, you know, Alex Hitch being new to top lane and top lane Ori being a thing, and it's like Yasuo top after all.
Well,
so I was half right in champ select.
That's true, but Alex Hitch has been playing top lane.
I know.
But this is a very important match for them in this best of 3, and they can adjust things. Even if they end up losing this game or something happens, they can still make an adjustment for the next one.
Around really works
But
up your
right now, I want to touch on NIP's style and Unicorns of Love style. Like NIP, like we said, very slow games. Unicorns of Love, they like to get vision control. They are one of the challenger teams that I was very impressed by their performance in the round of 10, when they just warded everything up, and then when you would try to counter ward them, their wards would expire first, and they'd swap them over to a different side. And you're like, wow, I have 10 wards in our left side jungle, but they're really in our right side now. Like they would swap it over on you. And they would see when you'd place the wards down because they got there first.
Yeah.
Their vision control is very, very good. It's very crisp. I want to see if they can keep that performance up against a team that has 4 players that are formerly LCS and 4 players who have been to Worlds.
Yeah.
They're all very individually skilled. And even if they don't mesh as a team, they do have a little bit of an advantage here in the lanes.
We'll see if they can win these right here. Ko going to grab himself the red buff there from Ninjas in Pajamas, the only guy who didn't go to Worlds. But he's, of course, still a phenomenal player for himself. Mythy Freeze already getting into a battle right there. Sir Scott and Hylissang, though, putting a bit of damage first. And looks like the red team is going to get level 2 first, but it's pushed in.
Yeah, it's true. If Freeze can live up to his name, possibly pull off a wave Freeze, but it's not going to happen. Get it under the turret. Minion wave will be a little bit back, but it's just Unicorns Love being very aggressive.
Mm-hmm. And NIP haven't even missed a single CS right now. They've actually gotten every single minion that's gone down right here. So this is the real test. Now that the lane pushed out, it is going to be level 2 first. And look at this. NIP know they need to sit back. They'll wait for this to push in. Expunge going to get 1 CS back. Wow, what a great binding, though. Good damage. The heals from Mythy, though. Rank 1W. And look at the Sir Scott taking a lot of pain back. They were not really ready for this one. Freeze level 2 gets exhausted. Nice binding goes down. 70 heal burned as well. He goes back in. Sir Scott going to take even more damage. Another Contaminate goes in.
Mythy's 1 creep away from 2 at this point. If it goes down, if he had 2 in the middle of that, and he ended up, wow, really? That far away? How much did he miss?
He missed part of the initial melee wave then, and casters don't give much.
Wow. I wish I had the experience bar, and I would have been like, he's still level...
I expected him to be.
Yeah, now he's level 2. It's like, wow, that was a really good exchange there by Unicorns of Love. But in the end, they kind of get the bad part of it.
Yeah, keep in mind that one of these lanes has sustain. They've got a Nami in there. But Sheepy coming around the side, they know the Summoner heal is down from Freeze. They're not going to see the Elise. There he goes. The Cocoon! What a shot right there! Flash by Freeze. Good damage comes in. He's got to get ready for the bubble. The flash attack. Not quite enough. Sheepy, he's going to repel into the air, and he gets out from that one. Summoner spells traded. Hylissang very low. Not quite the gank UOL needed.
And the bubble was actually used before the gank started, so he's waiting for that cooldown to come back up.
Yeah, so what a trade right there, though. The frickin' Cocoon was awesome, but unfortunately minions blocked everything else from happening.
Yeah, no way to line up the Dark Binding immediately after. It's the lower ranks of these spells, you know, they do ramp up, but now in the top lane, Nuke Duck against Vizisachi.
Wow.
But Ko counter jungling because he saw Elise bottom.
I'm actually surprised he didn't even try to deal damage to Vizisachi there, though. Like, he knew Elise was on the wrong side of the map and had to recall. And he took away the double golem. There we go. Maybe look for it again. Nuke Duck in with a pretty big trade there. Half HP in Vizisachi. There we go. Ko lands the Q. Good damage comes in. They're going to force him back.
Nuke Duck is running at least 5% crit because I've seen him crit multiple times in just this wave. So he's looking for the 100% crit build if he goes for the IE eventually. I've seen some people go for the Bloodthirster. There's a good gank there by Ko. Gets his top laner an advantage.
Yeah. Ultimately, it basically burns the Summoner Teleport there from the Shyvana off of a second Doran's Blade, which is an okay time to get back in lane, to be honest. But basically, the Elise gank forced to flash, this gank forced to teleport, and they're otherwise trading fairly equally. Bit of counter jungling as well. The top jungle, the entire northern jungle, has been kind of taxed away a little bit, so Elise had to clear away her Wraiths. Looks for the mid lane.
Oh, there's Sheepy.
Really good shot right there. Alex is taking some pretty good damage, forced to cleanse. So every gank is forcing a summoner spell out. It's now up to when these guys can get a gank without summoners.
He's going to go ward it and see that Sheepy is backing. Not even going to attempt to stop it. So Power of Evil has a pretty good foot in this lane. He's up about 5 CS. And he's also got an HP advantage here over Alex Each. Which is actually
summoner spell lead as well. His heal is up. Man, if he had Ignite, he could all in for that right there.
Yeah, that's a huge testament to Power of Evil's skill, being able to bully Alex Each in the laning phase.
Yeah, it's
something that Alex Each actually prides himself on.
Exactly. I mean, he's traditionally a mid laner. It's not like you've forgotten how to play the role entirely. But Ko gonna look mid lane. Power of Evil's got to make sure he can get away. Looks like minions will do that for him.
Yeah, he's just there to hold because Alex Each doesn't really have the mana to deal enough damage.
This is a push that he can recall.
And so set him up for safety after that.
Yeah.
So everything's been pretty quiet. NIP, you know, if they're playing their style, they're playing it right now. It's slow, it's steady, but the ganks coming out here are blowing summoner spells. And if a repeat comes bottom, there's no flash for freeze, there's no heal. Same thing for Unicorns of Love.
Well, it's going to be the attempt there. Bubble and the slow not quite going to land. NIP using both CCs at the same time, curiously. Binding going to actually get a cannon minion right there, but the damage coming through on a Sir Scott. Nice zap goes back. We actually have Elise, though, at the meantime, at the left side of the jungle, though, actually looking maybe to make a play over on this Yasuo. There is a ward down, though. He's going to spot a lot of this. Ooh, this is going to be the move. Level 5. Bubble lands in a Hillsong. This is not good for UOL. Flashes. Black Shield is on the queue as well. Somebody already burned. Freeze picks up the first blood for that one. 6 minutes in.
That is the aggression of Ko. I talked about it. He's one of the most aggressive junglers in all of Europe, and that was huge. And now they're going after Nuke Duck.
Well, Nuke Duck pretty much pushed away from all the minions that he would like to farm. Level 6 on him. Put some damage on Vizisachi, but he's going to miss out on a lot of XP here. Sheepy. Yeah, not as much as First Blood, but does get something.
So, Alex is a mid laner by trade. So is Nuke Duck.
Yeah.
Putting him in the top lane, you know, this ain't no Zoro 0.
Yeah.
So he's getting bullied. He's playing a champion that isn't quite in the top lane meta. You know, Yasuo is up there, but he's not a heavy bruiser early game. It's very aggressive. It's very in your face.
You see him try to take the trades, but Vizisachi honestly dealing significantly more damage. Nice knock up there, but the health bar still going down. If that one would have landed, Nuke Duck was dead, but well-timed Q on this one. But again, just the pushes over and over. Teleport not quite up, but you know Nuke Duck's under fire here.
And I do want to touch on the gank that happened bottom. Ko's, just jumping back to the past for a second, because so much action has come up into the top lane very, very recently. And we do see the Sheepy's coming back. But the way that Ko came into that lane, that's the last place you expect him to come from, through your turret. That's where safety's supposed to be. So now, they're doing a bunch of behind-the-turret ganks now, and Sheepy, once again, in the jungle, but Ko is here too.
So Ko timing his own buffs pretty successfully. Looks like that's going to be his blue buff without too much contest. Power of Evil will attempt to steal from Alex Itch. There is a ward down. Not going to pick that one up. Nicely smited. Good coordination there by NIP.
Good synergy there. Good setting it up and knowing the burst. Actually, Nuke Duck's a little extended. He has nothing to get back to here.
Burns his knockup. He does use the flash wall, but here comes the repel. Sheepy, can he land it? Oh, nice wind wall there. Stops the cocoon. And it's going to be Nuke Duck getting away with just a summoner spell burned.
Yeah, the summoner spell is definitely worth it, though. It gives Vizisachi a nice little advantage for the next time he wants to engage. Yasuo can't really get out if you push him onto his minion wave. And now Ko, he wants a bit of this blue, but it's supposed to belong to Unicorns of Love.
Well, smites up in about 4 seconds right there, and looks like UL not going to be around in time. Nicely picked up, and he can ward hop. Not even ward hop, just safeguard to a teammate. Nope, he's going to stay. He's got Mithy. He's going to clear the camp out and get rid of the marker there. That was nice. Seeing the jungler head top, he went and stole the blue.
Yeah, and also level 6 advantage here for Freeze in the bottom lane. So if it was contested, there would have been that extra ultimate of Spray and Pray, which is huge in a team fight.
I mean, look how hard this bottom lane's actually winning now for Freeze. He's up almost 30 minions. Sheepy's just dying in his own jungle now. Ko completely destroying there. I don't even know why he was there. Ooh, good flash though. Cocoon's gonna miss! And that's gonna be a kill picked up for Ko. 2-0 NIP.
Yeah, and Ko's been involved in both of those kills. That one, just a little bit of Mythy on the back end. They might set themselves up for a dragon. It's quite possible, but we do see that Freeze is a little bit lagging behind. He backed so that he could cash in, but that's actually the perfect time to poise for the dragon, because now you have this item advantage, and the bottom lane of Unicorns of Love has it backed.
And now Ko right now going to recall. Should be pretty close to Lizard Elder on this one. Freeze gonna keep doing the farm thing, but Sir Scott is just falling behind in this matchup. It's gonna be rough for these guys. Jinx has a decent laning phase, but it's not going well. The early Morgana pickup also not being necessarily ideal in this case. Seeing Nami do quite well in the matchup.
Yeah, Jinx just gets exponentially better though. She's kind of like a Tristana, but with a little...
So does Twitch though.
Yeah. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Lucian being banned out, you're kind of left on these AD carries that aren't as effective in the lane phase, because they're picked for their lane phase fully.
Yeah, well, they had the chance to go Caitlyn, didn't do it. Freeze taking a good bit of damage under the turret. Sheepy, he is trying very hard to find ganks. I keep seeing Sheepy, but none of it's been very effective.
Yeah, Vizichachi and Nukeduck once again going back and forth in the top lane. You're right, Sheepy's looking for stuff, but it sets up Ko to gank other lanes.
Right, well, the ulti's down for Nukeduck. Ko gonna look for some damage there. Nice dodge in the Q by Vizichachi. He should be fairly safe. Good knockup and a slow, but out they go.
Yep, no last breath available there, but that's going to set up Unicorns of Love to go ahead and do the dragon. So that was kind of you're not top lane, so I'm going to gank it by Ko, and Ko doesn't get a kill, and it's like, oh, well, you're not bottom lane. So now we're going for Freeze, setting himself up for a spray and pray.
They're going to try the flash in by Hillsong. He's going to get 2 people locked up. They actually don't stay for the dragon. They go for the kills instead. Jinx Rocket finds 1. Freeze locked up as well. That's going to be 2 kills. There's a teleporter for Shyvana. Now Alex Itch and Nukeduck have to be careful. Low health bars. Wind wall burned as well. Vizichachi going to disengage pretty safely. Ko around, but now 5 versus 3.
Can they pull it off? Nukeduck does not have his ultimate. Neither does Alex Itch.
Yeah, it's going to be a burned down dragon right here. The Q being down as well. Nicely picked up. Unicorns of Love back on equal footing. That was greedy by NIP.
Yeah, they got 2 kills, and basically the dragon just made up for the CS deficit. There goes Ko into 5.
Well, he kicks him into his team, but he gets binded as well. Really nice shot right there. Ko flashes. Ward hops the wall. Sir Scott flashes over as well. He's going to land the last attack. Another kill picked up. NIP overconfident.
Very aggressive in their play. Not quite calculated. I don't know if they're respecting Unicorns of Love, who is a very smart team, and we saw them in the round of 10, and if they had seen it, they would know that Unicorns of Love is not to be underestimated. You see Power of Evil, 30 CS up now over Alex Itch. Darn, the lane swap is getting me.
I know.
He's 30 over Nukeduck, but there they are. They turret dove.
Ooh, big damage. Alex is very, very low. He picks a kill up, though. Sheepy overstayed his welcome now. Both these teams a little bit too long in the fights, but now 3-3, the game very close.
I'm okay with this. After a day of EULCS where about maybe 10 kills in about 2 games, we're ready for some blood now.
Oh, man.
Welcome to the Challenger Series.
There we go. Got a bunch of kills so far. These teams fighting very closely. I still have to sing the praise of UOL for that dragon fight because I kept seeing phenomenally smart choices by Ko. Every single gank seemed on point. When he counter jungled, it was at the right time and he went to the right place.
Speaking of counter jungling.
Yeah, speaking of counter jungling, again, Sheepy's dead, so he goes in and looks for a buff to steal, and hey, he gets the red buff. And of course, they had timer on his blue. I want to see if, oh, look at this. He wants to know if he's coming.
He's out of the bush, but he's still invisible. He left his buffs. Go back to him. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Ko's hopping around. I like that.
Wow.
Yeah. Our observers really like Lee Sin.
They really do. I mean, who doesn't?
That's true. He's one of my favorite champions.
Yeah, he waits around a long time. He gets nothing for it, but Sheepy shows himself bottom. So now they know he isn't anywhere near that red, so he can abandon that and continue to counter jungle.
Okay, well, he's going to make his way down around the bottom side of the map. Pink wards there for both teams. Satchel Charge getting some CS.
Hey, they swapped it.
They did swap back. It is top lane Orianna. Hey, we got it after all. Static Shiv, of course, already done here for Nukeduck. Ko waiting around in the wings, not too much picked up. Sheepy will kill this ward, but he's in enemy territory. He's got to be careful in the middle of... Ooh, nice move. Ko got out of the range to not let him repel away. Sheepy's going to have to flash this if he doesn't get anywhere else out. He's got nowhere to go. Kill picked up very quickly by NIP. Good choice.
Only 300 gold difference between these teams right now. Very, very tense game. There's a lot at stake to continue in the Challenger Series 1. Mithy gets a little caught out there. But now, so when I previously said that Power of Evil has 30 CS up, he does now over his lane opponent, Nukeduck.
Yeah! That kind of counts.
They changed it right in time.
Well, top lane turret's going to go down, though. Alex Ich seems to be pretty successful up there. Blue buff is going to slowly get burned down. Nukeduck, I don't think, has a way of stealing this one, so with Ko busy killing the Elise, he's not going to steal the blue, so Power of Evil gets his first blue buff of the game. 0-0-3 on this Ziggs. See if he can keep powering up.
Yeah, and there's a 0-3 for Sheepy. Sheepy is just getting counter jungled. When he ganks, he's getting counter ganked, or he's just setting himself up in bad positioning. But speaking of positioning,
and a counter gank there for Ko as well. Big damage comes in. Hilltong's got to be careful. There's one kill picked up, but here comes Sheepy. Can he get much else out? Uh-oh, Sir Scott knocked into the air. Big dive out of the turret goes Ko, and he jumps back to a teammate. He gets the kill picked up. Ziggs ulti not going to reach either. 2 for 0 NIP.
and now there are 4 men strong in the bottom. One of them's going to back, so they're continue to push this turret out. There's no dragon for them to get, and there is nobody defending this turret. It's going to be another one for NIP.
Excellently played. Number of these guys mid-game turned on, and they found the right moves once again. Predicated by Ko, 2, 1, and 3 on that champion. He's been a part of a lot of them. Mithy, 6 assists, also a big deal on that guy. And we're seeing NIP really start to take control. Power of Evil now forced away. Nukeduck could go in for the battle there, forcing the flash. Ooh, it does dodge the knockup though.
That was really good by Power of Evil. Keep himself in a good position. Blowing the flash there is definitely worth it if you're going to guarantee a dodge on him. They pick themselves up another turret. It's 2-1. 2,500 gold difference between these teams. Alex, he's now in the top lane. Now he's shining. That's what we've been maining for a while now, ever since his departure from the LCS. But now he's going after Sheepy. Don't know how much he's going to get for it. He's getting damage though.
Yeah.
Which is just as important. You get him out of the jungle. It's completely forfeit there.
Power of Evil's got to be careful. The whole team is there, but the binding does not actually land. Oof, that's not what they wanted there. Ko gonna take some more damage. Good wind wall keeps his teammates safe. I've honestly seen a lot of really good wind walls from Nukeduck this game.
Man, Ko just disregards turrets, acquires kills.
Yes, he does.
He just walks straight through. He's actually 2 levels up over Sheepy. Sheepy has died 4 times. He is 75% of the death of the team. Or he's, yeah.
2/3.
Yeah, there you go. 66%.
67 if you round.
Yeah, okay.
If you round
66.67.
If you round
I like to do decimal.
If you round to the nearest 25 or factor of 25 or multiple 25, you'd be correct.
Yeah, I'm glad I have the math guy next to me.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you so much.
If you round to the nearest multiple of 25, you're still accurate. I just do that a lot, you know. Just try to find yourself correct in some way.
Yeah.
You just redefine what success is, and you can be successful.
Oh, but all the kills on Unicorns of Love are on Sir Scott, the person that they're having sub in for Vardogs right now.
Yeah.
And he's coming up big right now. He's down in CS, about 28 over Freeze, but Freeze is a very, very good laner. We've seen it constantly. He's very good at transitioning into the late game, and Sir Scott is untested, but he's coming up big right now.
Yeah.
So he's been getting kills, but these are all team fight kills. So Power of Evil and Sir Scott, when they get together, they start making things happen alongside Hylissang. Whereas NIP, they've just been picking people off.
Well, speaking of picking people off, though, Nukeduck a little bit overextended there. Nice flash! Vizichachi, big play there, but it's just a trade of flashes. Power of Evil.
He's coming up. He's looking for it. He's checking bushes.
The wrong brush.
Ooh. Nope.
Backs off.
Now, I'm not sure if that flash was completely necessary. He would have gotten locked up by the last breath, and it would have given Yasuo full flow, but at the same time, there was too much of an HP difference there.
He would have been able to run away.
Yeah.
Basically. Just because of all that kind of happening there. Sheepy, though, getting really, again, knocked around. Jumps into the air.
Goes back in.
Ko, though, looks for it, and Alex Ich finds another kill. 5 deaths on Sheepy. Cannot get around the map. The knock up there from Nami, not going to find too much. Team disengages. Q misses from Ko, though. He flashed for it. Going to force away.
And meanwhile, we see the Mega Inferno Bomb of Power of Evil come to that mid lane. And Vizichachi, he's dueling Nukeduck.
And Nukeduck there, bring him down well below half HP. He's got to be careful here. The move speed, the knockup, the kill picked up. Nukeduck, 1v1.
So Vizichachi, he was trying to attack and get his Fury back up so that he can use his ultimate. Now, Power of Evil, he's going to try to pick off Nukeduck here, but I don't know how well this is going to go for him.
Well, he's checking the brushes, but he's stuck on the wrong side of the map there.
This happened twice now.
Red. Yeah, true.
Now, I'm going to check some bushes, and Nukeduck's not in them. But, oh, he found him.
Cocoon's going to land there. Flow Shield's going to end as well. Some damage coming back across. He's got the knockup available. Sheepy's got to be careful. This could be another one. Only level 7 on the jungler. Does smite the red. There's the engage. Ko gonna get locked up. Shockwave finds one, but look at this. The team splits up, and they were chasing the wrong targets. Windwall blocks the Jinx ulti. LCS forced to flash the wall. They're gonna get away safe.
They're all very low, though. But it's a good disengage there in the overall. The wind wall and the spreading out basically said, if you are going to kill us, you're going to kill one of us, not all three of us. And the flash of the wall from LCS, they do know that that is down now. And the teleport coming in from Nukeduck, so you can go ahead and reinforce the mid lane.
Yeah.
So in the overall, it's a 5-kill difference, 1 turret difference, but it's still only about 2,000 gold between these teams. NIP hasn't been able to run away with the game just yet, but they do have the late game scaling champion advantage here, in my opinion. The Twitch, the fact that they have the Yasuo, so once he hits 3 items, he becomes extremely powerful, on top of the Orianna, who just becomes this bursty mage for the late game.
One thing I'm actually a little bit concerned with a team fight comp is that NIP has no true tank. Ko went for a Brutalizer second, and now is getting Sight Stone, so he's well behind the durability curve. Whereas, like, Vizicachi, like, okay, like 0-1-1's not the best score, but he's got good CS. Another turret goes down right here. Like, that's a reasonably tanky Shyvana. I don't know who can really lead the charge for NIP if they get blown up. Ziggs ulti, yes, it happens. Nicely done right there. Power of Evil. Good performance.
It's the power of Evil.
Yes, and Ziggs.
Yeah.
Ziggs apparently...
They're pretty much the same thing.
Yes. Hey, no, Yordles are good. All of them.
I'm pretty sure Teemo
is a
sociopath.
Is the best? Is the best? You're looking for the best.
I'm pretty sure he's a sociopath, though. Pretty sure, like, even his lore says he flips off something in his brain while he kills people.
Yeah, because he's so nice. He doesn't want to have to feel about the fact that sometimes you have to defend Battle City.
Okay. You got to do what you got to do.
You got to do Sheepy. Uh-oh. Down a fair bit of XP in this one. Actually gets knocked around level 10 on him, but wow! Ko, over-aggressive, goes down. Sheepy across the wall, survives. Ulti in from Twitch. Summoning over the movement speed, but he's not going to be in range anymore. Freeze, not going to pick up anything for those Summoner Spell burns. Look at that. UOL keep finding their way back in.
Yeah, now it's a 3k gold advantage, though, so NIP did come up a little bit more ahead from where they were previously. Now, Alex is just farming up in the top lane. Nukeduck in the middle, and they just scale incredibly well. That's the problem here. But Sir Scott, he has all the kills. All the gold is funneled on to Jinx. If they can get to Jinx, which they most likely will in some way, shape, or form, whether it's a Shockwave, Ko getting in there with the Dragon's Rage, or having the Tidal Wave just go straight down a lane or straight down a jungle fight, you will somehow get to Sir Scott. The Black Shield is their only hope of keeping him away from the engagement.
Well, you know what's cool about this, actually, is that there's so little easily accessed magic damage on NIP. Like, only Alex Ich can realistically break Black Shield.
Yeah.
Sir Scott's immune to all the CC, like, the entire fight.
Yeah, it's true.
That worked out remarkably well for them. And, like, Orianna's not the type of champion that reaches the backline. Like, Black Shield's gonna hold in a team fight. This actually is a bit of a worry.
You can kind of throw the ball onto Nukeduck.
You can try.
But that's about it. And you can put it on Ko as well. Yeah. Oh, boom, there it is.
Yeah, but then you've got to, like, Shockwave to break it.
Yeah,
like, you can't command attack from that far.
You can, like, Dissonance and then Shockwave.
If it'll even break it?
Yeah,
but
it's
like,
quite possible to freeze. He might be in trouble here. Hylissang.
And here comes well, okay, the turret goes down, but a 2-on-2. Hylissang will get the stun right before he dies. Sir Scott stayed, though, to save his teammate. He's going to die for it. 2 kills picked up NIP.
Oh, and another thing to note is that NIP, they're actually all in the same room right now.
They are.
They had Alex H come into the house, and he just got there, I think, yesterday or the day before. And that was a big thing for Alex, is he wanted to be more localized. He wanted to be closer to to Germany, I believe. So he doesn't have to transit as much, and his family.
Yeah, so basically Alex Ich lives more or less next door to the NIP gaming house with his family, and then he basically walks over.
Walks to work every day.
Yeah, he walks to work every day. Like, realistically, like, he commutes to work in his pro gaming career. It's freaking awesome. And then, exactly, if they qualify for LCS, it's not super far away.
Yeah, but you can see the communication here, and the fact that they have a gaming house is actually paying off pretty big. Like, it was a little rocky at first.
Sure.
But the fact that Nukeduck was just like, you know, I'm coming up. It's fine. Hylissang had no idea. Tries to flank around, but ends up getting caught. And now Power of Evil, Sheepy, Ko, all game he has been in Sheepy's jungle. This is Unicorns of Love territory. It's basically been like Ko's jungle. When I see him on the map, I'm like, oh, he's not in his jungle. He's in the enemy jungle. He's just owning that.
Yeah. And I gotta say, the fact that UOL's, like, I know they're losing, but like the fact that they're holding on despite how ludicrously aggressive and smart Ko is being in these matchups, like honestly impresses me quite a lot. Like Sheepy 0-5-3, I know his score looks horrible, and like he's been trying to force ganks really hard, but like he's not really playing that bad. Generally speaking, he's been getting, you know, caught up by guys in his own jungle. It's really hard to deal with. Like there are not many jungles like Ko out there in the world. There's not a lot of practice for this kind of thing. Ko's awesome, to be fair,
but
I can't blame Sheepy.
Through your turret at level 5.
It's like that doesn't happen a lot. Like yeah, you should be aware of it, but like realistically, it doesn't happen much.
So the Dragon is up right now. It just came up. They're fighting for ward vision currently. But NIP, they do have the stronger footing because they have the Wombo combo team. You do not want to get caught in that, especially if you come across this ball right now with more than one member. Even one member is going to get disonanced.
Yeah. Well, NIP definitely took away ward control. Zigzolty comes down just to spot the team. Half HP Dragon. Will they funnel in for this one? Sheepy on one side. Freeze looking for the play to make. There's the repel though. Freeze still chasing down. Dragon does go to Ko. Hylissang goes in for the fight. What's he going to get for this one? A 2-man stun, but he dies for it. And there's the kill picked up. 2 kills so far, and they're going to keep going. Vizichachi forced to run away. Knocked up right there. Ko's going to help find that double kill. And now UOL forced to run away. Sheepy's got nowhere to go. 4 kills in the Dragon for NIP.
And Alex hasn't even used his Shockwave yet. That was Nuke Duck going off onto the left side. He ends up destroying Sir Scott so quickly, and they might look for a Baron now. They won't take as much damage because Yasuo Wind Wall will absorb a lot of it.
Yeah, they're going to have a pretty convenient Dragon on this one. There we goes the Wind Wall. They're going to be pretty happy with that one. So this is going to be, what, 2 guys alive. Power People's ulti not available just yet either, so unlikely for a steal. See if he can try it though. He comes around the side, but Freeze spots him. Jinx ulti claims Mithy. Power People flashes the wall. He will stay safe, but Baron still losing health. And there we go. Good smite, and it's going to be blue team picking up Baron Nashor. Overall, 4-1 plus Dragon and Baron.
That was wonderful for NIP as a team, because NIP has always been that team that sits on their hands and says, we'll just outscale you. They had that very aggressive team fight, and they capitalized off of it, getting Dragon, multiple kills, and then the Baron. Right now, we're going to see Hylissang goes a little aggressive. Sheepy's already off on the side. Boom. Knock up onto Scott. He tries to get away, and he gets kicked back by Ko at the same time that Nuke Duck is going after him. And after the last breath, you have the bonus armor penetration, so he's able to just shred through Vizichachi.
Yeah.
We talked about how tanky that Shyvana is going to be. Not that tanky against a Yasuo who has ulti up.
Especially if you go Merc Treads in this one, he's just like getting kind of blown up in the fight. It's not resisting much of the damage, unfortunately, for him. So tank line, you know, I talked about it for NIP, but it's actually, I take it back, not that big for UOL just yet. This stage in the game, 27 minutes in, NIP 3 turrets, a lot of global objectives as well. They're doing quite nicely in gold. And now, how quickly can they close out the rest of this game? Vizichachi takes a golem, Nuke backs out.
And Nuke Duck not following the Steel Tempest with the last breath there. Good choice, because Hylissang was off on the wings. And now, 8k gold difference. Ooh, Alex.
Pretty good amount of damage, but the tidal wave will disengage them.
That's why Nami's so good right now. Has multi-purpose ultimate. You can disengage, you can engage, and it's very long range.
For all that, Ko's got to be a little bit careful. Does get binded up on top of a whole bunch of stuff. Cocoon will land as well. No ward hop just yet. Hylissang shows up, will land the stun. More damage comes through. Sir Scott gets it with the red buff. And we have a 6-2 AD carry, but is that going to be enough for the team? He's down a full item compared to Freeze.
Yeah, he has all the kills. Every single kill is on Sir Scott, but we saw how easily they can get to him with this combo that they have. Like, Nuke Duck was able to get to him even before Ko used the Dragon's Rage. He was knocked up way before that, back in the Dragon fight. So, how is he going to keep safe? It's got to be Hylissang with the Black Shield.
And they need to group up for like a real 5-on-5 as well. As hard as that is to fight against like Nami Twitch with that kind of a combo, but like when you split up into these 2v2s and 3v3s, AD Lee Sin actually works.
Yes.
Like Ko gets to go fight one guy at a time and be like, Vizichachi can't kill me by himself. That's okay. There is no tank on NIP. They're not even trying to get one. They're just trying to play make as individuals. And if you actually throw a 5-on-5, you got a chance there, especially with the Fed Jinx. Problem is, UOL have not been able to find their footing back in this game for a while.
Yeah, and NIP have a very distinct style that's coming out here that we're seeing. They're doing a 1-3-1 split push. As soon as they want to do something, they group very quickly, and then they fan out again. And they keep doing it. I've seen Alex over and over again in that top lane. They're going to get objectives off of this. They get that bottom turret. And Nuke Duck, he will continue to push, and they most likely group up mid at the same time Alex is, and then they'll get this turret, or they'll cause pressure with Alex top and keep it there. But now it looks like a collapse.
Well, it's going to be left on a Sheepy. He's going to go down one more time, sheared, as it were.
They're going to pinch from behind the turrets here with Nuke Duck and Alex.
And it's going to push them away. Ulti in from Hillesine, taking massive damage, though. Kill picked up right there. Another one from Nuke Duck in the other wing of this one. 3 champions go down. Mid lane outer is NIP's.
Yeah, this strategy here from NIP is very brutal. It's very hard to deal with. He's going to get the knockup.
Big damage and power view. Ulti comes by as well. Ko tries to show up, but not in time. Another kill picked up. 4-0 in this battle. 2 turrets, maybe even more.
Man, Ko just doesn't give a damn about turrets.
No.
He went right over that wall, walks through it, and he's like, yeah, I'm not a tanky Lee Sin, but I'm okay with taking turret shots so I can end up in the right position. They're going to get this inhibitor at about 30 minutes, really close to that. And now they're just going for more. They have this wave already pushed up because Alex pushed it and then joined the fight. And it's going to have another one coming up here too as well.
Very nicely played by NAP. Pretty aggressive style overall. Looking to close this game out before about 32 minutes in. They go for this one. Knock up there onto Elise. They could have dived it but didn't choose to. As Achachi comes in, try to save the fight. Can they do it? Morgana putting what damage down she can, but these guys are still fighting back and forth. Mithy is low. Ori, ooh, the Jinx ulti not going to do enough either on this one. Exhaust down on a Nuke Duck. Jukes back and forth. Freeze picks up a kill in the back line, though. He's diving past turrets himself. And now Alex Itch pulls aggro. He's got to back away from this one. The re-engage now for UOL. Can they find anything else? Nuke Duck, Freeze running away. Looks like they're safe.
The angles at which NIP come at you are very different than a normal team. And Freeze, look at that, right inside their base. He does not care.
But he's going to go down for it, so a 1-for-1. Not the best trade when you're the winning team, but it's going to be NIP backing up one more time. Look for the engage now on the power of
Last
evil.
Breath is back
he's
up.
in a bad spot. Big damage comes out. Nuke Duck gets the knockup, gets the re-engage. Another kill picked up. Vizichachi now in the wrong spot. He's going to go down. Kill picked up by Mithy, his first of the game. And now into the next is going to be pretty much the game for sure. Ninjas in pajamas, 31 minutes in. They found the team fights, they found the dragon fights, and with an all squishy lineup, they take the game.
Yeah, and there's the surrender there from Unicorns of Love. You know, they know it's inevitable. There's about 20 seconds left on everybody on the team who could pretty much save them. And in the overall, their NIP look a lot better than before.
Yeah,
they closed that game out in about 32 minutes, very, very quickly, very decisive. And I have to say, it's most likely Ko that's causing that. The aggressive plays in the early game, the fact that he's keeping the enemy jungler down the entire time is huge because they can't do anything about that. And when they end up counter-ganking each other, it's like, oh, I'm a stronger jungler than you right now because I've been taking your jungle too.
Yeah.
There were some life signs for Unicorns of Love there for just a little bit. But at the same time, as soon as they swapped the lanes back from like the top and the mid, things just came up a little bit better there for NIP.
Yeah, honestly, the addition of Ko, I think you pointed out, his recklessness, but in usually, like, sometimes...
Calculated aggression.
Sometimes. Like, sometimes his math was off, right?
Yeah.
Like, after the dragon fight, he gave away a kill thinking he could make the play and died for it. So, like, a couple of misplays, but so 2, 3, and 8, right? Most deaths on this team, his team had 7 deaths. Most of those deaths were ones we say worth it in all chat because he made so many good plays. He out-jungled Sheepy 100%. Sheepy was 0-8-4. Most of that, not really his fault. Some of them were bad moves, I'll give you that one, but some of them was like, he's looking to gank, but Ko's already there. Looks for his blue buff, Ko already stole it and is already there. There's a lot of moves like that where it's like, you just can't be used to a jungler that good. And Ko really set those up really nicely. The overall NIP squad played really well.
Yeah, and Ko is that type of guy you don't want to run into in solo queue because he takes your buff, clears it, and sits there.
Yeah.
And he waits for you.
Yeah, he does.
Like, even if he gets nothing for it, he sits there and waits for you. And in solo queue, you walk up and you're like, oh, my buff is gone. And then you're like, all right, I'm going to go, oh, whoa.
There's a Lee Sin.
There's a Lee Sin on me now. And then, of course, he's already set this up. So he's a move ahead of you.
Yeah.
Because nobody walks to their buff and goes, all right, if it's gone and Lee Sin's sitting in the bush, I need to call my mid laner and be like, all right, he's over here. Unless they saw him come into the jungle.
Exactly.
So at this point, Ko's sitting there and he's communicating with Nuke Duck or Alex and he's saying, I'm going to sit here.
Be ready.
Be ready. As soon as I see him, I'm going. You need to come in here. I can kick him into you. I can do whatever you need. But just follow it up. And they did a fantastic job with all of that.
Yeah, and to even follow up on that point even farther, think about even back to Champ Select. The no junglers banned. The first jungler picked was Lee Sin. Now, Lee Sin is actually the best duelist of the common junglers.
Yeah.
He outduels Kha'Zix, he outduels Elise, he outduels Evelynn. These champs can all counter jungle. They're all very good champions overall, but he picked the champion he knew would win in duels, got ahead, chose to forcibly counter jungle all the time, and even from Champ Select was set up to succeed here. He kept Sheepy down up to 3 levels at one point in that game. Sheepy eventually caught up from the bonus XP in high-level jungle camps, but by and large, right, kept that guy down really hard, and that was actually pretty awesome. And then, yeah, he largely made plays. I think NIP also, you talked about this by the end of it, that they were actually looking to make moves. They're looking to surround on turrets and flank people out. To be fair, I think UOL probably shouldn't have been defending outer turrets against Baron buff. I think you literally can't defend outer turrets against Baron. You just shouldn't outright, because by that stage in the game, outer turrets don't deal any damage, and they're that far ahead of you that they will just dive you, and I think it's a trap. UOL fell into that trap. But again, good choice by NIP to identify. They looked for the flanks. They didn't like set up in siege. They're like, we're going to look for the dive, set up for it, said, yep, it's here, and then went. Like, this is good. That shows forward planning. It shows that they're ready to close the games out. They're ready to commit for these fights, and it's a really good look.
Yeah, and the 1-3-1 that they ended up pulling off, they had the stronger solo laners, so they put them in solo lanes on the side, and then they said, you can hang out in the middle because you have Lee Sin, you have Nami, you have Twitch. If they engage on you, you are most likely getting away with at least 2 members. Maybe one person will die, that's fine, but just both side lanes are pushing at the same time then. So if they group up on you and try to 5-man that 3, then it's not as bad as it could be considering the composition that they had. Yeah. They played it right, they played it correctly from the start. And I think the Dragon fight was the only time that there was a big misplay by NIP, was when they went in with lower numbers and tried to capitalize. But Unicorns of Love, they saw through that. They were like, you guys are being too aggressive and too big for your britches right now.
Yeah. And I think the Dragon fights actually tell a really good story about the game. If you actually just only watched the Dragon fights in the 30 seconds before and after each one, it would tell you a lot about the teams and about the game. Because you think about the first Dragon fight that UOL won, right? And UOL was grouped up, and they were a 5v5 type comp, right? Ziggs, Shyvana, Jinx, Morgan, like, that's a 5v5 type team. They have some pick potential, but they're a 5v5 team.
Yes.
And NIP is all about individual playmaking. Squishy Lee Sin, and I actually have to correct what I was saying, where it's like, oh, this is kind of like a team fight kind of comp, but because of Squishy Lee Sin, because Freeze got ahead, they got to make individual plays. More than you would normally expect, but they got to in this case. And when they're trying to make individual plays against a grouped up team, they lose that fight. The second Dragon fight that NIP wins, NIP's grouped up, UL's coming in from different angles, so NIP chooses these 2-on-2s, these 3-on-3s, and fights what their comp wants to do, which is scattered engagements, and they win it like handily, right? So
and then they get the Baron.
And then they get the Baron right after, and they close the game out. So NIP, when they play it right, it worked really well. UOL, a couple lessons to learn. We'll see if they can do it. Guys, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, Ninjas in Pajamas looks to make it 2 in a row and sweep the Unicorns of Love in the first best-of-3 series this summer. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
So now we're going for Freeze, setting himself up for a spray and pray.
They're going to try the flash in by Hillsong. He's going to get 2 people locked up. They actually don't stay for the Dragon. They go for the kills instead. Jinx Rocket finds 1. Freeze locked up as well. That's going to be 2 kills. And a counter gank there for Ko as well. Big damage comes in. Hillsong's got to be careful. There's 1 kill picked up, but here comes Sheepy. Can he get much else out? Uh-oh, Sir Scott knocked into the air. Big dive out of the turret goes Ko, and he jumps back to a teammate. And here comes the turret goes down, but a 2-on-2. Hillsong will get the stun right before he dies. Sir Scott stayed, though, to save his teammate. He's going to dive for it. 2 kills picked up NIP. Hey, welcome back everyone to the 2014 European Challenger Series. It's time for our second game in this best-of-3 quarter-final showdown between Ninjas in Pajamas and Unicorns of Love. Now with one more win, the Ninjas in Pajamas will knock the Unicorns out of Love and advance one step closer to a shot at the LCS.
Knock them out of the tournament, too.
Yep.
So NIP, speaking of knocking people out, Ko.
Yeah.
He was everywhere he needed to be, kicking people, destroying them, came through the bottom lane turret.
Jumping
the
over
last
boards.
place you would expect him to be.
Yeah.
Last jungle route you would expect somebody to gank you from.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, when you think about jungle routes, you're like, okay, he'd come through lane, around the side, this way, but it's like nope,
and he could
all the way around.
Yeah.
So even your turret isn't safe at that point.
No.
And he was level 5. He wasn't 6. So he was coming in and he wasn't going to be able to kick them into the team. He was just like,
queue you.
I'm going to jump in. He flash E'd for the slow onto Morgana and ended up getting the Q and picking that kill up. So Ko, all around the map, really kind of outplaying Sheepy.
Yes.
Who ended up with big death toll that game.
Yeah, 8 deaths.
Yeah.
And just, he kept getting caught out. Like, a couple times a little bit too aggressive, a couple of times it wasn't in the right spot. Sometimes it was just like, there's a Ko in my jungle. And then he didn't.
There's a Ko in my jungle.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal. Other update, by the way, the AD carry for Unicorns of Love, Vardogs, will be in this game. So he's since been, I guess, gotten himself into the spot where he can play. So we will not see Sir Scott again this game.
Yeah.
Did have a decent game on Jinx, but...
yeah, he went 6-4-1.
Yeah.
Vardogs, on the other hand, has had amazing performances in the past.
Yeah.
His KDA is currently 26 with 0 deaths.
Right.
So now it's time to see if he can be tested or not.
Yeah, because keep in mind also that UOL lost that bot lane pretty hard. They got level 2 first, they tried to push in, and then they got out CS pretty miserably, started losing out of the lane. You had a 20 CS deficit, so that was one part that went pretty poorly for them. We'll see if that issue gets fixed. Because top lane was fine in the 1v1. If they can fix their bottom lane to be fine in the 1v1, then you're in a much better place as a team.
Definitely. Now, the Yasuo being banned out here, they don't want any of that from Nuke Duck because the way he was able to get to the back line just off of an assistance from his team, just very mild assistance too. No AD carry has been banned out just yet. So Lucian and Twitch will both be up for this. Vardogs is a very good AD carry.
We'll see what the kind of focus ends up being on. Sheepy is a big Lee Sin player. Will they steal that one away with first pick? If both AD carries are left up, the big Lucian and Twitch duo, I would expect that. No, the Lulu comes through right away. That's going to come through on a Power of Evil or Vizicachi. Not immediately on Vizicachi's champion pool, but we'll see.
Not really immediately in either of their champion pools in terms of what they've played, but what they play in team compositions is very, very different than what they play in solo queue. So we're going to have to see where that Lulu ends up going. Maybe it's for Hillsong, you never know. But I don't know if they pick their support first. They do want to keep it out of Alex H's hands.
Yeah.
But that sets them up for Ko getting Lee Sin again.
Exactly. Twitch Lee Sin, I'm not surprised at all that NIP grabbed these. First pick Twitch last time, second round Lee Sin for them, so no surprise. Lucian, though, did escape the ban phase, so we'll get that one again. Now does Sheepy also, does he say, you know, I'm still going to play Elise? Do they try to actually pinch more of the mid and top lane picks? But looks like not the case.
Yeah, the Lucian most likely going to be locked in here to go up against the Twitch. A little bit more of a lane bully at the start. I'm surprised, though, that they didn't pick Lee Sin first for Unicorns of Love, because that is Sheepy's most played champion.
Yeah.
And the fact that he didn't have a great performance last game on Elise, if he repicks it again, we've seen this story before. We've seen what happens between Sheepy and Ko when they're playing Lee Sin and Elise. Turns out pretty big for Ko. Not so well for Sheepy.
That's true.
Maybe he's thinking it was just an unfortunate circumstance. I'm not just getting outplayed.
It's going to be an interesting battle to see how it brawls out. Though we take the last couple seconds to look at the Kazakhs there instead. I actually like that one a whole lot more. So, okay, interesting actually. We're just told actually they couldn't switch. They're actually not allowed to switch to Vardogs.
Illegal.
In this game. Yeah. Unfortunately, I wish I knew the rules on the top of my head. I'm guessing that it's in the middle. Rule 3.3. I'm actually being told it now. So I now do know. I'm guessing you can't sub in the middle of a series. It would actually be the rule right there. So as I am continually told the rule book through my ears, I'll be able to tell you for sure, but that would be my guess as to why. But
so get Sir Scott back on.
Yeah, because he clearly played in the first 2 weeks, right, with the team. So was an eligible part of the roster, but at this point, I think it's likely to the middle of the series. They probably might have to stay with Sir Scott, but so we'll see. Actually, if picks and bans have to change, I would guess they would actually forcibly. I'm going to stop speculating. I have no point to speculate about what's going to happen with the game. We'll do that when it actually comes to it with the game itself. So then we'll talk about what we've seen from the first game and what we can expect to see in game 2. I think that's the safest area to talk about.
Now there's less speculation because it's the same players.
Yes. So. Still Sir Scott. I'm pretty much for sure on that one.
Yes.
Okay. So I am surprised that in that champ select, UOL didn't prioritize Lee Sin. I think that is actually a really interesting point there. Again, yeah, Sheepy's most played. Ko was massive on it. The fact that doesn't happen, say that they have something way more important in mind. One of them being the Lulu, which I believe was banned by them in the game 1. I don't think you would not ban a champ then first pick at round 2. That doesn't make any sense. So if I remember correctly, that was a ban. So Lulu's apparently a freaking big priority for these guys.
Yeah, Nuke Duck plays it, Alex Each plays it, it's a flex pick for them, and apparently they're flex laners too.
Yeah.
They can go top, they can go mid, they don't care. They're both very, very good.
Yes.
They've both mid laned at World's caliber.
Mm-hmm. And they fought against each other.
Yeah,
in the
that's
LCS this time last year. So then the other one being that, okay, so they're kind of allowing Ko to get Lee Sin again because they could spend bans on it, right? They have the option to do so. Of course, they'd rather ban Kayla away from Alex Ich. They'd rather steal away his Lulu as well with the first pick. So it says they would rather keep hampering Alex and trying to find a matchup they can win instead of just simply going for... And basically that allows Ko to make all the moves.
Yeah.
And he kind of was the reason that NIP won that first game because he set everything up.
He's the reason they won their game as soon as they did. I'll put it that way.
That's true.
Because Nuke Duck didn't die. Alex Each didn't die. They both had very big scores coming out of the lane. They swapped lanes, and then they started to excel, and Alex just started pushing turrets in the top lane. And then they're like, oh, Nuke Duck, you're really strong. Nobody can duel you. Let's put you bottom and like have you hang out down there and start pushing yourself. Mm-hmm. But I think Ko is the reason. He was the facilitator of how quickly NIP ended that game, which has been an NIP problem.
That's true. And I like that they have this facilitator, right? And it's always interesting to me when a team can close a game rapidly without a tank.
Yeah.
Because the traditional way
that's the goal.
That you close games out fast is like you either set up these Baron baits, you've got to play them really, really properly, and then you hope you get the pick and you can kind of go off that, or you have like a really good siege team. You have like a Ziggs or Nidalee or something and you siege up in front of turrets, or you just have such a good team fight comp that you're like, we'll just show up at a turret, and if you only show up with 3, we'll just dive you.
Yeah. And I do think that Yasuo is one of the best, if not the best person to have in a full damage team with no tank because he deals with tanks so well with his armor penetration off his ultimate, which is more than a Last Whisper. I mean, it's bonus armor, but that's what people are usually stacking.
That makes it a good against tanks as opposed to a guy like Jinx.
So he can shred through them. He has a lockup for the duration. He has a shield, which you can get 2 of if you blow your flow, and then you use your last breath, it immediately fills it up again.
Yeah.
So he's naturally gets something like 1,200 more, so it's like 690 at max level. So you can get something like 1,200 to 1,400 more effective HP from having that shield.
Yeah. And then you think about the comp actually, and like I'm still like kind of putting my mind through that team composition, right? I'm like, no tank, no tank, no tank. And I keep saying it.
It wasn't that bad.
Yeah, but there's so many ways that actually they gain durability. So they've got, I mean, rank 1 safeguard is not really an important shield. It's 40, like, you can't say rank 1, like, and pretty much every jungle Lee Sin max safeguard lasts, so it's a 40-point shield. Like, that doesn't count as adding tankiness, like, to just be clear on that one. It's not legitimate concern. It doesn't build AP, so even if it's max, like, 20 is okay. But they've got Orianna, right? Sola and Orianna eventually gets points in that, had pretty good ability power that game. So you've got, 200 to 300 point shield once you get a death cap. Like, that's pretty good. You've got some durability there. The big one actually is Wind Wall. The big one's actually the Wind Wall. Because that's when you're fighting. By the way, keep in mind, right? All the kills went on Jinx. None of the kills went on Shyvana. And Shyvana honestly wasn't huge. Like Cutlass Sunfire by the time the game ended because it was like a 30-minute game, right? Like that's not an incredibly scary Shyvana. Elise got destroyed. And then you have Ziggs and Jinx who are getting Windwalled.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, all of your damage is actually getting blocked up by Yasuo W. And by the way, Nuke Duck had a lot of amazing wind walls. Like, he had really good reflexes on them. They were aimed properly. He was saving teammates with them. Like, those are some freaking good wind walls that protected the squishy lineup.
Yeah.
And let them deal a bunch of damage. It was really good.
Yeah, it's something that doesn't show up on a stat score or anything like that. So, the game is still coming, you guys. It'll be up in just a moment here. We're getting Sir Scott back into the lobby and everything. And speaking of Sir Scott, he had 100% kill participation. He went 6-4-1. All the kills except for just one assist. I think that kill went over to Ziggs. Went over to Power of Evil at one point.
Yeah.
But Sir Scott did come up big for his team. He's going to be back in there. But the bottom lane synergy. When you're playing with a sub, when you're not playing with the person you are accustomed to playing with all of the time, and considering Vardogs Vardags had very, very good scores and an amazing KDA, which he will continue to keep. So he'll probably be the highest KDA in all of Challenger throughout the season.
Unless Nukeduck and Alex can keep not dying and getting more kills. I mean,
that's true.
Sky's the limit for them.
Yeah, it's very, very, very difficult to keep up with that.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and that's going to be rough, I feel, because the bot lane straight up lost in this game, in UO versus NIP game 1. Some of that's like a bit of counterpick potential, right? Like, you ban the Lucian, grab the Twitch, like the other really top tier AD carry. Nami's actually a really good matchup as Nami against Morgana. Like, it's a great matchup in the fact that these guys rush picked the Morg, and then Matthew was like, okay, Nami, no big problem.
New hotness.
Like, yeah, it's ironic the new hotness is a water-based champion, but
boiling water.
Boiling water. Yeah. That's the one. Nami is boiling water. We got it. Which is actually would kill fish. In fact, that's how you cook fish. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I don't know. Do you really boil fish much?
I don't know, man. You're asking.
I've eaten some boiled shrimp. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, we got off topic really quickly.
That's okay. That's okay.
To be fair, we're in the pause between games. This is normal for us now. But yeah, like the 2-on-2 one straight up, even with Elise making the first gank down to the bottom lane, right? Like they were trying. She was trying to force the issue and couldn't quite do it. And you know, both junglers like hyper aggressive, making moves all the time, but Ko's just worked better. It was ultimately the case, and that really broke the game apart.
Yeah, and the bottom lane was losing by itself. Ko came in there and he's like, oh, we're just going to punch even more.
Done.
Now it's done for. I'm going to go to other lanes that are already, you know, Power of Evil had a little bit of an advantage in his lane. Vizicachi had a little bit of an advantage in his in terms of CS. And then Ko was like, nope, that's done for. You guys are going to come invade. We're going to just bully Sheepy, and they got kills and assists off of him constantly inside of his jungle, constantly tried to come up for objectives, and then they punished him, and they just basically took Sheepy, pulled off 8 of their legs, and just handed it to each person. It was like, here you go. 8 deaths, 8 legs.
Man.
Each time. Pulled them apart.
Yep. Apparently Spiders only have 8 lives, because after 8 deaths, the team lost. If it was in Italy,
one per leg.
They had 1 more kill left.
Yep.
1 more left than them, but not the case. So, just so you guys, I don't know. So just so you guys know, though, we will have new picks and bans, by the way, because of course you got to bring in a new player. You can't. I mean, I guess you could enforce like the first 5 picks and 6 bans,
the bans
but
at the same time, though.
Yeah.
Because if you were targeted banning Sir Scott, and because they did ban out the Lucian and then pick the Twitch, you know, they could ban Lucian and Twitch and then be like, all right, what's he going to play now? Force him on the Jinx, pick something else for ourselves, like an Ezreal or whatever we have in our back pocket. So yeah, new picks and bans coming out here because of the new player.
Yeah, so we'll see if any of the teams take any learnings from that one. Say,
or
okay,
the old play.
This. Yeah, sure. But yeah, new learnings based on like the ban phase. Like, oh, they're going to ban these 3 champions, right? Like, I don't know. Like, maybe there's something to learn. Honestly, it's not going to mean a whole lot. I think ultimately, what it really comes down to is the gameplay. And right now, NIP is shown to be stronger there. So we'll have to see if UOL can step up to that one. We're about 2 minutes away from champ select, by the way. So 2 minutes, you'll have a screen will be smaller, and you'll have champs on the champ icons on the screen. It'll be great. Okay.
And people will be selecting their champion. Oh, we just
wow, it's like a champ select or something. I've just realized like the quality of my like updates have like just progressed like worse and worse steadily, and now you're just like just directly making fun of me for it. Now you're like, freak, I don't even know what you said right there. You just described champ select in a more verbose and worse way than just the phrase champ select. And I'm like, you're right, Zyrene, I did that. I'm good at my job.
You are. You're very good at your job.
This is horrible.
But anyway.
Yeah.
So NIP, they closed the game out pretty quickly off of the back of Ko, setting them up. Can they do it again? You know, now that the Lee Sin has been shown that is another priority for them, I don't know how picks and ban is going to go this time. I'm pretty sure there's going to be different bans than what they banned in that second one.
Yeah.
Because they're like, okay, we saw your first 3 cards, what you would end up picking up. Not so sure if we want Ko on it. We did see the swap over to Kha'Zix at the last second for Sheepy because he didn't want to play the Elise into it. And I was actually, that's a good choice. Kha'Zix does pretty well against Lee Sin. He becomes very durable. Lee Sin can see him, but at the same time, he sees him while he has damage reduction.
Yeah.
So Kha'Zix, I would actually say probably fits countering Ko a little better than an Elise.
I can see that.
Yeah. Because Ko likes to come into your jungle. Isolation damage.
Yeah, sure. And I mean, you still don't completely like.
You don't destroy him. Yeah.
Lee Sin still beats you up. Like I almost wonder if you could go for a pick like Xin Zhao and just like tunnel on the dueling case.
We're smaller.
Yeah, I just wondered, like, could you like really hardcore tunnel on the dueling case and get yourself on setting it up? No, interesting to note actually, the teams agreed to recycle the picks and bans from the first time around. So we'll actually go, down about 5 picks until we go in. So no extra new learnings.
Yeah, and Champion Select has started. You guys can see it there on your screen, up on the side. We unfortunately cannot.
Yeah, we'll get it up there. I mean,
Once
thankfully,
again.
the same 3 bands of the first pick still coming through the same as before. Lulu, Twitch, and Lee Sin on the other side of that one. And then, yeah, we had the Kha'Zix and I think it was Lucian locked in the very last second.
Yes, it was Kha'Zix Lucian locked in at the last second. We're going to have to see what they end up going with here. They do end up getting one of those 80 carries for themselves. They get the Lucian, whereas last time they were forced onto the Jinx, which is not a very potent lane bully at all. I wouldn't even call her a lane bully. She just has a little bit of a range advantage over most champions, but at the same time, she's all auto attack based. She doesn't have abilities like Expunge, or I guess Contaminate at this point.
Yeah.
And Poison Cask. Is it Vault of Cask? I think it's Vault of Cask.
Venomous Cask.
Venomous Cask. Yeah, it starts with a V. Thank you.
Yep. Getting up there. So the rest of the picks and bans did come through. Sorry we didn't call them out as they were going on, but now that we can see. Yeah, so Nami still comes through. Leona was grabbed, actually, so that'll be fun. Nuke Duck, no anymore. Backline type champion. Shyvana ults for Alex Ich. So NIP, a pretty different type of composition here, actually.
Yeah, they do have the tank. Alex is going on to the Shyvana into the top lane. Nuke Duck's going to have his Nidalee. It looks like he's running Ghost right now. He can swap that over. But if that's what I think it is, it means that they're going to be going into the jungle a lot and skirmishing and chasing people down with Ko continuing to invade people.
Yeah, and it's an interesting setup as well with like the fact that you run Ghost means you're not afraid of getting bursted out, and you are fighting a Kha'Zix. Like Kha'Zix is going to make you want to cast Summoner Healer Barrier at some point, right? So it's really going to be on how well Nuke Duck can stay in the back lines and not be reached. I think Lulu, right? There's not a lot of threat there. I think you can typically predict Lulu's damage, and you shouldn't be surprised too much. But yeah, it's like how well can you play against the Kha'Zix ganks is going to be a bit of a test. The other lane I want to watch out for is the fact that I feel like Vizicachi should have a really good time top lane against Alex to Shyvana, because Jax I think works very well against Shiv as a matchup. That you don't get bullied out super hard. There's ways to fight back.
It's also his most played.
Yeah, and it's his champion. Like it's his spirit champion. So that's
Vizicaxi.
Vizicaxi. Yes. Yes, please.
He's played Aurelia every time that we've seen him in the round of 10 and round of 20. He didn't get it last game. But Jax is typically banned against him, actually.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's weird because I feel like they did like a medium level of research. Or like I'm thinking about it, right? Like why you would ban in this way and leave the champions up is like you ban what he was successful with in the games themselves, but what he actually wants to play, what was banned in the first place. Yeah. And that to me that's like I feel like you're missing a step there when that happens. But that said, if NIP knows something I don't, then you know what? That maybe you made the right choice and gave him Jax in the first place. But it's still something to be concerned about. Ko still on Lee Sin. The bot lane unchanged as well for NIP. Those were elements that were consistently very good, and that's still scary for UOL.
Yeah, they ended up winning the bottom lane, even without the assistance of Ko, but they came in at level 5 and just stomped that lane with a kick.
Yep.
Got himself in there.
Couple of buttons.
Yeah, and the thing here is Power of Evil and the whole lineup of Unicorns of Love, they scale about the same, if not slightly better than NIP's lineup. They have Jax.
Yes.
They have Lulu up against Nidalee, who scales very, very well.
Sure.
But it's Shyvana top. Doesn't scale as crazy as Jax, but we have to see. So if NIP...
And a Kha'Zix.
Exactly, and a Kha'Zix against the Lee Sin. So NIP, they're relying on the fact that Ko will bully around Sheepy again, and that they will win the lanes off of that. Because if they don't, it's going to be back to that NIP style of sitting and just scaling. And then they'll rely on Freeze in the late game.
All right, we'll see if Freeze can do it then. Of course, you will have the attack speed buff from Nid. That'll help. And we're going to see Jax versus Twitch. If you want to boil it down really, really heavily, that's what it comes down to.
And Nuke Duck does end up taking the Ghost.
Yeah.
Which is also very good against Kha'Zix, because when Kha'Zix uses his ultimate, if you flash away, he's still going to catch up to you again.
True. So that's going to be the gameplay here. So Scott going to wait around on the wings, off on the side. He knows that his Tribush was trinketed.
All those wards.
Yeah. Caught most of them. Good job, observers. Bam, another one.
Welcome to post 4.6.
Yep. Oh, it's okay. He's going to give these guys plenty of vision to play with. Make sure they know what's going on around the map. It looks like no invades will happen, and we will have default lanes as well. Temple
Vizichachi's Jax, we got to keep an eye on that, for sure. Because it's up against Alexic, who's not as comfortable in the top lane. We even saw it last game when he was up against Vizichachi. He wasn't as effective. He had about 20 CS down at one point. He eventually caught up when he swapped back to mid lane. But
he started in mid lane.
Oh, yeah, sorry. No, that's right.
Nuke went top of the
It's the fact that they
I know.
They're swapped on the bottom. I'm like,
They like basically double swapped.
And then they swapped it back. It's like, oh, nope. But yeah, he was actually... So I guess it was... Yeah, no, when Alex ended up there.
Really
wow,
engaged, though. Freeze taking a bit of damage. Mithy going to put the buff onto himself and land some slows, but Mithy taking some good damage for that one. Hylissang gets his 2 stacks used up, but takes a bunch of damage for Twitch in the process. Both supports at half.
It's actually a really good trade by Unicorns of Love, because Mithy ended up using Tidecaller's Blessing on himself instead of onto Freeze, who was the one auto-attacking, and Mithy was just back.
Mithy was autoing.
Yeah, he only got about 1 or 2 off. He got him onto Scott.
Okay. Well, Scott, again, getting attacked there by Mithy. Gets 2 of the charges used right there. Freeze looking to follow up a little bit there. Both level 1 so far. Hylissang puts the ward down to make sure he's safe. Yeah, going to keep the push going.
This matchup is not that great for Leona at the early levels, because you're just going to get auto-attack harassed by the Nami. Later on, you have a bit of an advantage. Look at that. Already. So Jax is renowned for not being a good laner, but he's able to push it out. Yeah, he's usually one of those people where you're like, all right, his early game isn't that great. His late game, he's incredible.
Yeah. Well, this is actually, there's a couple of interesting misconceptions with Jax as well. I agree that like he's not like the premier bully laner, especially pre-6. But what it actually hinges off of is using your level 1. Yes. Because Counter-Strike is such a strong ability, you can guarantee 1 or 2 good trades with just that ability. And
Sheepy's off on the side here.
Okay, it's going to be the attempt to ignite the stun on Mithy. Good damage down right there. He still has flash and exhaust though. The team will not re-engage for that one, so no summoner's burn, but no health. Goes in for freeze. Good damage there. The heal comes out as well.
And keeping Sheepy around, but that's going to set up Ko to do whatever he wants and keep tabs on it.
So far though, Ko's actually staying in his own jungle, interesting.
A lot of farm.
Yeah, he went to his own Wolves one night. He does have a CS lead over his opposition, to be fair, but we'll see what this turns into over time.
So Vizichachi pushed it all the way up to the turret. Alexic caught up in farm afterwards. But yeah, you were saying Jax, he's not renowned for his lane phase. His level 1 is still pretty good because Counter-Strike scales up.
Yeah.
But now both junglers looking again at the bottom lane. And there's the engage.
Really big damage comes in, but there's Ko for the counter gank on this one. That's why he's standing at the bottom side of the map. Big damage comes through. Bubble's going to hit Sheepy. He's going to go down. First blood picked up. Ko, right up better than all of us did. Don't counter jungle. There's a gank coming.
Yep. Level 4. He was in the right place at the right time. Had the advantage over Sheepy. And we talked about this in that long pregame that we had, that when he gets an advantage, he's like, oh, I'm showing up and I have more experience than you. Oh, I'm tougher than you.
Yep.
I have an item advantage over you. Whatever he can push, he will.
Did it phenomenally right there. So it's a double buff Twitch now in the bottom lane. UOL, you thought your lane was going well. It suddenly stopped. This is going to be pretty rough now. NAP with a good lead.
And Twitch with a red buff is just one of the scariest things in the game.
Yeah. As an AD carry, I'm a little bit sad.
The lane is a little bit...
difficult.
It's in distress at this point.
Yep. For the next 2 minutes, it's going to be very, very rough. But we'll see if they can pull it out. Power of Evil still trying to put the pressure on this mid lane. You're seeing actually a close to 10 minion lead right now over Nuke Duck. So I got to say that's impressively done. Power of Evil did do well in his mid lane matchup last time when he was on Ziggs, but this bot lane is going to be tough again.
Sheepy found Ko. Puts down the ward, has tabs on him now. And Ko's actually off on the side. He's still going for this mid lane gank. They saw it though.
Ooh, nice dodge of the Q right there. The ward not going to mean too much for him. Ko does take another Q right there. Sheepy might contribute a little bit of damage, but Ko gets pushed away. Well played, Power of Evil.
Yeah. Ko is trying to help out Nuke Duck, who's low on mana and on health. Trying to allow him to back, but the pressure of Lulu and Power of Evil, who has proved himself in the first game as well during the laning phase, and now in this game too, he's still doing really well.
So it's going to be a bad recall for Nuke Duck. He didn't get the push that he wanted from Ko. Sheepy being around helped that one as well. So it's going to be a lot of golden XP lost by Nuke Duck. A safe recall from Power of Evil. It's more advantages that this UOL team is gaining from the mid lane.
Now at the same time, up at the top lane, level 6 coming out for Alex a little earlier. Both teleports are down. But so Ko ganked the bottom lane, and now he's going to look at other lanes because that lane's pretty much fine by itself now. And even if Sheepy goes to gank there, Ko's style is I will gank a lane that you're not in and just, 2v1 it.
Yeah, and it's going to be the case, really. Like, Ko's been able to find a lot of, lopsided engagements right there. Vizichachi and Alex were still doing battle in the top lane. Minions are fairly close, but you see how well this Jax can bully his opponent out. It's working pretty nicely for him. Mithy and Freeze right now holding onto a 7-minion lead, and they're still kind of making these guys afraid. And, okay, there goes the engage. Going to do what they can on this one. Freeze does not have the buffs anymore, but he's level 5, meaning good damage down to Hillsong. The bubble going to land as well. A lot of health lost by that Leona.
Oh, Ko, 2 levels up.
Big damage comes in. The kick into the Javelin. What a move right there. Ulti pop and Power Evil to keep him alive. That was close.
That was awesome.
That was awesome.
That was a great play by everybody involved. And now Alex, he's dueling Vizichachi, but it's level 6 Jax.
Yeah. He's got to be careful taking that burnout damage. And Ko actually, because of bullying his opposition around, gets the blue buff steal as well. I mean, Ko, he's fighting knowing that he's going to get the blue buff steal off it. Like, it's awesome.
Oh, now he's coming top. He's going to walk straight over a ward. We got to see how Vizichachi reacts to this.
Well, it's a half health Lee Sin with no ulti.
I mean, Alex is also below half HP, though.
Yeah, they gotta be careful. There's another knock up on Hillsong. Goes in anyway on the Twitch, not quite in turret range, thankfully so. The damage comes back out. Ignite is on. Hillsong will go down in the 2v2, and Sir Scott has got no mana to follow it up.
Exhaust there onto Sir Scott stopped him from actually taking out Freeze.
Well, impressive stuff.
Now
right
has his heal up.
Yes. Well, that's rather unfortunate. Could have saved his teammate, but not going to be the case. There we go. Heals coming up from cooldown. Ko grabbing his own red buff. He'll recall actually before he goes for his blue and gives that over to Nuke Duck, but of course Power of Evil doesn't even have one right there. Sheepy only level 5, but he's trying for it. No one's stopping him just yet. How fast can he kill this camp?
I don't know. He's taking a lot of damage from this.
I think he'll be safe.
Yeah, he'll barely be safe. He jumps over the wall. And there's a pink ward in that bush, so they're going to see him on the retreat with the blue.
I'm surprised by how confidently he went for that one. I don't remember where exactly Ko recalled, but I didn't think he did it inside of vision range. But yeah, Sheepy just like went for that steal with no vision of anything.
Yeah, well, he had to. I mean, what has he got to lose? Besides his life again.
Oh no, oh no, Ko's right here!
Uh-oh.
Ward hop?
Oh, Ko.
Nope, not gonna get it. That was close. If you had flash up, you could have like flash queued, but that'd be a little bit risky.
His flash is almost up too. Very, very close. But there he goes. He gets another buff for himself.
Yeah, so it does mean that it's a 3 buff to 1 on this mid game right here. Ko gonna get the timer for himself. 14 minutes, 20 seconds for that one.
I gotta say, Ko is such a great pickup for NIP as a team because of the problems that they were having and the aggression that he provides. Like Ko, he's doing this mostly by himself.
Yeah, he is.
Too. He's like, I'm going to be making these plays. I'm going to be bullying the jungler around. I'm going to keep him down. I'm going to come at the right times. And is he going to come from behind the turret again? This guy is nuts.
He's going to try. He's actually not on top of the ward. He actually chose the right path to go around. Sir Scott down a half HP. Freeze finding a ton of damage right there. Bubble gonna hit Hillsong. This is not going to be good. Q's going to miss. There's a lockup attempt onto Ko. Good damage comes through. Actually, the outplay almost happens. Freeze takes the aggro. Now, where can Ko go? He's going to walk into the brush. Maybe drop minion aggro, jumps back in. He's got nowhere to go though. Nice kill picked up. Hillsong grabs the buffs, gives the assist to his support or his AD carry.
And it was a good dodge out of the way there by Sir Scott. Got himself out of there. And ultimate from Sheepy actually goes down as he evolved it.
He pressed the button
He pressed the button. I think he probably control art at that point.
All right.
So he won't have that available for his first gank coming in here.
It's hopefully a short enough cooldown for him that he can get something back. He did. No, actually, yeah, I think he still had the blue buff at the time. So maybe, slightly a shorter cooldown for that one. Again, the battle, Alex and Vizichachi still actually holding up a minions. And actually, Alex is coming back into this one. He's done a very good job of sustaining up, grabbing the Vamp Scepter. Sheepy coming up.
Thwarted.
Will get spotted by the ward, but the health bars are so low. Alex, he's lost his flash. He's got nowhere to go. Flash auto attack Q, kill picked up. Sheepy getting that one, giving an assist to his top laner.
Didn't even need his ultimate for that first gank.
Nope.
No harm, no foul.
He would have pressed it, I bet you.
Yeah, he would have to go ahead and close the distance.
He had to flash in this case, so yeah. Loss of ulti actually meant loss of flash in this case.
Yeah.
Sir Scott's got to be afraid of freeze. Their Ruin King already done.
Power
of Evil, he's going way too hard.
Didn't even have to use the Dragon's Rage there for Ko, because you put him in a situation where Power of Evil was saying, I have to either go full aggro and die, or try to escape and die.
I mean, with Flash, the guy probably could have gone now.
Yeah.
That's oh well. That's an unfortunate move there for Power of Evil. Ko in the right place at the right time one more time. Once again, looking to counter jungle. Realize, wait.
I just helped him.
That's the camp I counter jungled a while back. He has not been in the jungle much.
Now he's ready to clear it out so that he can go ahead and clear it the next time it's up. Oh. There you go.
Ooh, Sheepy making the turn.
You win this one, Sheepy.
Whenever you're about to face like a brush, just randomly turn and like see how many skill shots you dodge that way. I've actually seen a lot
you see like a thresh hook and all this stuff fly at you?
I've actually seen a lot of that happen in the recent, like in Challenger and LCS in the last like month. I've actually seen a lot of that.
Oh, he's ran out of ward this time, so you will dodge knowing.
It's true.
He's going for it. They have the advantage in the bottom lane by levels, also in CS. Kills.
Teleports both coming up pretty soon. Vizicachi, Alex still battling. Looks like Alex just getting rid of the minion wave in front of the turret. He'll stay fairly safe, but the team's going to group up for that one. Dragon will go ninjas in pajamas way. 2,000 gold lead. Vizicachi, Alex still fighting. Alex, though, biting up more than he can chew. Another kill goes over to the top laner. That is not the right kind of fight.
Vizicachi is very good top laner. He was holding his own last time and all throughout the round of 2010. He's coming up big for his team. And the fact that Ko does so well for NIP that if they end up winning this series, they can pretty much go off of Ko's back for a couple of games while Alex each gets up to the LCS level of top laner, or at least the challenger level.
Well, we're going to try for this one. Ulti popped onto two members of UOL. Hylissang once again bubbled up. Ulti by Lucian is not really doing enough damage to chunk down Freeze. Gets heal for Mythy. He's going to be just fine on this one. Yep, Nuke Duck making his roam down, goes through a ward, gets spotted. Javelin number 1's going to hit Hylissang. Javelin number 2 is available. Minion.
Oh, still counts.
Still a hit. There you go, the flash engage. They're going to go for this one. Teleport in from Jax as well. Do they have the fight for the charge? He's going to find Mythy on this one. Good damage comes through. He still has flash if he wants it. They're going to re-engage. Good damage coming across. Teleport now in from Shyvana. Freeze putting good damage on Vizicachi will go down. Alex Itch rejoining the fight now. Hylissang 2 hits from dead and down he goes. Javelin and Sir Scott, they can dive this one. 3 kills picked up. What a great fight for NIP.
That was a great TP by Alex Itch into the fight. It was going to be in UOL's favor at first, and they just turned it around. The nice Nami bubble from Mythy to pick that one up and get his team to safety. And now Power of Evil fighting Ko in the meantime. So Alex Itch, his biggest problem is the laning phase right now, because he doesn't really know the matchups as well, which is a huge part of top lane, is knowing when to trade, how to trade, and how much your champion can trade with that person.
Yes.
Currently, doesn't look like he's up to snuff with that. That just comes with practicing and playing it. You won't know that just by being like, oh, I picked up a new champion. Let's play Riven top, and oh, how does that work? But now we're going to see it right here. His decision-making is really good. See Vizicachi come in here and go after Mythy. Freeze is stealth. He flashes in to Freeze. There's the bubble. Puts him up. And in the meantime, they get so much damage on him. Alex Itch comes in for the cleanup. So even though he doesn't know the top lane matchups, he still knows what to do in terms of map movement and using the teleport. Because he's not unfamiliar with that.
Yeah. Great stuff now by that guy, making those happen. And NIP now on a 4-kill, 4,000 gold lead. They look now for mid lane outer turret. Nuke Duck, Ko, and Freeze all there. The engage by Hylissang, some decent damage comes through, but it's a 2v3. They're not going to get much out of it. Does save some turret health that shoots back onto the minions, but still NIP finding really good things to do this game.
Ko looking to the top lane. He's going to go try and assist Vizicachi, or Alex Itch against Vizicachi. Vizicachi's actually going to, yeah, he's throwing a ward down in that bush.
And Alex does force him away knowing that Ko is around. He actually wards for his teammate, which is nice of him.
The rest of the team of Unicorns of Low is actually wrapping around in the jungle here, looking for Ko. Yeah, Sheepy and Hylissang. They were trying to see if Ko was going to take a sneaky route towards mid, but it looks like he just stays top. And now here they come into the back.
He goes in. He's going to find damage on a nuke duck. This is Italy taking a good bit of pain. Nice knock up there as well. Keeps him slowed down. They're still trying. He jumps the wall. Nice move on this one. Mythy going to get the knock up as well onto Sheepy. NIP with a marvelous disengage on this one. Nuke duck hops another wall. That was great play.
Yeah, the big thing there is that the bubble landed as the final charge of the R was coming out, the Void Assault, so that he wasn't able to close the distance one last time, which would have been enough there to get onto Mythy. Oh, Vizicachi, he's in trouble now.
Oh, the flash kick, and Vizicachi's going to be going down for this one. Nice try, but the kill's picked up.
That's the kick flash.
Yep, that's a kick flash.
Put the input before you flash. It's so fast to pull that off. I remember when Scar first saw Scuba Chris do that, he's like, he's a god! How did he do that?
Press R then F.
Yeah, because you already have your leg in the air, and then you flash the other side of them, and they just go flying the opposite direction. You're like, oh, that works.
Yeah. It's rather effective, so very well played on this one. 8-3 now. Mid lane outer turret did go down. UOL got that with some minions.
Looking for some scotch.
He's going to have a good...
Oh, he ate?
Doesn't matter. It's going to be enough. He's going to look for the damage now. Ulti pop. Big damage on a Sir Scott. Summoner heal forced out of that one. Didn't even Ruin King him. That's interesting.
He didn't use the Ruin King, which would have given him an extra slow in that. And at the same time...
Well, with the dash, he wouldn't have slowed him anyway.
Yeah,
but
if he had used the Relentless Pursuit afterwards. But he's got an Avarice Blade that he's been sitting on.
Yeah. Yeah, he went Static Shift second in game 1 as well. We typically see Phantom Dancer from Twitches after Ruin King, but Shiv is a lot of extra burst damage when you go for the assassinations. It's an itemization choice that lets you push a little bit more towards the 1v1s, but it's a worse team fight item.
Here.
Sheepy going in, some decent damage. Nuke Duck does get slowed up, but dodges the first Glitter Lance. Ghost is on. He's trying to run away. Nice knock up there from Lulu. He's going to go back into Google form, one more jump away. He dodges the third Glitter Lance in a row. The knock up on a Power Heal Javelin on the way back. And Mythy's going to stay safe with his team. Now here comes Alex, hits the engage on the wrong side. Here comes Hillsong to save the team, but Ko is right around. He's saving the Q. He's putting a good amount of damage down. Nice tidal wave comes by as well. Now here comes the battle. Sheepy forced by Alex, it's a nice double man stun, but Hillsong now in the wrong spot. Vizicachi will get top lane turret for it, but another bubble gets them another kill. Sir Scott now forced to run away. There's no turret here. The Nami heal dealing even more damage. Alex, it's still on the chase. Nice Q. This could keep them safe. The Javelin. Ooh. Oh no, this could be Freeze with the kill. The W is going to land. 2 more auto attacks. There's the kill picked up. Mythy gets it with the heal. Big fight NIP one more time.
The ebb and flow picking up the kill, but the ebb and flow of the game going in NIP's favor currently. They're on that tier 2 turret, and Vizicachi up at the top lane doing what Jax does. He's split pushing. He still has TP. So does Alex.
180 CS. He should get this turret down pretty quickly. Alex, I don't know if he really wants to fight this battle. He's got no teammates coming, but looks like it's enough to force the Jax away on this one. Bottom lane turret, the engage, the flash jump in. Mythy taking a good bit of damage, but the knock up there is on. Ignite is still ticking. One more attack. Hillsong gets it with the burning damage, but that does mean Dragon for NIP.
Meanwhile, Vizicachi's still dueling Alex in top lane. He's out of mana, which is actually pretty big for Jax. He does have some decent mana costs here. Maybe has enough for a counter strike, but he's not going to risk it.
Just pops the Ruin King. He's going to peace out on this one. Dragon form available fairly soon, and he hasn't seen the rest of the team in a while. Vizicachi burns a ward to escape, but it's a 5,500 gold lead now for Ninjas and Bit Damage. They've been controlling the map. Yeah. I do have to commend UOL for getting turrets this game. In game 1, there's a point where they were up 4-3, even when they were down in kills, down in overall gold. And once again, they're up 3-2 in this one. So the pushing from UOL is strong. NIP are focusing more on getting the kills, and then Dragons afterwards.
Yeah, and speaking of getting the kills, Yuma's Ghostblade coming out here for free.
Okay.
So that's what that was building into instead of the Shiv. He's looking for the assassination potential. You saw it there in his playstyle earlier, where he's like, and I think we're going to see it here too.
This would be risky, though.
It's very, very risky.
The ulti's up for Leona. He wouldn't win this fight if they wanted to go for it, but he's got backup, though, on the wings, which UOL kind of realized that they didn't dive him. Mythy would have saved him with the bubble and everything else, so Freeze does keep the turret alive. So Yomu's, by the way, same reason as you would go Static Shift, basically.
Yeah. Wave Clear?
Well, I mean, Static Shift's a really good one-on-one item because you get the initial burst damage.
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
Like the lightning is just like it's an upfront 100 damage. Like it's really good for that. Javelin's gonna come through though. It's gonna be red buff grabbed by Sheepy. TP's coming in for both teams there. Will Alex complete his? He does actually. He's gonna jump in, run on towards Sheepy. He's gonna just disrupt for the team. The nice knockback. Tidal is gonna land onto 2, and now Vizicachi forced to run away. Gets away from the bubble, puts the dodge on. Ko's gonna hop the wall, looks for Sheepy. He's got to be careful. Twitch damage is going to be massive. Freeze picks up that kill, turns around, goes off Leona as well, 2-0.
Yeah, the Yomo is giving him the bonus movement speed so he can close that distance, and the extra auto attacks that he's able to get from the burst of attack speed allows him to just pick up those 2 kills for himself. Great tidal wave there from Mithy to keep those people just right in line. Also scatter them.
Yeah.
Because someone went off to the side and said, I don't want to get knocked up. Oh, I die anyway.
Yeah. So great stuff by NIP. Freeze goes into the bottom lane, finds the 3rd turret of the game for his team. It's going to be both bottom lane tier 1 and tier 2 down as well. NIP, the rest of them group up towards mid. Of course, they have the numbers lead, so outer turret goes down 4-3, 8,000 gold lead. Power of Evil, Vizicachi is still in pretty precarious situations.
So different strategy from NIP this game. Because they have the tank, he's just TPing into the fights and dealing with Vizicachi and making sure that he can't split push. So Alex Siege, but now Ko, same MO as before.
He's going to kick Power People into the team. That's a kill picked up. Now Vizicachi puts the dodge in. It's going to force the team to back away a little bit for this one, but more damage comes through. Bubble once again dodged away by ward hopping. Sheepy forced to run away, though only level 10 on that guy to the 12 of Ko. You have Freeze around on the wings, and there comes Alex Siege for the dive as well. Sheepy's going to go down, another kill picked up. Hylissang is going to die just to deal some CC. I don't know if you really needed to do that one, but NIP still in a great spot.
They love to dive turrets, and it's great because they're all on the same page. Ko, I was saying it before, he's crazy. He's diving so many turrets, but the rest of the team is just backing up. It's the calculated aggression that they have as a whole unit. Right. I actually think this NIP is a lot more exciting.
Yeah, they are a lot more exciting. I mean, truthfully, they're actually killing things. They're actually doing things that aren't split pushing all game. They're definitely more exciting. And they're up 11,000 gold now at 22 minutes. Like, they're more aggressive. They're diving, and this game could be over very soon in NIP's favor.
Yeah, the way that they've been playing, they get that tiny advantage from Ko, and then he knows what to do with it.
Yeah.
Like, Ko, when he was on Cloud9 Eclipse, was kind of the same story. And then when they couldn't play with Ko because he was too young and ineligible to actually play, they suffered every time they didn't field him on the roster. And it was very apparent that he dictates the play style of the game.
Yeah, C9E won every tournament they played pretty much with him in it. Yep. Or, sorry, all the Riot tournaments they played with him in it. But yeah, when he sub out for the promo tournament, or when they subbed him out for some of the Challenger Series games, it definitely went a lot worse. So.
And they're like, get that guy back for playoffs.
Pretty much.
And it worked.
Yeah, it got him first place in the playoffs, but it got the team into the promotion tournament. But
yeah. And he's eligible for 2015 split if they do qualify from this. Which Ko
make their run.
Ooh, he's looking real good.
He's looking amazing. Absolutely. It's going to be outer turret grab by UOL as NIP had other things to do. They're going to actually look down towards the mid lane for now. UOL will have to respond to this pretty soon. The Unicorns should recall because there's a mid lane siege happening in about 5 seconds. NIP, while they were down there, have been actually setting up ward control to make sure they're not going to get flanked. But actually first, they go for the play onto Freeze. Good damage comes through. Somebody he'll burn, but still half HP on that one. And now comes the push. 3-4 members in this right-hand side lane. And actually,
the flank.
NIP didn't even bother trying to push. They're going to go for the flank.
It's Ko's style. He loves to flank the team. They have Freeze in the front. The teleport from Alex Siege is not available. He has to recall and walk straight down to get to them. Ko is actually on the wrong side of this fight currently.
Yeah, it's going to be all 5 members of Unicorns of Love. Ko going to get stunned up, has a ward to jump to, will get away on that one. Nice kickback, gets 2 knockups, but gets a slow from 2 members. Sir Scott jumps in, gets the kill picked up. Lulu ulti not quite required on that one, but here comes the tidal wave's going to land on a 2. Will they keep chasing? It's a 5v4. Bubble hits Hylissang. Good damage here. He puts the Eclipse on, still running away. Javelin hits him for a lot of damage. Alex Siege will Dragon Form with a flash. Oh! He tried to juke it, but
he got Alex's flash. Alex flashed over the wall upward. Gotta cover every spot.
Hey man, it was a nice move, but Nukeduck still got the kill.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love wanted nothing to do with that. They blew too many ultimates on just taking out Ko, that by the time the team actually showed up, it was like, oh, we don't have Solar Flare, we don't have the culling, we don't have our Wild Growth, we really only have Sheepy's ultimate, but that's for catching people and picking people off.
Yeah.
A really good engage by NIP to realize that. And look at that, pings around the Baron area. This isn't typical NIP from before, because they love to play it safe, so they're going for the Baron bait.
See if they can. They've got Javelins, good damage there. Blue buff does get picked up by a Power of Evil, who's also got a blue elixir, so he matches. That's nice. Gonna look for the attempt. There we go. The Glitter Lance gonna slow down Nukeduck, and here's the engage. Can they get the damage they need? Mithy takes a huge amount of damage, does not quite fall over. Flash in. Vizicachi finds one. Sheepy. First one away, but he goes down to Freeze. Freeze will trade his life for that one. 2-to-1 fight so far. Nukeduck is ghosting. He's trying to get away. Looks like he will get solar flared and slowed, but not enough damage comes through. And now you got to be careful if you're Sir Scott, because Ko is right behind you. Team is going to be rejoining soon. He could lifesteal off the way, but goes down towards the bottom side to rejoin his team.
Oh, the power of evil is behind all that, but there's the counter-strike.
Stun's going to land. Big damage comes through. Sir Scott just out of range, and Ko can't quite claim the kill.
Ooh.
But Alex Ich will claim 2. And now Nuke Duck backing him up is going to be careful. Oh, man, the Javelin. Power of Evil's not going to deal any damage through that heal. The chase coming in. He looks for Alex. Can he find the damage? The Juke's not going to be enough. Kill picked up 1 for 1 in that trade. But that's 4, actually 5 members of Unicorns of Love died there.
4 for 5.
Yep.
In the overall there,
yep.
Which is actually pretty good for Unicorns of Love, considering they get more experience out of it, and they got some shutdowns. We're gonna watch this again. We see Sheepy go straight after Mythy for the HP, just take it out. But then here's the thing: Vizichachi comes in with the counter strike onto Freeze for the stun. They do end up losing Sheepy, and then that was really Vizichachi coming up big there with the counter strike stun onto Freeze, and then swapping to Mythy for the kill, and then swapping back to Freeze.
Yeah.
And now Alex, this entire time, he's like, I need to build up my Fury. So what am I doing? He's just running straight around. Comes in and flanks them. Once again, it's another flank. Ko is just solo most of the time in these pinches. Comes in, kills, uses Dragon's, or his Flame Breath to the right, and gets a double kill for himself. Great spear there by Nuke Duck. And then we saw that he turned it around and tried to pick up both Alex Ich and Nuke Duck. He did get Alex Ich.
Yeah.
And Power of Evil knew he was going down at that point.
Knew he was going down. One thing I think happened there is Sheepy actually, when he initially left in, queued Nuke Duck and then autoed Mythy. Because he didn't queue Mythy, Mythy lived, was able to exhaust Vizichachi and force the Jax flash.
Yeah.
Like one click on the wrong champion actually allowed a summoner spell to go down and actually burn another one, which I don't know, could have made a difference.
Super aggressive.
Goes for the play, knocks back Power of Evil. Hillhound's going to line the stun though, and Ko goes down. Too aggressive. Look at that build. He grabs a BF sword.
Yep.
That is an aggressive Lee Sin build.
That's a man sin right there. That.
Oh, he died for it though.
He messed up the flash, or the kick flash. Ended up kicking backwards and flashing a little late, but it still blew his flash.
Yeah.
Alex, in the meantime, is shoving that top lane. They do have a 3-on-5 mid, but now we see Vizichachi. He's confident in his abilities. He's going to go fight Alex Ich.
Well, he's got a level deficit right there. Look at the damage now, down to half HP, and there comes the engage in Dragon Form. Vizichachi got to be really careful in this one. Does already use the Ruin King. Alex Ich forced away under the turret. Now, how well can he lifesteal? Hillsong shows up, doesn't quite land the E.
Oh, should be on the inside.
All right, can they get the damage now? The stun should be able to land there. A lot of CC layered down into Alex Ich, who does not have the flash. Kill is picked up with the Javelin. It's Hillsong. He's got to be careful. Vizichachi low as well. Sheepy, ooh, he blocks it with the ulti on this one. Gets the shield as well, and Freeze not going to find much else. That's a 1-for-0.
Good culling for suppressive fire there to allow them to continue the disengage. But look at that, the pings onto the Baron immediately. Most teams are like, we're not going to go for Baron unless we can guarantee it, and we know that they're 5 down. But they got them low enough that Sheepy, if he tries to contest this, one good spear will kill him.
Oh, goodbye to Sheepy, and now Freeze chases down to Sir Scott, and back onto the Baron they go. NIP knows they're just so far ahead in gold. Make it a 4v4. And see if they can do it. Another Javelin's going to land. 2 members dead. No jungler available as well. UOL, they're going to try again. Here comes the engage from Vizichachi. Solar Flare's not going to land onto too much, but Freeze, he's not in the best fight either. Takes a whole bunch of healing. Sir Scott goes for the fight. He will pick it up. 2 kills back to Unicorns of Love. They turn the 3-on-5 around.
But you can't overstay your welcome versus a Nidalee. He's going to poke you out on the back, but look at that. They continue to do it.
Ko is incredibly low. Gets it with the smite. Hillsong goes for the trade. No, gigantic heals come through. He stays alive with Vizichachi. He's not going to land the stun. Ko outplaying it all. Sir Scott shows up. Can he get it? No, he can't. Oh, barely. But it's going to be a 3-for-1. Honestly, big fight NIP's way.
Yeah, they only get Baron buff onto 2 people, but it doesn't matter. They still have large waves coming their way. They get all the gold, too.
Yeah. 5-on-3 overall, the kill score for that battle. Yeah, watch that one again.
It was just a very prolonged fight. Vizichachi comes in onto Mythy here. Freeze, they still stay onto Freeze regardless. They can see him.
They need to.
And Sir Scott picks that one up. Ko actually leaps back in after they disengage it to just keep aggro on it and keep it low. So Alex Ich, the call then, without hesitation, is to continue. Hillsong goes in, gets it onto Ko, but it's already dead. And Vizichachi comes in with the counter-strike. We see Ko actually follow his resonating strike to dodge it, which is perfect at that point. He stays alive, he stays in, and it baits Sir Scott back in the fight. He gives up himself at the same time. But overall, very Very good coordination there by NIP.
Yeah.
Comes straight back into action.
Oh man, another fight going on. Hillsong, he's so aggressive. He's looking for the battles here in this one. All right.
I like this NIP.
Well, I think they're going to get the blue one for this one, but EUL still going to try. They're doing what they can desperately. Only 2 Baron buffs on. Looks like blue buff does get grabbed up in that one, so EUL stays safe. Ko grabs his own blue buff. One thing I do want to point out, though, I feel like Hillsong's not playing his best this game. He's solar flaring early and missing when he's already got a pink ward to put down to spot the Twitch. Like the solar flare in that fight missed, and then he faced the mountains himself instead of Vizichachi in the end of that last fight when he could have kept the Jax alive for longer, like a much more important target. And so there's a couple of little moves that are just kind of missing from him that I feel like could make small differences for UOL.
Yeah. Especially when you're playing against somebody like Mithy.
Yeah.
He keeps tabs on all those things. He has the captain boots for himself. Oh, captain by Captain Nami.
Yep.
Captain Nami reporting for duty.
Keep the team moving. I mean, he's got Talisman of Ascension as well. He's really move speed based for his team.
Yep.
They're all going to run really quick.
Follow up on the tidal wave and passive.
Here we go, the attempt, 2-man bubble there. Alex to the front lines. He is so durable, though. Barely even takes damage. Notice that he does have the Ninja Tabby this game, which is very helpful against the UOL team.
And now just a little bit. Wait for the wave. Red buff's up. It's going to go straight over to Freeze after this. He has so much assassination potential now, and he also got himself a QSS. So if he does get stunned again, he can immediately get out of it. And Mithy has Mikhails, so he's able to help him out too. Now they're going back to the split push so that they can use the teleport. And at the same time, I don't think Vizichachi can actually duel Alex at this point. I think he has too much gold in his bank.
Well, we're going to see if they can do it, because yeah, you're right. Alex, 8, 4, and 10. Pretty big dude overall.
Got out of the laning phase, helped in the team fights, picked up a lot of kills for himself. Now he's back, and he's strong.
Yeah, think about it. He started the game 0-2-0
out
of the laning phase, and he's gone 8, 2, and 10 since then, which is remarkably good. 6-0, 14 for Nuke Duck, so upping his KDA, 20 for this game so far. Overall, some good plays. Ko just loves to dance.
He can leave this blue behind.
It's fine. Doesn't need it anyway. Alex just grabs the red buff, help him stick in the back line a little bit better. This one,
blue don't dance, and if it don't dance, there's no blue with his.
No. No. That is not how this one works. Alex just level 18. Making his way around. Ko 15. Looks like Dragon will be these guys. Taking the time on this one. They were in front of the inhibitor turret 20 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
Over the last 13 minutes, all they've done is really accrue a gold lead by taking Barons, which doesn't suck, but it's a little bit slower than what we saw in game 1.
Their last game ended at about this point.
Yeah.
And now they're ready to do it. The split push does work a little more effectively than what they currently have for themselves in terms of winning team fights and then exploiting that. But what they have now is they're looking for Freeze to possibly set up a fight, but not get caught out by Jax. So Ko, denying vision, pushing up 2 waves at once. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go straight into the base, doing Ko style. And then kick somebody. Look at it, he already warded over the wall. He's ready for this.
Vizichachi does go for a little bit of an attempt there. If that one doesn't quite find it, the vision going to be good. Hillsong goes for the engage, finds Nuke Duck, good CC layering, but the Zonius is used to keep the team safe. A 3-man tidal wave as well. Hillsong forced to run away, pops the shields to keep himself alive. Disengage works for both sides. Sheepy is going to be trying to get away, does dodge the Ko E. Ooh, nice flash as well, keeps himself a little bit safer for now. But the front line still going for NIP. Sheepy likely to fall on the wings. There's the dive in for Nuke Duck. Good damage comes through. Alex finds one, and Freeze claims the last hit for that one. Sheepy finally gets queued down there. Ko picks up a second kill for this fight. And now again, Vizichachi looks for Nuke Duck. He's going to be ghosted though. The slows come in, the shield as well. He's got nowhere to go. Level 16, Javelin in the back, and a kill picked up for Alex H. This is 3 kills now picked up. Hillsong, Power of Evil, the only ones left alive. NIP looking to close it out. Mithy will fall, but they trade back on the enemy support. Power of Evil still trying to run 1 versus 4, but the Nexus and the inhibitor is now open.
Nuke Duck hasn't died in these 2 games that we've seen from them. They are taking the inhibitor. They're going to go for the Nexus here.
And they got the chance to do it. Power of Evil, ooh, despite the home guard, the Q's going to land. The kick into the team. Nice play right there. Good damage comes through, and the ulti to claim the ace. 5 seconds of the respawns. Nexus turret number 1 taking damage. Nexus turret number 2 going down now as well. And here comes Sheepy and Sir Scott to defend the game. Looks like that won't be the case, though. Culling comes out. They're trying, actually, to do what they can, but the Nexus falls 35 minutes in. NIP 2-0.
Basically the same formula as last game for their victory. Ko, come bottom, set them up, leave them alone after you get that 1 kill. Then outplay Sheepy in the jungle, camp him, keep him down. 2 levels up at one point. Sheepy had one of the roughest times I've ever seen any jungler have.
Yeah.
Ko really taking it to him, changing the NIP style, and they end the game at about 35 minutes, which is still, it's a little longer than just like utterly decimating your opponent.
The general average for like a game is like 34.
Exactly. So they were right around that area. So they've definitely knocked off a lot of their average game time from back in the previous seasons of being NIP.
Yeah.
So with the addition of Ko and the hyper aggression, they're looking in top form right now. And Alex, he still knows the team fights. He still knows how to engage. What to do in the team fights is very important as well. He knows who to peel for and how to peel. Or when to be aggressive. Exactly.
Exactly.
But the thing is, his laning phase could use a couple bumps up.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
Otherwise, he's adjusting very well from what I've seen.
Yeah, I think the addition of more proper strategic play, I think, is the right addition for NIP. It has helped them, I think, quite a bit. You're seeing this team look very, very strong right here. Alexic 10-4-12 is a damn good score. Impressive play by him.
Most gold on his team.
Yeah, most gold on his team, 16.9 thousand. Pretty much full tank. Ruin King, Sunfire, Randuin's, Banshees, Ninja Tabby. He's there to be the front liner. It worked for him. Freeze on Twitch as well. Did actually go for the Yomu's Ghostblade build. Then added the Last Whisper, which is kind of like a caster, sort of, in a way. Because you're not getting a lot of crit. You're doing a lot of damage to Contaminate, though. Nuke Duck, as you mentioned, 0 deaths both games now, right? So 6-0-17 on this one. I think he now gets the throne for highest KDA in Challenger.
So. I think he's died once. Oh, no, he hasn't died. Because this is the first game seeing out of him here.
Yeah. So rather impressive. I got to say, NIP look a whole lot of scary.
Probably got something like 40 or 30 KDA.
It's a large number. I'll give you that one for sure. So even though this is a team that missed out on qualifying for the LCS.
By 1 game.
Yeah. Well, they've missed out twice now. They missed out by Zoro0 not patching his client for the spring split. Or no, sorry, for last summer. Or whichever one it was. I think it was last summer, if I'm not remembering improperly. Missed out. No, yeah, for spring. Yeah. Missed out qualifying for this summer by 1 game losing to Millennium. They stuck together for another series, and they're looking the best they ever have.
Yeah, with the addition of Ko, who this is his first series that he's actually able and eligible to qualify for the LCS. He's been a hot topic, though. He's been a hot issue. People are like, Ko is so good. He's kind of like when people were talking about Pobelter or people who were too young in NA.
Yeah.
He's like, Ko is the guy. Ko is the guy that people want on their team, but he was just too young.
He's the Bjergsen.
Yes, exactly. He's the Bjergsen.
Yes.
He was too young to play, and then as soon as he was eligible, people were like, get you on the team.
And then TSM picks him up.
Yeah.
We'll see where Ko goes. I mean, NIP, of course, looking very good as a team.
Also had Bjergsen.
A lot of all-star talent. Also had Bjergsen. That's a very good point. Guys, now that tonight's quarterfinal match is officially history, let's take a look at the updated Challenger Series bracket. With their dominating win, Ninjas in Pajamas are advancing to the semifinals, where they await the winner of tomorrow night's best of 3 between Chantal Machbao and Gamers2.
And next week, we have 2 more quarterfinal matchups coming your way, when Denial Esports goes up against Loveland Shore on Thursday. Then, on Friday, the former Cloud9 Eclipse returns to the Challenger Series as H2K Gaming to take on SK Gaming Prime.
But before then, there's more EU LCS action on the way tomorrow. Starts at 6 p.m. Central European Summertime, 9 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, when Alliance takes on SK Gaming. Afterwards, Millennium and Fnatic try to settle the differences on the Rift.
Then, the Copenhagen Wolves take on Ro8, followed by Gambit Gaming and Super Hot Crew. For the complete schedule of games, head over to lolesports.com.
And with that, we've reached the end of our time together tonight. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, good night, and GG. They're going to re-engage. Good damage coming across. Teleport now in from Shyvana. Freeze putting good damage on Vizichachi. Will go down. Alex Itch rejoining the fight now. Hillsong 2 hits from dead, and down he goes. Javelin to Sir Scott. They can die this one. 3 kills picked up.
Oh, Vizichachi, he's in trouble now.
Oh, the flash kick, and Vizichachi's going to be going down for this one. Damage here. He puts the Eclipse on, still running away. Javelin hits him for a lot of damage. Alex Itch will Dragon Form with a flash. Oh! He tried to juke it, but
he got Alex's flash. Alex flashed over the wall upward. He's going to poke you out on the back, but look at that. They continue to do it.
Ko is incredibly low. Gets it with the smite. Hillsong goes to the trade. No, gigantic heals come through. He stays alive with Vizichachi. He's not going to land the stun. Ko outplaying it all. Sir Scott shows up. Can he get it? No, he can't. Oh, barely. But it's going to be a 3-for-1.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp, man. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Right. Yeah. Right. Come on. Right.